A piece of chalk hit me in the forehead. Not a metaphor, an actual piece of chalk, thrown hard, by a man who had clearly been practicing this shot for 20 years. It bounced off my skull and rolled across a desk that was carved with somebody else's initials. And that was the moment I stopped being dead. I want to be honest about how unglamorous this was. No white light, no tunnel, no dead relatives waving me over from a meadow, just chalk dust in my throat, December sunlight coming through a window at an angle I hadn't seen in 20 years, and the edge of a wooden desk pressing a red line into my forearm. Li Kai. Are we boring you? It wasn't a question. It was Teacher Chen, 40-something, sweater vest, the specific tired face of a man who teaches math to a room full of people who do not want math. Behind him, on the wall above the blackboard, somebody had hung a paper banner in red characters. 205 days until the college entrance exam. The date on the corner of the board said December 16th, 1999. I looked down at my hands. They were 17. Thin wrists, chewed thumbnail, ink on the side of the finger from writing with a cheap pen. Yesterday, and I use that word loosely, these hands had signed off on a technology group's annual report. Now they were holding a plastic ballpoint with a chewed cap. So, reincarnation. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Except it wasn't quite reincarnation, because the memories that came with the body weren't mine and they weren't from my world either. In my life, my parents were a professor and a doctor, and they died in a car on a wet road when I was young, and that was the shape of my whole childhood. In this life I had a father named Li Yong, who worked a lathe at a state machinery plant, and a mother named Lin Fen, who sold breakfast out of a cart by the factory gate at 6 in the morning, and both of them were alive, and both of them were broke. 2 sets of parents. One of them still breathing. Whatever the universe was charging me for this, I was going to pay it. And here is the thing I knew, sitting at that desk, with chalk dust in my throat and a piece of chalk on the floor by my shoe. In 11 days, a night shift at that factory is going to burn out a dozen German machines worth $1,000,000 each. The man who caused it is going to be playing cards next door with 4 space heaters running, and my father is going to be standing at the panel, because that same man told him to stand there, and my father does not know how to work those machines, and my father has not slept in 2 days. They are going to take him out of that building in a black car in front of everybody he has ever worked with. I did not know it from a memory. This body had no memory of it, because for this body it had not happened yet. I knew it because I had spent 11 years reading balance sheets and industrial reports, and because I had sat in that classroom for about 4 minutes, and because I already knew who my father worked for. So I want to be clear about what I decided in the second period of a mathematics lesson on the 16th of December 1999. They were going to blame him. That was going to happen, and I could not stop it. But those machines were going to need somebody to fix them, and whoever fixed them got to decide, quietly, in his own handwriting, exactly how and when they broke next. Since you're so relaxed, Teacher Chen said, come and do this one. The class made that noise a class makes, that low, delighted hum. Somewhere behind me a guy whispered, he's cooked. I looked at the board. There was a circle, a chord of length 2 lying on the y-axis, splitting the circle into arcs with a ratio of 3 to 1, and the question wanted the equation of the circle, whose center sat closest to the line x minus 2y equals 0. I knew this problem. Not because I was a genius, because it was the last question on last year's national exam, and Teacher Chen had put it up specifically to humiliate somebody, and in this whole city maybe 5 people could solve it 2 different ways. I took the chalk out of the tray. 2 minutes later I put it back. The room had gone quiet in the particular way rooms go quiet when something has gone wrong with the script. Teacher Chen walked up to the board with his glasses pushed onto his forehead and read my work the way a man reads a bill he's sure is a mistake. Then a window opened in the middle of my vision. Influence plus 3. Total 3. I did not scream. I'm quite proud of that. Underneath the number a second thing unfolded. A diagram like a bare tree with 3 branches, all of them gray, all of them locked. Medical biology, physical chemistry and machinery, computer information, and under the whole thing, 1 line of text. First branch requires 20 influence. So there was a system. There was a system, and it ran on other people looking at me, and I currently had 3. 3. I turned around. Teacher Chen, can I do it again? He blinked. Do what again? A different way. I wrote the second solution under the first one. It was shorter. When I stepped back, a boy in the second row had his mouth actually open, which is a thing I thought only happened in cartoons. Influence plus 6, total 9. There it was, not the answer, the second answer. The system didn't pay for being right. It paid for people believing something about you that they hadn't believed a minute ago. In the front row, a girl with a high ponytail was copying both solutions into a notebook without looking up, fast, like someone taking down a phone number before the line dies. He Jing. Top of the year, and the kind of pretty that made the boys in this room stupid. 2 rows over, a guy in a jacket that cost more than my father made in a month was looking at the board with his mouth pulled sideways. Huang Hao, principal's son, except the principal was a factory director, which in this town was better. Behind me, Huang Min leaned forward and breathed on my neck. Kaidzi, you animal. I sat down and opened my notebook to the back page and started writing a list. Tencent gets founded. A free antivirus company eats the paid ones alive. Housing reform. A bookseller in Hangzhou decides people will buy things online. A phone with no buttons. The bull, then the bear. I looked at that list for a while. Then I looked at the number floating in the corner of my eye. 9. 9, and the first branch cost 20, and I had 205 days. Teacher Chen caught me at the door after class, which is a thing teachers do when they've decided to be kind at you. 3 plus X, he said. Chinese, math, English, science. Your math is fine. Your science is fine. Your Chinese is fine. He paused the way a man pauses before saying the number out loud. Your English is drowning you. 60 out of 150. Teacher Lin runs a class, he said. 50 a month. 50 a month. My father made a little over 400. I did the arithmetic on my face where he could see it, because that was easier than the truth, which was that I had spent 11 years doing business in English and could have taught Teacher Lin's class myself with a hangover. But you can't say that to a man in a sweater vest who is trying to save you. I'll work on it, I said. He sighed and let me go. Out in the yard, a white Santana was idling by the flagpole with the door open, and Huang Hao was getting into it, and half the school was pretending not to watch him do it. His father ran the plant. My father worked in it. I got on a bicycle with a bent fender and rode home. The factory compound was 10 red 4-story blocks arranged around a courtyard of broken concrete. Somewhere in the 60s there had been a garden. Now the garden was chicken coops, built out of scrap board and chicken wire, and in December the whole place smelled like wet feathers and coal smoke. I could hear my parents arguing before I got to the landing. Not the loud kind, the quiet kind, in the kitchen, with the door pulled almost shut. 10 yuan a night, my father was saying. It's steel. I've unloaded steel before. You've been on shift since 6. Kaidzi has half a year left. Then it's tuition. A pause. We have to lift it. My mother had come off an operation the week before. Fibroids. The plant had taken her bonus for the missed days. My father's sister and my father's brother both had money, and between the two of them they had contributed exactly nothing, and were currently of the opinion that this apartment should be divided 3 ways. Then somebody knocked. Aunt Xie from the 3rd floor came in holding a bag of oranges, which is what you bring when you have come to collect. She sat on the edge of the good chair. She talked about the weather. She talked about her husband's kidneys. Everyone has their own trouble, she said finally, to the oranges. The debt was a few hundred yuan. My mother went into the back and came out with 3 strips of cured pork off the line, which was most of what we had, and pressed them into the bag, and promised the money inside a month, and Aunt Xie left, and my mother stood in the doorway for a second with her hands still out. Dinner was fried cured pork, chicken stewed with yam and shredded potato. The pork went in front of me. It always went in front of me. That's how it works in a house like that. The kid gets the meat and everyone acts like they don't want any. Zhang, I said. I did a problem at the board today. She looked up. Which one? The hard one. Off last year's exam. And 2 ways. I watched her face do the thing I'd wanted it to do. 20 years of retail and factory bonuses and other people's oranges, and it turns out you can still light a woman up with 1 sentence about a circle. My father grunted at his rice bowl, which from him was applause. My room had a slam dunk poster peeling at one corner, a cassette deck, and a shoebox of tapes that were mostly Andy Lau and Aaron Kwok. I sat down with the notebook and started crossing things out. Stocks. This was a parallel world. The dates might rhyme, but the charts might not, and I was not going to bet my mother's surgery on a rhyme. Crossed out, lottery. I did not remember a single winning number from my own world, let alone this one, which tells you something about how much attention I paid to my own life. Crossed out, property. Correct answer, wrong decade. No capital, and you have to sit on it for years. Crossed out. Hauling clothes up from the coast to sell. Also needs capital. Crossed out. I sat with that one for a second. Then I laughed at myself and crossed it out too. What was left was the thing that was actually in front of me. Game trainers. Right now, in every alley in this city, there were rooms with 8 computers and a modem that screamed when it dialed. StarCraft. Red alert. And coming down the pipe, close enough that I could feel it. Legend, Stone Age, MU, the whole flood. And here was the part nobody in 1999 understood yet. You don't sell cheats to players. Players are broke teenagers. You sell them to the shops. The window in the corner of my eye still said 9:20 for the first branch. Computer information. Fine, I could get there. At 2 in the morning, across town, my father was carrying steel plate with his coat off in a freezing yard for 10 yuan a night, and I didn't know that yet, and that's the part I still think about. The foreman signed him out at 4. He wanted the dorm bunk. He got Huang Lei instead. Huang Lei was the deputy production manager. He was also the plant director's brother-in-law, which is the entire explanation for everything Huang Lei had ever achieved. He had no skills and a strong opinion about his salary. You're on the CNC floor tonight, Zhou said. I don't know those machines. They're German. 1,000,000 each. They're smart. You just have to look at them. I don't know how to. Don't talk. Stand there and look. Then Huang Lei went next door to grill skewers and play mahjong with 3 electric heaters running in a room built for none. At 5 in the morning, there was a sound like a door slamming underwater, and then the smell. More than 10 CNC machines. All of them. Foreman Chen got there first. 10 machines. 10 million yuan. You were standing at the panel. His voice climbed. Why didn't you raise the alarm? My father stood in the smoke with his coat still off, and no answer at all. I didn't know about any of it, because at 6 my mother was up frying dough for the cart, and at 7 I was at school, and at 7:15 He Jing was waiting outside the classroom door with her notebook open. The second solution, she said. I don't follow line 4. I wrote it out for her on the back of a worksheet. Influence +1. Total 10. 1. For a girl understanding a line of algebra. The system was going to make me work for this. Huang Hao came past with 2 bottles of Ovaltine, and made a point of not offering either one. It's one problem, he said, to no one. Some people have to make it a performance. The first mock exam was that day. Huang Min found me in the corridor and grabbed my sleeve like he was drowning. We're in the same room. Cover my paper. I'll feed you for a month. Influence +2. Total 11. Zhang Lei was next. All 170 pounds of him. I get 200 a month pocket money. 50 is yours. Then Sun Ming, who was third from the bottom of the entire year and had made peace with it, just put his hand flat on my shoulder for a second, like he was charging a phone. Pass some over. Math was 2 hours. I finished in 40 minutes. Both of the big final questions, both done 2 ways, because at that point I understood exactly what the system paid for. The proctor came down the aisle to tell me to sit still, even if I didn't know the answers. And then he looked at the page, and stopped talking mid-sentence. Influence +1. Total 12. The whole room turned around to see why he'd stopped. Influence +3. Total 15. And on my way out I dropped 2 folded squares of paper on 2 desks, because a promise is a promise. Influence +1. Total 16. 16. 4 to go. I rode home in a good mood, which lasted right up until I got to the compound. An old son from the ground floor stuck his head out and said, Your dad's had an accident at the plant. The production office had a crowd outside it, which is how you know it's bad. Inside, Huang Guang in a suit, Huang Lei at his shoulder, Foreman Chen studying his own shoes, and my father and mother standing in a ring of plant security like 2 people who had wandered into the wrong building. My father's voice was gone. He'd been talking for a while. 2 days without sleep. Joe told me to stand at the panel. I never touched the machines. You're a plant worker, Joe said. You go where you're assigned. That's your negligence. Equipment was reading off the damage. Every board burned. The machines were DMG 5-axis, bought used in '95, out of warranty, and the Germans were not going to fly out to a county town in Jiangyang province to look at them. The boards were proprietary. New ones would run into the hundreds of thousands. For a dozen machines, into the millions. I watched Huang Guang's face go from red to white, and I understood the whole thing before he finished the sentence. He was up for the top job at the parent plant in Zhengzhou. A dozen dead machines under his name was survivable if it was one worker's negligence. It was not survivable if it was his brother-in-law's mahjong. Heaters. Dismiss him, Huang Guang said, and hand him to the authorities. My mother's legs went. 10,000 is a fortune to us, she said, to the room, to nobody. You're saying hundreds of thousands. I had already been down to the shop floor. I'd seen the wiring bundled into a knot behind the cabinet. I'd seen the boards, black and blistered, the traces cooked right off the substrate. I'd seen that the neutral on the control transformer was grounded in the way a man grounds something when he has heard of grounding. That fire came off a current spike. It came off a current spike the way rain comes off a cloud. I stepped forward through the crowd. Before you decide who's guilty, I said, does anyone want to know the cause? 50 heads turned. The board burned out electrically. Something spiked the line. Nobody in this room has established what, but the accusation is already written. I let that sit for exactly 1 second. So, who are we covering for? And then I looked at Huang Lei. Nothing happened for about 3 seconds. Then a security guard put a hand on my chest. Who are you supposed to be? His son. That was a mistake, because it gave my father something to do. He came across the room and got hold of my collar and walked me backward through the door into the corridor, and his hands were shaking, and his face was doing the thing a man's face does when he has decided that the most important job left to him is looking large in front of his kid. Adults are talking, he said. Dad, go home. I have thought about that moment a lot. He had been awake for 2 days. He was about to be handed to the police for a fire he didn't start, and the thing he was defending, with the last of what he had, was the idea that his son should not have to see him small. So I went around him, not past him, around him, back to the doorway, and I raised my voice over 11 heads so that the entire room got it at once. Director Huang, you're the responsible executive here. Huang Guang turned. If the loss is a few $100,000, I said, the city hangs it on a worker. If it's millions, who do you think they hang it on? Somebody made a noise. Huang Guang's jaw moved sideways about a centimeter, which for a man like that is the same as screaming. So the only question that matters today, I said, is whether those boards get fixed and the line comes back up. I'll fix them. Give me a few days. The laughter took a second to start, and then it really got going. A kid, a high schooler in a school tracksuit, offering to repair German control boards. Foreman Chen laughed the loudest, right up until a man near the window leaned over and said something into Huang Guang's ear. I caught 2 words of it. First, school. Huang Guang looked at me for a long moment. 5 days, he said. Now, I want to be very clear about my motives here, because I've had 20 years to be honest with myself about them. I did not do it out of love for the Jiangcheng machinery plant. Before all this, I spent a decade in microelectronics, and an antique board like that was a baby tooth to me. I did it for 2 reasons, and only one of them was my father. Reason 1 was the number in the corner of my eye. Reason 2 was that when you fix a thing, you decide how it fails. Huang Guang was going to walk out of this room, keep his promotion, and let my father take a decade for a fire that started in a mahjong room, and the boards I was about to build for him were going to work perfectly, beautifully, for a while. Whoever swings first pays 100 times over. Just not today, and not for this, for something bigger. And I want to be honest, because I have told this story before, and I have told it wrong. I did not do it for my father. I told myself I did. I have told other people I did. I did it because I wanted the number in my eye to move, and because I had just worked out that a man who repairs a thing gets to decide how it breaks, and I have never in my life been able to walk past a lever like that. My father got out of that room either way. That part is true. It is just not the reason. I carried 11 dead boards home, strapped to the rack of my bicycle. They rattled the whole way like a box of broken plates. My father drank that night. Not a lot, just steadily, at the kitchen table, with a pack of Hong Mei going down beside him. Don't get involved in this, he said. That's high technology. You've got the exam. I'm in the Integrated Circuits Club at school. He looked up. The teacher who runs it studied in Germany, I said, which was a sentence I had constructed on the bicycle and was quite pleased with. He says I've got a feel for it. My father thought about this. Then he nodded slowly, because when your kid says a sentence with Germany in it, you nod. I took the boards into my room and laid all 11 out on the bed. The capacitors were blown right off. Half the components had cooked into little black beads. 380 volts, 3-phase, and the neutral of the control transformer was supposed to be grounded, and instead it was a bird's nest. You cannot restore an original like that. That wasn't the job. The job was to redesign it. So I made the board bigger. That sounds backwards. It isn't. If you spread it out, you can build the whole thing out of common parts and simple logic instead of dense proprietary blocks, and then the board stops being something only Germany can supply and becomes something any electronics plant in this province could stamp out by the 100. I drew 3 versions. Simple, medium, complex. The simplest one had a belly on it that would not physically fit in the machine's standard bay. I fixed that at about midnight and sat back and rubbed my eyes, and through the wall I could hear that the light in my parents' room was still on, and neither of them was talking. Day 2 of the mocks was science, which for me was a formality, and English, which was a problem I had to be careful about. Between papers, Huang Hao came down the corridor with 2 bottles of Surisheng iced tea straight out of the freezer, and handed one to He Jing, and did not hand one to anybody else, and then started fishing. Have you thought about where you're applying? Not really. Yan Jing and Shui Mu both give this province recommendation quotas, through the school. He said it the way you'd mention a mutual friend. Olympiad results help. I took second at the winter math camp in Yanjing this year. I happened to know what that second place was made of, because the body I was wearing remembered it. He'd spent that week away from school, and the medal had been arranged the way medals get arranged when your father runs a plant and your mother knows who to call. My father says Yanjing is basically settled for me, he said, and then caught himself, because you're not supposed to say it out loud, and not being able to say it out loud was eating him alive. I took a bottle of Nongfu Spring out of my bag and held it out to He Jing. There's aspartame and acesulfame potassium in that, I said, nodding at the iced tea. It's a synthetic drink. Water's better for you. She looked at the tea, she looked at the water, then she put the tea down on the windowsill and took the water and said thank you and went back into the exam room. Wang Hao stood there holding an unclaimed bottle of iced tea in a corridor full of people who had seen the whole thing. English is this afternoon, he said. Some people are about to fail again. He wasn't wrong to expect it. This body's English score was 60. The essay prompt was, "You are Li Hua, an American friend is coming to visit Jiangcheng. Write and tell him what to expect. Papers change. Li Hua is eternal." I finished in 40 minutes and deliberately left points on the table, because if you jump from 60 to 150 in one step, people ask questions. And I needed room to grow into. The computer room was up an alley behind a hardware shop. 8 machines. Windows 95 on some, 98 on others. The owner had a phone on the counter, and when somebody wanted to go online, he dialed the number himself, and the modem made that noise, that awful beautiful noise, and everyone waited. 1.5 yuan an hour. 5 guys were playing Red Alert 95 and StarCraft. Nobody was on the internet, because there was almost nothing on the internet. Baidu did not exist yet. Google had not come to this country. If you wanted to find a company's telephone number, you did not search for it, you called a human being. I got up and gave my machine to a shaggy kid who had been hovering behind me for 10 minutes. "I'll remember you, brother," he said, already sitting down. Then I asked the owner if I could use the phone, and I dialed 114. Directory Assistance, Jiangzhou. Integrated Circuit Manufacturers. There was a rustle of a very large book. She gave me 3. The most interesting one made boards for VCD and DVD players, subcontracting for Ido and Xiankei and Wanlida, which meant they had a line, and a line was all I needed. I wrote the number on my hand. At home my father was suspended without pay and going gray at the temples in real time, in a way that I hadn't noticed happening until I looked at a photograph of him from October. He didn't complain, he just got quieter every day, which was worse. I could have told him. I could have told him everything, but there's an order to these things. First you give the man back his standing. Then you tell him. I left at 6 the next morning while it was still dark. City bus, 50 fen. Intercity coach, 5 yuan. An hour and a half of frozen countryside and a driver playing a cassette of the same 4 songs. Then a motor rickshaw for 2 yuan that dropped me at a gate with a peeling sign. The guard took one look at a 17-year-old in a school jacket and started shooing me like a pigeon. So I unrolled the drawing. "I'm from Demag," I said, "in Germany. I'm here about a cooperation." And then I said a couple of sentences in English, fluently, at speed, with the confidence of a man who has done conference calls at 3 in the morning. I want to stress that this should not have worked. In 1999, it worked flawlessly. In that era, if you produced a drawing and some English, you could have claimed to be from the moon. The guard practically carried me inside. 2 minutes later, a man came down the stairs so fast he skidded on the landing. Center part, leather jacket, shoes with a shine you could shave in. Yang Cheng. Boss, self-made, 99% 90s. He arrived at the bottom of the stairs, beaming, ready to embrace Germany. He found a schoolboy. "Throw him out," he said. And that would have been the end of it, except that the man who had come down behind him had stopped moving. Lin Fei. Glasses, cheap sweater, the only university graduate in the building. Shuimu, class of 89. He'd worked for a Japanese firm and made real money and come home anyway, which tells you most of what you need to know about him. He was looking at my drawing. "Who designed this?" "I did. Influence +2. Total 18. He didn't answer for a while. His finger moved over the paper, tracing. What he was seeing was this, a control board for a 5-axis machine tool, built out of the dumbest, cheapest, most available components in the country, and yet routed in a way that walks straight around electromigration and latch-up like they weren't there. And it was drawn by hand, in pencil. "We can make this," he said finally. "It's not easy, over 1,000 a board, against tens of thousands for an import." It was the deal of the decade, and I had 11 yuan in my pocket. "I don't have any money," I said. Yang Cheng did not throw me out, and the only reason he did not throw me out was that he could see Lin Fei's face. Lin Fei went upstairs and came back with a stack of schematics and put them on the table in front of me, and the top one was a VCD deck. "Can you make this board smaller?" he said. "Thinner?" That was the real question. Cheng was a contract manufacturer. Contract manufacturers make other people's money. Every man in that building dreamed of a product with their own name on it. I asked for a pencil and 2 hours. It took less than that. Multi-layer, folded, and the whole thing came out about the size of 2 CD cases. Influence +2. Total 20. 20 reached. A technology branch may be lit. Light it now? Not in a stranger's conference room with 4 men watching my face. At home. "Brother Chen," said Lin Fei, and his voice had gone strange. "You're a genius. Are you from the Academy of Sciences Youth Program? I'm a senior at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Influence +2. Total 22. Yang Cheng sat down. He had a son in the 11th grade who played PlayStation and scored in the double digits, and I watched him make that comparison in real time and hate every part of it. We wrote the deal on 2 sheets of paper. The multi-layer VCD schematic was theirs. In exchange, Cheng would build my 11 machine toolboards free of charge in 3 days. Here is what neither of them knew. The night before, I had gone to the post office and mailed the original hand-drawn design to the patent office in Yanjing with a letter, and paid for the postmark, because a postmark is a date and a date is a weapon. And the drawing I had just handed Lin Fei was not that drawing. It was close. It was very close. It would produce 11 boards that worked perfectly, that outperformed the German original, that would run beautifully under load for weeks. And then, after enough hours of real work, the capacitors would go, and the traces would carry it, and the whole thing would eat itself. They framed my father in front of a room full of people who had known him for 20 years. I was not going to honestly repair their plant. On the way out, I stopped in the doorway, because I did like Lin Fei, and I have never been good at leaving a man in a burning building without at least mentioning the smoke. Brother Fei, VCD is a red ocean. Everybody's in it and the water's already pink. Then what's blue? Contract manufacturing motherboards, for PCs. He smiled at me the way you smile at a clever child, and said goodbye, and did not write it down. I got home at 9 at night. My father wasn't there. He was out somewhere in the dark, looking for a day of work, because a suspended man still eats. I sat down on the edge of my bed with my coat still on. "Light it," I said, out loud, to an empty room, like an idiot. There was no menu. That was the first disappointment. 20 influence deducted. 2 remaining. Branch lit, computer information. Contents. 1. Proficiency in the C language. I sat there and looked at that for a while. A blind box. I had spent 3 weeks of my life and 1 act of public defiance to buy a blind box, and what came out of it was C. Not chip design. Not lithography. C. A procedural language from the 70s about pointers and memory management. Then I stopped sulking, because actually it was fine. C is the floor everything else stands on. From C you can climb to C++, and from C++ you can climb anywhere, and none of that climb costs influence. Next branch requires 50 influence. 50. I had 2. And then the real problem arrived, and it was not philosophical. I did not have a computer. I want you to sit with that for a second. I had a technology system grafted into my optic nerve, a proficiency in a programming language burned into my head, and a plan to build an internet company, and the most advanced piece of electronics I personally owned was a cassette deck with a sticky rewind button. A desktop machine in that year cost 20,000 yuan and up. My father made 400 a month and was currently making nothing. I lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling, and thought about which of the people in my life had a computer sitting unused in a house. He Jing's family had money. He Jing's family had a lot of money. That was going to be a conversation. On Sunday, I went to the county library and took out everything they had on C and C++, which was 2 books, one of which had a chapter missing. Teacher Chen read the mock results out from the bottom, which is the traditional way to do it, and also the cruelest. 303 out of 300 and something, he said. Sun Ming, 294. Chinese, 64. Math, 23. Sun Ming stood up so fast his chair went over. I'm last? You're near the bottom. But that shouldn't be possible. The class detonated. Somebody in the back was crying with laughter. What do you mean it shouldn't be possible? Do you know how hard it is to be last? That's an achievement. Huang Min was 5th from the bottom with 324. Zhang Lei was 6th with 331. Both of them, and I want to be clear about this, were absolutely delighted. Both of them turned around and looked directly at me, in front of everyone. Influence +2, total 4. 4th in the class, Chen said. Lin Jie, 601. 3rd, Huang Hao, 604. Chinese 134, Math 110, English 137. Huang Hao's face did something complicated. 3rd in the class was 11th in the year. For most people in that room, 11th in the year was a fantasy. For him it was a fall. 2nd, He Jing, 634. 2nd in the year. Applause. Teacher Chen took his glasses off, which he never did. 1st in the class, he said. 650, which is also 1st in the year, and 1st in the city of Jiangcheng. Nobody breathed. Li Kai. Chinese, 117. Math, 145. English. He stopped and checked the sheet again. English, 147. He Jing turned all the way around in her seat and stared at me, and I understood exactly what she was thinking, because a month ago this body had scored 60 in English, and she had watched me do it. The room went up like a gas main. And on the far side of it, Huang Hao sat absolutely still, holding a piece of paper, having spent his morning telling a corridor full of people that some of us were about to fail again. Influence +7, total 11. Li Kai, said Teacher Chen, when it had died down enough. Would you share your method with the class? I stood up. I'll do better than that, I said. Study group. Free. Anyone who wants in. Every subject except Chinese. Chen's face went through 3 expressions in 1 second, and the third one was fear. Li Kai, you're first in the city. If you spend your last 6 months carrying other people, you'll sink with them. Give me a month, I said. If everyone in the group hasn't gone up, I'll shut it down myself. Influence +2, total 13. Zhang Lei and Huang Min found me at lunch and put a can of Jianli Bao in front of me, like an offering to a small local god. 50 yuan, said Zhang Lei. And food for a month. For what? Papers. I drank some of the Jianli Bao. Copying fixes today, I said. It doesn't fix July. You can't copy the real thing. If you want to go to university, come to the group. They looked at each other with the specific despair of 2 people who have been offered vegetables. So I tried a different angle. Also, I said, every girl at university is beautiful. Huang Min's hand went up like a shot. I want to go for the girls. Write me down. I have never in my life met a more honest man. Then I asked them about laptops. A what? Said Huang Min. A computer you can fold up. My brother in Yanjing has one, said Zhang Lei, doubtfully. 40 or 50,000. A desktop's cheaper. Lenovo Tianlu, Pentium 3, 500 MHz, 64 megs of memory, 10 GB drive, 20-something thousand. Your dad's a contractor. Ask him. My dad likes Motorola flip phones, Zhang Lei said. Not computers. He says a phone is respect, and a computer is a television that argues with you. I gave up and went out to the yard. Everything in that yard was 1999. Cinder running track. Soviet-style brick teaching block from the 80s. Highest building in the entire city was an 8-story clock tower. Vendors along the fence selling something called he-monk meat and watermelon-flavored chewing gum and 2 fen packets of dried figs that had never been within a mile of a fig. He Jing caught up with me by the bike shed. I want to join the study group. Coming to rescue the strugglers? No. She said it flatly. I want to understand how you hold 140 in math. I get 135 and then I get 120, and I don't know why. Her bicycle wasn't there. Her father had taken it that morning. I swung my leg over mine and slapped the rack behind me. Get on. She stood there for a second, and then she got on, and about 10 meters later the wind hit us and she grabbed my waist without thinking about it, and then thought about it, and did not let go. 24 hours before this, in another life, I had been driving women home in a Bentley. Now I was providing rear rack transport to the second-ranked student in a county high school, and honestly enjoying it more. Your problem isn't calculation, I said over my shoulder. You solve a problem type and you learn the problem. You don't learn the type. So when they change the clothes, you don't recognize the man. She was quiet for half a block. That's exactly it. I'll make you a book. A what? A problem set. Sorted by type instead of by chapter. Another half a block. Li Kai, do you have a computer at home? No. Do you? My mother has one. A small one. She doesn't use it. A mort. A pause. I'll ask. We came around the corner to her building, and her mother was already standing in the doorway with her arms folded. Go, He Jing said, off the rack in one motion. Go quickly. There were too many lights on in my apartment. That's a thing you learn to read. From the courtyard I could see our kitchen and our main room both lit, and shapes moving, and more shapes than we owned. Plant security. 4 of them and a captain named Huang. 5 days, Huang was saying. 5 days and there's no result. Director Xie, from the parent plant is here. There are a dozen machines standing idle. Let's go. They took my father out to a black Jetta in the courtyard. My mother went after them, and got 2 steps before a hand closed on her arm. And she stood there in the cold making a sound I am not going to describe. I went inside and picked up the phone and dialed the number I had written on my hand 3 days earlier. Yang Cheng answered on the 4th ring with a wall of banquet noise behind him. Glasses, shouting, somebody singing. A mobile phone in that year was less a telephone than a way of announcing your net worth into a restaurant. Are the boards finished? Who? Oh, little Lee. Yes. Finished. Beautiful. We'll bring them over tomorrow. Bring them now. It's 9 at night. I'm standing outside the gate of the Jiangcheng machinery plant. There was a pause with a lot of restaurant in it. 2 hours, he said. Maximum. I took 2 cold steamed buns out of the fridge and ate them standing up, and on my way out I said to my mother, who had not moved from the doorway, leave a bowl of rice out. For me and Dad, we'll be back soon. Here is what I did not know while I was eating those buns. Director Xie Wei, general manager of the parent plant in Zhengzhou, had not come to Jiangcheng because of the fire. He had come to shoot a promotional film for the new millennium. He had brought 2 officials, a crew from Jiangcheng Television, and a reporter from the Zhengzhou Daily. He had walked into the shop expecting a proud humming workshop with a banner on the wall. He got a dozen German machines with their guts on the floor. Su de sheng, you could hear it in the yard. 1,000,000 each. Are you trying to kill me? And Huang Guang, cornered, with a television camera 15 feet away, did the single most vicious and most brilliant thing I have ever watched a man do. He changed the crime. Director Xie, it isn't negligence, he said. It was deliberate. The room went silent. The worker involved has been dissatisfied for a long time. About his pay, about being passed over for foreman. This was retaliation. Do you see it? A director is responsible for his subordinate's carelessness. A director is not responsible for a subordinate's revenge. In one sentence, he had moved himself from the dock to the witness box. Huang Lei picked it up instantly. He made threats. He said he'd kill someone. The man's dangerous. Foreman Chen was asked directly, and Foreman Chen, who had worked beside my father for 20 years, said, he complained. Whether he'd do something, I couldn't say. And then they asked little Lin, who was 23, who my father had personally taught to grind a tool, and who knew there were layoffs coming. Little Lin looked at the floor. Yes, he said. Brother Yang complained. The camera crew had their shot already. They were on my father's face, which was doing what a face does when it has been awake for 2 days and has just been turned into a criminal in front of everybody it knows. Perfect footage. The dark soul of a resentful worker. The reporter had already written the headline in his head. The evidence speaks for itself, said Xie Wei. Call the police. Behind him, an older reporter named Yang Tao murmured to a colleague, deliberate destruction, tens of millions. That's over 10 years. And my father stood in the middle of all of it, and the only thing in his head, going around and around, was one sentence. Deliberate retaliation. The evidence is irrefutable. I was 2 kilometers away eating a cold bun over the sink. I have gone back to that hour more times than I want to admit. I keep looking for the version where I leave the flat 10 minutes earlier. There isn't one. I would still have arrived after little Lin opened his mouth, and I would still have had nothing in my hands, and my father would still have heard his own apprentice sell him for a place on a shift roster. The only thing that changed anything that night was a cardboard box, and it was already in a van, and it was already coming. The van came at 11 minutes past 11. It was not a Cheng delivery driver. It was Lin Fei, in a coat, in a freezing cab, having driven 40 kilometers at night with 11 boards in a cardboard box on his knees, because he did not trust anybody else to carry them. I told him what was happening inside in about 4 sentences. He stood in the gateway with the box and listened, and his jaw set. That's not a dispute, he said. That's a decent man being destroyed. Come on, I'd like to see what burned anyway. We went in through the crowd. I saw my father in the middle of that ring of people, and something happened in my nose, the hot stinging thing that happens about 2 seconds before you lose it entirely. So I threw the box on the floor. It made an extremely good noise. Make way. Every head in that shop turned. Is there any justice left in this world? Any at all? Huang Guang went the color of a dishcloth. Huang Lei recovered first and grabbed Captain Huang's sleeve. They're at the machines again. They're wrecking the equipment. Security came off the wall at us, and stopped, because Yang Tao the reporter had stepped in front of them with his hand up. That man, he said, pointing at Lin Fei, is the technical director of Cheng, Shuimu graduate. He got the provincial May 4th Youth Medal in the spring. Every paper in Zhengzhou ran him on page 2. Xie Wei looked at the reporter. He looked at the camera. He did the arithmetic that men like him do at a speed nothing else in their lives is done at. Stop, he said. Let them work. I knelt down at the number 3 machine with a screwdriver from Lin Fei's coat pocket and pulled the burned board and seated mine. It went in with about a millimeter to spare, because I had drawn it that way at midnight 3 nights earlier. I closed the cabinet. I hit the main, and a 5-axis DMG machining center that had been dead for 8 days said beep in the long, flat single tone that every machine tool on Earth makes when it wakes up. Power, somebody said. It's got power. The process engineer, Hu Jun, came out of the crowd almost at a run with a half-finished part in his hands and put it in the chuck, and everyone watched a piece of steel become the correct shape. I was about 70% sure that was going to work. I want that on the record. I stood up and wiped my palms on my trousers and thought, first try, not bad. Section Chief Tao from Technical had the burned board and my board side by side under the light and could not stop turning them over. This is new, he said. It's noticeably bigger than the original. The Germans don't build like this. He looked up. And nobody in this country builds like this at all. Where did this board come from? Our factory, said Lin Fei. Overnight. 11 of them. Who designed it? Lin Fei looked directly at Huang Guang when he answered. Li Kai. Huang Guang would have found it easier to believe that a pig had flown in through the window. He redrew the VCD board for us, Lin Fei said, into the silence. We built these for free. That was the trade, and I'll tell you what I told my boss. In an integrated circuit, the hard part is the circuit. Manufacturing is the easy half. Influence plus 10. Total 21. 10 at once. My personal record, and it came out of one sentence spoken by somebody else about me. Yang Tao was hitting his cameraman on the arm. Shoot it now. A high school kid has done the thing the industry engineers couldn't do. And while all of that was happening, I was thinking about the fact that in roughly a month, under continuous load, those 11 beautiful boards were going to start dying, one after another, from a current fault that the entire plant, the television station, and the provincial newspaper had already gone on record as blaming on somebody else's electric heaters. You really shouldn't do that to an honest man. Lin Fei wasn't finished. That was the thing about Lin Fei. He had come to deliver a box, and now he was in engineer mode, and engineers in that mode are extremely hard to switch off. He was on his knees behind the machines with a torch. Who wired this supply? Nobody answered. This isn't to industrial standard, not close. He came out from behind the cabinet with a length of cable in his hand and a label on the cable. This bundle is marked Shop 41-12. It's been replaced since the fire, and the replacement runs off the next distribution line over. He looked up. What else is on that line? Silence. That's a 5-minute diagnostic, he said. Why has nobody run it? And whatever burned in the CNC bay, it has nothing to do with the operator's panel, which means it has nothing to do with the man you've got standing over there. You can say things like that if you have a medal and a university, and your photograph has been in the Zhengzhou Daily. That's not justice. That's just how it works. And my father, who by that point had nothing left to lose, took one step forward and said it. Director Xie. Huang Lei plays cards through every night shift. In the empty shop behind that wall. With heaters. Xie Wei turned his head very slowly. Show me. Huang Lei got there first, of course. He got in front of the door with his arms out and a smile on him like spilled oil. Director Xi, it's filthy in there. You'll ruin your shoes. Let me have it cleaned first. And behind his back, his hand was making frantic go-and-clear-it motions at a young worker who had absolutely no chance of getting there in time. Xi Wei moved him out of the way with one hand. I want to describe what was in that room properly, because it deserves it. A mahjong table. 2 mahjong tables. 4 space heaters, the big industrial kind with the orange bars, all of them still warm. A charcoal grill, positioned directly under an intake vent, presumably for the ventilation. Skewers. 20-odd empty bottles, a roll of toilet paper on a machine bed, somebody's coat over a fire extinguisher. High-draw heaters in a machine shop are not discouraged. They are categorically forbidden, in writing, on a red sign, in that exact room. Xie Wei had come up through process engineering 30 years earlier. He got it in about 1 second. Su Desheng. Explain this to me. Huang Guang stood in the doorway and shook, and looked at his brother-in-law with an expression of the purest hatred I have ever seen on a human face. The reporters, to their eternal credit as professionals and eternal discredit as human beings, did not film any of it. They had been invited to a celebration, not a scandal, and everybody understood the assignment. On the way out, Lin Fei put his hand on my father's shoulder. Come and work for us, he said. Cheng. In Zhangzhou. Real wage. My father looked at his boots. I'd have to talk to my wife, he said. Then the camera got pointed at me, which I had been waiting for all evening. Young man, tell our viewers about your invention. It isn't an invention, I said. It's a redraw of the DMG board with some improvements. Modesty is a good look, and it is also, in front of a television camera in 1999, extremely profitable. And what are your hobbies? Reading, and taking apart the radio and the television at home. Influence +1, total 22. Would you say, said the reporter, leaning in with the question of the era, that you have broken through a foreign technological barrier? There was exactly one correct answer to that in that year, and I gave it flat and straight. I'd just be happy to be useful to the country in machine tools. Influence +1, total 23. Yang Tao shook my hand with both of his. The country needs technical people, he said. 4 modernizations, don't you forget it. Then he went off with Lin Fei to the side of the shop, and I only caught the end of it. Use a pseudonym, Lin Fei was saying. He's a minor. He's got the exam in July. I don't want another Zhong Yong. Zhong Yong is a boy from a 1,000-year-old essay, a child prodigy who was paraded around by his father for money until there was nothing left of him but a story about what happens to prodigies who get paraded around. Lin Fei had clawed his way out of a village on nothing but exam results. He looked at me, and he saw a younger version of himself, and he decided, without being asked, to stand in front of the traffic. Foreman Chen caught my father by the gate as we were leaving. He shifted from foot to foot. Old Li. 20 years, you and me. I just want to say one honest word to you. And then he didn't say it. He looked at his hands and said something about the cold and went back inside. My father unlocked the bicycle and, without discussion, slapped the rack. Get on. So I sat sideways on my father's bike rack at midnight, on a road with streetlights every 40 meters, watching our shadow stretch out ahead of us and shrink and stretch again. Kaizi, where'd you learn circuits? Books. I got interested. He pedaled for a while. You study, he said. Don't end up like your father. A working man that anybody can push around. Dad, you're the beam holding this house up. He laughed at that, a short, embarrassed one, and then he was quiet for another 2 streetlights. When you make something of yourself, he said, I'm going to take your mother to the park, every day. That's going to happen sooner than you think, I said, to the back of his coat. He didn't hear me, or he pretended not to. The next morning, in a closed office at that plant, this is what happened, and I only learned the whole shape of it much later. Xie Wei shouted for about 10 minutes. Then he stopped shouting, because Huang Guang had relations in the city, and shouting at a man with relations is a thing you do briefly, and then stop. The machines are running. That's what matters. I won't send this up. A pause. Get your brother-in-law under control. A week's suspension, Huang Guang said instantly, and a transfer. And then they got to the actual point of the meeting, which was not my father and was never going to be. That board, said Xie Wei. The parent plant had been trying to copy DMG control boards for years, in partnership with a Shanghai Electronics Institute, and had produced nothing but expensive failure. There are 11 of them sitting in your shop right now, said Xie Wei. I'll take them back with me. Our experts can have a proper look. Consider it our contribution to the development of the industry, end quote. Which meant we copy it, we announce it, we both get promoted. And keep Li Yong on the payroll, he added, on his way out, where you can see him, so he doesn't talk. Meanwhile, in a newsroom in Zhengzhou, Yang Tao had stayed up until 3, writing 5,000 words. He'd changed my name to Yang Fan. He'd cut the school, the class, the county. He'd kept everything else, the fire, the boards, the night, the kid. His editor-in-chief, Lin Lei, read 4 paragraphs of it with a cigarette going and then dropped the whole thing in the bin. Director Xie called this morning, Lin Lei said. Nothing on the machinery plant. It's a 5,000-word piece. We'll circulate it internally. Yang Tao put both hands on the desk. A university could see this. The country could get a scientist out of this. That's what's in the bin. Lin Lei tapped Ash. Are you the editor-in-chief? He said. Or am I? Every newsroom is a very small imperial court, and every court has a man who is right and no rank at all. I did not know Yang Tao had written 5,000 words about me. I did not know for 4 years. When I found out I had to go and sit down. Somebody spent a night of his life on me, and lost, and never told me, and then went back to work the next morning and did his job. I have met perhaps 6 of those people. I would trade a great deal of what I own for 2 more. The study group started on a Monday with 11 people, and by Thursday had 19. I did not teach everything. That's the mistake everyone makes. Biology and chemistry are memory work, and I couldn't move the needle in 6 months. I taught the first 2 long-form math questions, only those. Because I knew the shape of those questions the way you know your own street. Learn them properly, and that's 15 marks. And the same 3 techniques show up scattered through the multiple choice, so call it 20. 20 marks in the year 2000, I told them, is the difference between nothing and a technical college. And a technical college is a real thing. It's a trade and a wage, and your mother telling the neighbors. Influence plus 3. Total 26. 3 or 4 a day after that, steadily. On the 5th day, Huang Hao snapped. Take it into the corridor, he said, without turning around. Some of us are trying to work. Zhang Lei stood up. Zhang Lei standing up is an event with weather. You get to shout your English words out loud every morning and we're not allowed to talk? It's a 10-minute break. It's disruptive. We used to come and ask you, said Sun Ming, from the back, conversationally. You wouldn't explain. Now somebody explains without you, and that's the part that bothers you. Huang Hao sat down. To be fair to him, Zhang Lei and Sun Ming are both a head taller than he is. And then He Jing said, out loud, to the whole room, you can ask me too, I'm in the group. The queue formed in about 4 seconds, and every single person in it was male. All right, dogs, I said, one at a time. Let the woman breathe. He Jing went scarlet from her collar to her hairline and buried her face in a textbook, and I got exactly 0 influence for it, which I felt was unfair. Huang Hao got her onto the balcony 2 days later. I watched them go and I did not follow, because I am not that kind of person, and also because the window was open and the corridor was quiet. It's December, he was saying. The exam is in June. Why are you spending your time on people who are never going to pass? When I explain something, I understand it better. That's what people say. She didn't answer that. And here is what was going on behind her face, which she told me about years later. She was running a comparison. Huang Hao asked to be moved to a better seat. Huang Hao demanded a private tutor. Huang Hao waved away anybody who came to his desk with a question, and the other one played when he played and worked when he worked, and helped anybody who asked, and had gone from 60 in English to 147, and would not explain how. Huang Hao could feel her getting further away by the sentence, and so he reached for the biggest thing he had. Before the holidays, he said, Yanjing and Shuimu are coming. Recommended admissions. 1 or 2 students from this school. So, I've got a national math camp placing. It's basically arranged. He got it out fast, before he could stop himself. We could both go to Yanjing. He almost said the other thing. You could see him nearly say it. But what he actually did, standing on that balcony, was hand her the information that recommended admissions were arranged in advance, and had been for months. She had a mother and a father who had told her since she was 8 that the exam was the one honest gate in the country, and if she worked, she would get through it. And a boy in a nice jacket had just explained, kindly, that there was a side door, and he already had a key. Congratulations then, she said. In advance, Teacher Chen announced it that Friday. This school is a national key school, second in the province by admission rate. Yanjing, Shuimu, and Zhangzhou University are all sending recommendation panels. The room lifted off. Anyone in the top 10 of the year across the last 3 exams may put their name down. The school will forward 5. You go straight in, without the exam? Without the exam. I kept working through a problem set while everyone else lost their minds, because I had been alive for 2 lives, and I knew exactly what a recommended admissions program in that year was. It was a side door with a doorman. The names were written before the panel bought its train tickets. There was nothing there to win. One person put their name down. Huang Hao. Teacher Chen stood at the front of the room holding a sheet of paper with one line on it, and he looked at He Jing, whose scores were steadier than Huang Hao's, and who had not moved. He didn't say anything, but he wrote something in his notebook. I was not in that office either. I have it from Teacher Chen himself, at a dinner 4 years later, when I had money and he had had 3 drinks. The deputy head, Huang Xin, had a corner office and a thermos, and the specific calm of a man who has never once lost a fight with a colleague. One name looks bad, he said. One name is naked. Find 2 more. There's nothing to find, said Teacher Chen. You know as well as I do that the boy's already been chosen. The stated requirement is a national Olympiad placing. There is exactly 1 student in this year with a national Olympiad placing. You've built a gate with 1 key, and you've handed out the key. So tell the other 2 it's for the experience. They're 17. Chen's voice cracked and came back. They're in their last year. They still believe that if they work, it counts. You want me to walk into that room and hand them a hope that you've already spent. Huang Xin unscrewed his thermos. It's decided, he said. So Teacher Chen did what a man in a sweater vest does when he is lost. He came back to his own classroom and called in the 2 students he actually believed in. He Jing, put your name down. No. Where did you hear that? Huang Hao told me. And I sat there with a bottle of cola in my hand and thought, well, in for a fen. Teacher Chen, I said. It's written on his forehead, in large characters. I got into Yanjing. Chen put his face in both hands for a second. Then he took it out again, and he said, in a completely flat voice, the recommended admissions process is honest, transparent, and fair. Do not spread rumors. And I understood the man completely. There are people who can't fight and won't lie. He wasn't defending the system. He was telling us, in the only sentence available to him, that he knew. Put a mark next to Teacher Chen. He comes back. And that night, in a hotel in Zhangzhou, somebody I had never heard of made a telephone call that reorganized the next 6 months of my life. His name was Huang Guang. He took out a Motorola flip phone and dialed a number he hadn't dialed in a year. He was deputy director of admissions at Yanjing University. 10 years earlier, he had shared a dormitory room in Shuimu's microelectronics department with a boy from a village who never went out and never shut up about circuits. Guess where I am? I have no idea, and it's 10 o'clock, said Lin Fei. Zhangzhou. We're at Jiangcheng number 1 tomorrow. A pause, you could hear the grin through. You're buying dinner. I came home 2 days later to find the good teapot out. Foreman Chen was on the sofa with his cap in his hands. Beside him was a man from personnel called Huang, who had brought a cardboard box of oranges, which was the 2nd time that season that oranges had entered our house as a negotiating instrument. Huang Lei has been disciplined, Chen said. Director Huang wants you back. Foreman's post, 10 yuan a month more. My father looked at the floor. I want to be fair to him. Foreman was the thing he had wanted for 11 years, and it was 400 meters from his own front door. But I knew what they were actually buying, because it was obvious. The technical department had spent 2 weeks with those 11 boards and had failed to reverse the schematic off them. Of course they had. That department was staffed entirely by people whose uncles worked in the city, and did not contain one single engineer. And without a drawing, Huang Guang had nothing to hand Xie Wei, and without something to hand Xie Wei, Huang Guang's transfer to the parent plant was going to evaporate. They didn't want my father, they wanted a door back to me. And there's 100 yuan compensation, personnel Huang added, for the boards. 100 yuan, for 11 boards that had saved them somewhere north of 2 million. Thank you, I said, from the doorway. But my father's already found work in Zhangzhou. It pays several times more. Chen opened his mouth. Also, I said, Director Huang needs people like Huang Lei. Champion at cards, master of the compliment. My father can't do either. He'd only disappoint him. My mother had the door open before I finished the sentence. My son has an exam. He needs quiet. Thank you for coming. Out on the landing, personnel Huang hissed loud enough to carry. 20 years at that plant. Does he think we can't survive without Li Yong? And Foreman Chen said tiredly. The board works better than the German one, and we've had it under a microscope for 2 weeks, and we still don't understand it. Inside, I took the cigarette out of my father's hand. Mum and I breathed that. He let me. Then I laid out about a third of my cards, because it was time. That board doesn't just fit the machines at your plant, Dad. It fits any DMG of that generation. I'm going to talk to Brother Lin. Either we take a share, or we license the patent. I paused. That's tens of thousands. It could be hundreds. My mother came in from the kitchen holding a wet bowl. That thing, she said, that flat green thing you carried home on your bicycle, that's worth hundreds of thousands? It might be worth more. Here's the card I did not lay down. That plant had more than 100 DMG machines. All of them bought secondhand out of Germany, all of them older than the paperwork said, all of them maintained by men who had been taught maintenance by other men who had been taught it wrong. Huang Lei's heaters were a trigger. The whole building was the bomb, and the colder it got, the harder those machines pulled. 1999 into 2000 was the exact year when a decade of cheap, imported used machine tools all came due at once, across the entire country, at the same time. That drawing wasn't a favor. It was a gold seam, and I'd found the mouth of it. My father put both hands flat on the table. I'm resigning, he said. We're not going to die without Huang Guang. I stayed up until 2 that night building He Jing's book. 3 different problem collections, cut apart and reassembled by type instead of by chapter, with the first 2 long-form question patterns broken down step by step, plus a stripped-down version for the strugglers. The next morning I skipped my classes and took the whole stack to a copy shop and spent 10-something yuan, and the man behind the counter looked at me the way you look at someone who has clearly lost their mind, and printed it. The panels arrived on a Thursday, and I want to tell you about the paperwork, because the paperwork is where these things are decided, and nobody ever looks at it. Yanjing's team got the school's recommendation file first. Huang Hao's dossier was thick. Certificates, transcripts, a supporting letter, a photograph. The other 4 were single sheets of paper filled out by a clerk. There was a 5th single sheet at the bottom with my name on it, put there by Teacher Chen without telling me, and it was struck out before lunch. English is too weak, said the head of the panel, a man named He Yong, tapping the transcript. 60 in October, 147 in December. One of those numbers is luck, and it isn't the 60. He's first in the city, said Huang Guang. He's inconsistent. Put him back on the list if you like. He won't survive the interview. The format was 3 rounds, 5 oral problems on logic, then a broad thinking question, then spoken English. They scheduled Huang Hao last, which is a thing you do for the candidate you want to remember. He Jing went in 4th. The first problem was an Olympiad problem. She had never sat an Olympiad in her life. Nobody at that school had. Her family had spent thousands on tutors, and not one of those tutors had ever mentioned that a door existed which opened only for a kind of mathematics her school did not teach. She got through it in about 4 minutes. It should have taken 40 seconds. Round 2. In 1998, our gross domestic product was roughly a quarter of Japan's. Some American economists believe we'll pass them within 10 years. What's your view on gross domestic product? He Jing sat in a plastic chair in a chemistry lab with her hands in her lap. They waited. I'm sorry, she said. I don't know. She came out and sat down on the bench in the corridor and did not move for a long time. Not crying, just working something out. And what she was working out was that there were no shortcuts for her. None, not one. And the only road she had was the exam in June, and she was going to have to walk every meter of it. They called my name at 3. I wasn't in the building. I was at a copy shop 400 meters away, watching a machine spit out 400 pages of algebra. Not present, said He Yong. Next. Huang Hao went in at 4 in a jacket and pressed trousers, having spent 2 weeks working through the previous 3 years of questions with a private coach. They asked him, Marx wrote in Capital that the steam engine was, from its inception, the antagonist of human muscle power. Your thoughts? He had not read Capital. Neither had anybody else in that building, including 2 of the panel. He talked for 90 seconds. It was mush, but it was confident mush, delivered in complete sentences, which at 17 is genuinely hard. His spoken English had a county accent, and consisted of 4 memorized constructions, deployed in rotation. They loved him. I got back at 4:30 and went up to the 6th floor to get my bag, and walked straight into He Jing, sitting on the floor outside the classroom, with her knees up. I didn't ask. I put the stack of paper in her lap. That's yours, sorted by type. Start tonight, do the first section, bring me what you get wrong. She looked at it. 400 pages, hole punched with tabs. Did you make this? I put a bit of effort in. She kept looking at it, and her eyes went red at the rims. Influence +1, total 31. That's the whole story of that number, by the way. 30 influence over 3 weeks of explaining problems in 10-minute breaks, one at a time, 1, 1, 1. She had come out of that interview 40 minutes earlier, having discovered that the game was rigged and that she wasn't even qualified to lose properly. And then somebody handed her 400 pages that had been made for her specifically, by hand, overnight. She turned around so I wouldn't see, which was thoughtful of her, and about 4 seconds too late. Inside, the panel was doing a nice job of congratulating itself. Huang Hao's performance was solid throughout. Presentable. Comes across well. Huang Guang put his pen down. None of the 5 candidates today meets our standard, he said. Huang Hao's Olympiad placing is a team result. His individual ranking isn't in the national top 100. We're about to spend a national quota on a boy who is, at best, quite good. He Yong's ears went red, and at that exact moment, out in the yard, somebody bellowed across the entire school. Chen Xiao, where the hell have you been? Huang Guang was out of his chair and at the window before anybody else had processed it. Candidate 4 has arrived, he said. We'll start. He Yong had no move. You cannot tell a room full of professors that a scheduled candidate has appeared and will not be seen. He reconvened the panel with a face like a slammed door. The 5 logic problems took me under 3 minutes total. I want to be honest about why. It is not because I am brilliant. It is because I came from an age of total, industrialized, weaponized private tutoring, where a child in a Tier 3 city does 40 Olympiad-style problems a week from the age of 9. Those 5 questions were 1 + 1 to me. In Yanjing itself, they told me afterwards, almost nobody answers all 5 without a pen. Round 2. He Yong asked it himself, and he asked it out of pure irritation, and it was the biggest question he could think of. Our country is joining the World Trade Organization. Analyze the significance and the consequences. Globally and historically. I had to work quite hard not to laugh, because he wasn't asking me to predict anything. He was asking me to describe a room I had already lived in for 20 years. So I described it. The demographic dividend and cheap labor turn the country into the world's factory. The factory turns into the world's largest consumer market, which is the part everybody misses. GDP passes Britain, then Germany, then Japan, second in the world, behind the United States, and it happens faster than anyone in this room is currently able to believe. And then, I said, the hard part starts, because being the factory is not the destination. The destination is going from made here to invented here, and the only thing that gets you across that gap is technology, and the technology has to be ours, and right now it isn't. When I finished, the chemistry lab was completely silent. Professor He, an economist, was sitting forward with his elbows on his knees, and he swallowed, and I watched him think a thought that he later admitted to me. Tidy that up, and it's a passable master's thesis. Nobody in that room in December of 1999 would have dared say those sentences out loud in front of colleagues. It's very easy to be a prophet when you've already read the end of the book. Then they did the English, and they gave me a harder card than they'd given Huang Hao. His had been, introduce yourself. Mine was, describe what you intend to do with your time at university. I talked for 5 minutes, not fast, not showy, just an adult having a conversation about his plans, with pauses in the right places and one small joke that landed. Miss Lin, who taught English at the university and had come along mostly for the free trip, sat back and said, to the room, in English, he could sit in my 3rd-year seminar tomorrow. Out in the corridor, Huang Hao was standing against the wall, with his ear more or less in the doorframe. He had come to gloat. He had been listening for the county accent and the 4 memorized constructions. What he was hearing, through a door that did not seal, was a boy from his own class talking about the future in English he could not follow. Influence +5, total 36. The chemistry lab had no soundproofing whatsoever, which is why by the time I came out there were 9 teachers in the corridor who had no lessons that period and had all found urgent reasons to be there. Full marks on logic, full marks on general knowledge, full marks on spoken English. A genius. An absolute genius. Teacher Chen had his hands jammed in his pockets and was rocking on his heels like a man trying not to float. When you said our GDP would pass Japan, he said, I got goosebumps. Actual goosebumps. On my arms. He Jing was standing at the end of the corridor with her 400 pages held against her chest, and she was redder than she had been at her own interview, and she was doing arithmetic. 6 months. 6 months to close the gap between a girl who couldn't answer a question about GDP and a boy who had answered it like a man reading off a card. She decided, right there, that she was going to do it. I wasn't thinking about any of it. Interviews are noise. And I did not want to go to Yanjing. Huang Hao went down the stairs 2 at a time to find a phone and call his father. Which brings us to how a place at a university actually gets stolen, and I want to walk through this properly, because the mechanism is more interesting than the crime. The panel had come to Jiangyang province to collect Huang Hao. That was the assignment, and instead they had run into something they had no procedure for. He Yang handled it with real professionalism. He said nothing at all. His view, which he shared with a colleague over dinner, was that understudies are always better than the lead, and maids are always prettier than the princess, and it was not his job to judge a beauty contest. Huang Guang was not built that way. I want a full evaluation on Li Kai, he said. And before anyone asks, I'll declare it. I had never heard his name until yesterday evening. A former roommate of mine mentioned him. Lin Fei, class of 89, microelectronics. He put a folded sheet on the table and opened it out. The board. I'm a microelectronics man, Huang Guang said. I know exactly how far behind our machine tools are and exactly why. This design makes that board manufacturable domestically, not theoretically, actually, by existing factories. This week, Professor He, still glowing from the WTO answer, backed him. Everybody else looked at the tablecloth and then, briefly, at He Yong. And He Yong, who was not a fool, did not argue about the board at all. Director Huang, he said pleasantly, a panel member is forbidden any prior contact with a candidate. Any. That includes a phone call from an old roommate. It would include a request from your own family. He let that sit. The meeting is closed, he said. The final allocation happened in Yanjing, 11 days later. 3 places for the province. 2 went to Zhengzhou No. 1. The 3rd went to Zhongcheng, and it went to Huanghao. Huang Guang asked to see the original score sheets. They gave them to him, and he sat down in the office with them, and this is the part I think about. Huanghao's total was about 20% higher than mine. Not marginally, comfortably. Every single person who had stood in that corridor saying the word genius out loud had gone back into the room and written a low number next to my name, and then signed it. The stated reason on the form was, no National Olympiad placing. Which was true, it was the requirement. There was nothing to appeal, nothing to prove, and not one sentence in the whole file that a lawyer could touch. That's how it's done. Not with a bribe in an envelope, with a requirement that only one person meets, and a form that everybody signs. I want to be careful here. I am not telling you I was robbed. I did not want that place. I have said so. I would have turned it down. But I did not get to turn it down. That is the part. I was told the door was open, and I walked up to it, and I answered every question in the building correctly, and then 11 men wrote a number on a piece of paper, and the door had never been open at all. I did not lose anything that day. I only found out what I had been standing in. Director Chen, chairing, closed his folder. Enough. If Director Huang's boy is really that good, he'll pass the exam in July like everybody else. Let's vote. It needs to be unanimous. Hands went up around the table. Huang Guang kept his down. I vote against the recommended admission of Huang Hao, he said, and stood up and walked out of the room, thereby offending in a single movement his director and his director's director, which is how Huang Hao's guaranteed place at Yanjing University died. Huang Guang called Lin Fei that night to apologize, and Lin Fei said the only thing there was to say, which was that it was Yanjing's loss and not the boys', and then the two of them sat on the phone in silence for a while, 40 kilometers apart, the way men do. Then Lin Fei decided not to tell me any of it, on the grounds that a 17-year-old with an exam in July does not need to know how the sausage is made. He needn't have bothered. I'd forgotten the whole thing existed. And I want to point out the part I like best, which is that I did nothing. I didn't lift a finger. Huang Hao lost that place because he couldn't keep his mouth shut on a balcony, and because one stubborn man in Yanjing wouldn't put his hand up. At the Zhao house that evening there was shouting, and then a door, and then a boy taking it out on his father, which is the only direction that particular grief ever travels. Are you going to go? He Jing asked me the next afternoon, very carefully, on the road home, to Yanjing. If they take you. No. Her front wheel wobbled. Why not? University is the best 4 years of your life, I said. You should spend it in a beautiful city where you can breathe. In Yanjing, what you pull out of your nose in April, you could burn instead of coal. Chen Xiao. I'm being scientific. You are being disgusting. She was scarlet and pedaling hard, and I let her get about 10 meters ahead before I caught up and added something about the spring dust storms, and I watched her try to reconcile that with the thing in her head, which was the red maples of fragrant hills off the cover of a textbook. The real reason I kept to myself, because it was 2 sentences long, and both of them were unsayable. The first was that, even in the cleanest exam there are cheats, and recommended admissions is not the cleanest exam, it's the trough, and within a few years the state would quietly shut the whole program down. The second was that I was not going to spend 4 years being trained in a place whose best graduates are trained mainly to leave. She stopped at the corner and dug in her backpack and came out with a black brick and pushed it at me. Here, a Toshiba Portage 311 CT. Pentium 2, 300 MHz. 64 megabytes of memory. 6 GB drive, network card. I stood on a county road in the year 1999, holding a museum piece, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then I did the only sum that mattered, which was that this museum piece had a compiler on it and a modem port, and that made it a factory. Thank you, I said, and I meant it more than she could possibly have understood. She swung the problem book at me. And thank you. I did not know Huang Guang existed as a problem yet. I thought he was a man in a suit I had embarrassed once. He, however, had been thinking about me for a fortnight. He was on the telephone explaining the disaster to the fixer who had arranged the whole thing. He explained it beautifully. He was a genuine artist at this. A classmate of my son's did unexpectedly well at the interview and broke the allocation, he said. In the end, they cut them both. It wasn't your failure. Somebody hijacked the grain ship. Then he put the phone down and sat there for a while, and something surfaced. Li Kai. Li Kai, Li Kai. The son of Li Yong. The father brings bad luck, he said, out loud, in an empty office. And the son is exactly the same. And then he picked the phone back up. Hello? Director Chen? It's Huang Guang. There's something I'd like to discuss. The Toshiba took 4 minutes to boot and made a noise like a small animal complaining. I had begged a floppy disk off the computer studies teacher and copied a Turbo C compiler onto it, and I want to record that this was the first time in my life I had physically handled a floppy disk. I turned it over twice. It was like being handed a flint arrowhead. Then I wrote a trainer for Red Alert 95. It took me about 20 minutes, which is not a boast. It is a fact about how simple those games were and how much a technology branch does for you. The branch does not pour knowledge into your skull. It gives you the floor. You still have to walk. The file wouldn't fit on the floppy. I burned it to a CD instead, to take to the shop the next day. Then I sat back and confronted the actual limitation of my situation, which was that there was no internet in my house. There was no internet in most houses. In 20 years, there would be wireless in every corner of every building in this country, free, and people would complain about it. Right now, I was sitting in a room in the dark with a laptop and a CD and no way to reach another machine. The phone rang in the hall. Kai Z. Lin Fei. Are you free Saturday? Why? Somebody wants to buy your drawing. For serious money. Should I come to you? No, he said. We'll come to you. They came to a tea house 2 streets from my building, and they came in an Audi A6, which in that year, in that town, was a spaceship. People stopped walking. Lin Fei got out of the passenger side. Out of the driver's side came a wide man in a leather coat with a phone in his hand and a second phone in his pocket. Huang Ming, owner of Linghua Equipment, machine tools. His business, which he explained over tea without a shred of embarrassment, was this. Buy scrapped foreign machines by the container, strip the boards and the chips and anything else that still worked, build a frame around them, and sell the result under his own name for 200,000 or 300,000 instead of $1 million. It was profitable, and it was completely defenseless. Anybody could do it. The coastal outfits did it cheaper. His sales that year had fallen off a cliff. I can get DMG chips, he said. I can build the casting. With your board, I can put out a machine that's as good as a DMG and half the price. He set his tea down. Name your number. I'll buy the drawings outright. Lin Fei, who genuinely had my interests at heart, leaned in. Take the cash, Kai Z. In a year or two, somebody copies it and undercuts you, and it's worth nothing. He was right about the copying. He was extremely right about the copying, in ways that neither of them was going to find out for another 2 months. I don't want cash, I said. I want a share. Huang Ming's eyebrows went up. And I'll guarantee you something, I said. For the next several years, Linghua Equipment will lead this market on boards and on control systems. Not match. Lead. How much of a share? 10% of the profit on every machine, and if you don't sell a single unit, I don't take 1 fen. He laughed. 5. The board matters. The board is not the machine. 8. We'll meet in the middle. He put his hand out across the table and we shook on it, and he had a grip like a car door. The contract was 3-way. Linghua, Chung and me. Accounts jointly supervised. Paid monthly. Rights licensed for 10 years. And then I added 1 clause of my own. My father joins the production team. He counts the boards coming off the line. Shipments are reconciled against his count, with a tolerance of no more than 10%. Huang Ming stopped smiling, and looked at me properly for the first time. He told Lin Fei afterwards, in the car, that no 17-year-old writes that clause. That's a clause written by a man with 15 years of getting robbed behind him. In business, he said, out loud to me, the only thing that gives you a long life is honesty. Which is a hell of a sentence coming from a man whose entire product was a German machine wearing a fake mustache. But he meant it, and over the years he proved it, and I have thought about that sentence more than once. Kai Z, said Lin Fei, as they were leaving. 6 months to the exam. Where are you applying? Wherever fate puts me. With hands like yours, he said, you don't strictly need a university at all. The alley behind the school had 5 or 6 computer rooms in it, and 2 places with consoles, all of them unlicensed, all of them with the window painted over. 6 to 10 machines each. A modem that screamed. Red Alert, Half-Life, Age of Empires, Delta Force, a Monopoly clone, a 3 Kingdoms strategy game with the worst translation ever committed to a screen. The economy of that alley worked like this. 4 on 4. Losing team pays for everybody's hours, and buys the winners a packet of cigarettes each. When I walked in, a kid with a permed head of curls had just finished dismantling Brother Xiong's entire team with engineers, which is the most humiliating way to lose a game of Red Alert that has ever been devised. Because engineers do not kill your base, they take it and then use it on you. Brother Xiong's team had scattered. "I've lost my pocket money for the week," he said, to the ceiling. "The whole week." "I'll play," I said. Curls went out for a cigarette and gave me 10 minutes alone with the machine. I put the CD in. Now I want to explain what I did with that trainer, because it's the part I'm proud of, and it's also the part that told me the rest of my life was going to work. The obvious cheat is infinite money. The obvious cheat is also instantly visible, because your credit counter sits at 9,999 all game, and anybody watching your screen knows, so I made the number lie in the right direction. The credits ticked up and down exactly the way they do when you are mining ore, jumping from a few dollars to a few hundred, dipping when you build. It behaved, it just never actually went down. Second match, Curls got the Allies, Xiong got the Coalition. I took the Soviets and went straight up the middle. They were veterans. Blackhawks came in and took Xiong's power plants in the first 4 minutes, then Grizzlies, then Mirage tanks sitting in the tree line, then Lightning, then Tanya out of a chopper onto the buildings. My ally surrendered at minute 10. Xiong was howling. "Where is everyone? Why is nobody saving me?" And I was in the corner of the map doing absolutely nothing except building. 20-something Apocalypse tanks, a wall of Tesla troopers, 4 Kirov airships coming over the ridge like a bad weather front. I sent all of it at Curls at once, and it went through his base and out the other side, walls and all. "What," said Curls, standing up, "was that?" Then I did the other 2 bases. Brother Xiong hit the desk so hard the monitor jumped. "You animal. You absolute animal." He took the entire shop out for braised noodles and bottles of soda afterwards, on money he did not have. Because in that alley, nobody cared about your marks and nobody cared what your father did. There was exactly one currency, and I'd just been paid in it. Over the next 2 weekends, I wrote trainers for the Three Kingdoms game, for Age of Empires, and for Half-Life. C for the first 2. C++ for Half-Life, because Half-Life is a real piece of software, and it fights back. And somewhere in the middle of that I changed the plan completely. Selling cheats to the players in that alley was a stupid idea, and I'd had it for 3 weeks, and the reason it was stupid was sitting right in front of me on a plastic stool. Unemployed 19-year-olds and broke schoolboys, they were never going to pay. Not once. Not ever. But they were all going to use it. Every last one of them. Because that is who plays 14 hours of Legend in a room with painted windows. People who are losing in the world outside, who would like to be a hero somewhere, and who have found the only place where that is available for 1.5 yuan an hour. So don't sell them anything. Build a website. I spent both weekend days on it. Here is the logic, and it is the entire reason I ended up where I ended up. The year 2000 was the year the internet detonated in that country. Baidu was a month away from existing. OICQ was about to become QQ. Legend, Miracle, Jinyong Heroes, Stone Age, Magic Baby were all coming down the chute at once, and behind them, for the first time, was a mechanism that turned people looking at a screen into money. I did not need money in December of 1999. I needed to be already standing there in June of 2000. A server cost tens of thousands to buy, so I rented one, 200 a month, from a company in Zhengzhou with an office above a noodle shop. I told Teacher Chen I was ill and took a week, which he granted with a look that said he knew exactly how ill I was and had decided to let me have it. By Thursday the site was up. Domain, 3w.1101.com. Because 5 digits with a shape to them is a thing a 15-year-old can remember after seeing it once. 2 sections. Game builds. Trainers. On Friday I went to the shop and played Half-Life on the warehouse map and killed everybody 10 times in a row until they started calling me the sniper god. And then I stood up, said goodbye, and walked out leaving the browser open on 11.8.1. A kid called Sun Bo took the seat about 4 seconds later, because that machine was warm and that machine was lucky. He looked at the screen, he read a line that said, Half-Life Trainer. He read the description, see through walls, aim assist. He said quietly, to himself, my mother. He downloaded it. He ran it. And then he was looking through a wall at 3 people he could not previously see, with a crosshair that snapped onto them like a magnet, and he picked up a B-51, which fires through drywall, and he did not stop smiling for 2 hours. Who made this? He shouted, at one point, to the whole room. By 10 that night, Sun Bo was top of the server and had written 5 digits on the inside of his wrist in Biro. Over the weekend, I watched the counter. Page views went from a number I could count on my fingers to over 3,000. Downloads over 1,000. I said a bad word out loud in an empty room. I had underestimated the transmission speed of information among teenage boys, which is a mistake I would like you to know I have never made again. Influence plus 10. Total 46. 10 for 1,000 downloads. 10. I got the same for one sentence in a machine shop. Whatever the system was measuring, it was diluted by distance, and it liked a room full of faces better than a number on a screen. Fine, I could work with that. Before I went to bed, I put in a limiter. The trainer ran for one day and then asked for a code, and the code was on the site. Come back tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. Finished at 2 in the morning. Huang Ming called at 7 the next morning, and he was shouting before I got the phone all the way to my ear. Brother Chen, the first batch is gone. Gone. All of it. Linghua equipment had been dying 6 weeks earlier. The coastal factories are queuing, he said. Queuing, Kaizi. Because instead of paying 300,000 for an import or $1 million for a new one, they pay 200 and get the same machine. For a small workshop that's not a purchase, that's a resurrection. Then, more quietly, in the voice of a man doing something that costs him, I've told accounts to send you 5,000. My father made 400 to 500 a month. I sat down on the stairs with the phone in my hand. I had been rich before. I want to be clear about that. In the life before this one, 5,000 yuan was a dinner. But that was a number that had come out of a company and a market and 100 other people's work. And this was 5,000 yuan that existed because I had drawn something on paper at midnight in a room with a slam dunk poster in it. My heart was going like a bird in a box. Huang Ming did not get to finish his cigarette. Mr. Huang Yikai have cancelled. 10 units. Will live. And Teng Fei. And Futong. A pause. That's over 50 machines. Futong aren't even asking for their 5,000 deposit back. Huang came out of his chair. He got Mr. Lin at Futong on the line, and he did the thing you do with a man you have known for 11 years, which is to skip all of it. We go back a long way, so don't lie to me. You told me my price was the only price in the country. Somebody has the same chips and the same board, 20% under me. Take 30 off and we'll talk. He called 9 more. Same answer 9 times. The competitor was a company called Zhongzhou, a joint venture between the Zhongzhou machinery plant and a Shanghai design house. And Zhongjing's salesmen were telling every buyer in the province that the design rights belonged to them, and that Linghua was a counterfeiter who would be shut down inside the year, leaving every customer with an orphan machine and no service. Huang Ming rang Lin Fei and screamed at him for 4 minutes. How many factories did you sell that drawing to? 20 years in this trade, said Lin Fei, when he could get a word in. You know what I am. That board never left this building. So Huang cooled down and started asking around properly. And what he found put ice down his back. The optimized DMG board had first appeared in production at the Jiangcheng machinery plant. The design was credited to the plant's own engineers. A patent application was in progress. That boy, said Huang Ming, to an empty office. That boy has played me. He was wrong. But I want to be fair to him, because if I had been him, I would have thought exactly the same thing. Look at what he had. My father worked at the plant where the board first appeared. My father then left that plant. And a week later, my board is on the open market with somebody else's name on the patent. Any man alive draws that line. I would have drawn it. I would have driven to the school too. He established, within about 90 minutes, that a worker named Li Yong had left the Jiangcheng plant for Cheng, which completed the picture beautifully. The father steals the drawings off the plant. The son fronts as the genius inventor, 2 of them working it together. He had Lin Fei pulled out of the shop floor and put in a van. Which school does Li Kai go to? He's in his final year, said Lin Fei. If you turn up mob-handed at a school gate, you'll wreck his exam and get him disciplined. The classroom door opened all the way to the wall. Chen Xiao out here. Teacher Chen put the papers down and stepped in front of the first row, which took a kind of courage I did not fully appreciate at the time. Are you a parent? I have a private matter with that student. While that student is inside this building, this school is responsible for him. 2 rows over, Huang Hao was having the best morning of his year. From where he sat, 4 men in leather coats had come to drag Li Kai into an alley, and he was already picturing the details. He Jing had gone completely white. Who is that? Somebody I know, I said, and stood up. I'll go out. Teacher Chen let me past, and then went straight to the office to telephone security, which is exactly what a good man does. Out on the cinder track, Huang Ming got about 90 seconds of shouting done. You swore that board was unique, and the rights were yours. There are machines on the market with your signature all over them. Zhongjing is filing a patent. I let him run. Partly because you should always let them run. Mostly because I already knew the answer, and it was not going to change if I said it faster. Here is what I knew. Civilian microelectronics in that country was not going to close the gap on the West until well into the following decade. There was not one person in Zhengzhou province in that year who could have designed that board from scratch. But copying it off a physical board sitting in a shop? Any competent technician with a microscope and 2 weeks. Huang Ming ran out of air, mostly because the person he was shouting at was a 17-year-old standing perfectly still with the face of somebody who had worked all this out some time ago and was waiting politely for him to catch up. What kind of company is Zhongjing? I asked. A joint venture. The Zhongzhou machinery plant and some Shanghai design outfit. Zhangzhou Machinery Plant, the parent plant, Xiawei's plant, the 11 boards that had gone into the back of a car. If it's possible, I said, I'd like to see one of their machines in person. What I did not say out loud went like this. Those 11 boards had things in them, some inputs left floating so they would pick up whatever was on the line, trace widths noticeably different from the final drawing I had given Lin Fei, and after a month of real load, the board eats itself. No engineer alive in that year, holding that board, would have seen any of it. And the beautiful part, the truly beautiful part, the cause of the original fire had already been established, on the record, in front of a provincial newspaper and a television crew. Huang Lei's heaters. The plant knew it. The city knew it. It was in an internal report, so when the machine started dying again, there was precisely one thing that could not possibly be blamed: the boards. Mr. Huang, I said, Brother Fei knows how hard it is to design a board. Even if theirs looks the same, it's a copy, not a design. And you haven't shipped a single unit yet. So they didn't copy yours, they copied the first batch. The batch at the Jiangcheng plant. I paused. And that batch is defective. Get me one of their machines, and I'll tell you exactly how. Behind Huang Ming, Lin Fei went very still. Because Lin Fei was the only person on that running track who could follow the sentence to the end, and the end of it was that I had known about the defect while the boards were being manufactured, not discovered afterwards, known, before. 17-year-olds do not do that. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me for a second longer than was comfortable, and then looked away. Teacher Chen released me into their custody only after Lin Fei produced a work identity card with a factory chop on it, and even then he stood at the gate and watched the van until it turned the corner. The machine was in Linjiang County, at a hardware works called Chenggong, whose owner, Zhang Yong, had just installed a new line and was extremely embarrassed to see us. Mr. Huang, all these years, and I bought elsewhere. Business is business, said Huang Ming, with a face like vinegar. Cutting costs is correct. We only came to look. They took the back panel off and slid the board out. Lin Fei looked at it for 4 seconds and stopped breathing. The routing was almost identical to my drawing. Then Zhang Yong, who was still apologizing, explained the actual economics. And this is the bit that taught me more about that decade than anything else. Zhongjing wasn't 20% cheaper. Zhongjing was 7% cheaper. But Zhongjing paid the purchasing manager 1 to 2%, in cash, personally. On a machine costing hundreds of thousands, 1% is a few thousand yuan in a man's coat pocket. It doesn't matter that the other thing is better. It doesn't even matter that the other thing is cheaper. I ran the diagnostics on the control cabinet with Zhang Yong's meter. Then I straightened up and I said one word, and it came out sounding a lot more pleased than I intended. Stable. Lin Fei looked at me. It's a perfect copy, I said, of the defective batch. They've reproduced everything, including the parts that are going to kill it. At dinner, Huang Ming poured himself 3 penalty cups and drank all 3. Brother Chen, I lost my temper today. I apologize. I'm glad we sorted it out, and I'm counting on you. I still have to pay for university. Anything you want, as long as the machines are selling. I want a computer. Done. He then attempted to take me to a karaoke bar, and Lin Fei cut him off flat. He's a schoolboy. They dropped me at my building and drove off to enjoy themselves, and I stood in the courtyard for a second feeling faintly cheated, which is, I think, the single most 17-year-old thing I did that entire year. Mr. Huang, I'd said, at the door of the car. One more thing. Put your prices up 10%. Up? Inside a month, I said, this is going to come out. The other thing that happened that week happened in a living room in Zhangzhou, and I would give a great deal to have been a fly on that wall. Huang Guang and his wife came to Xiawei's home with a bottle and a carton of Huazi cigarettes, and under the cigarettes, in the bottom of the bag, a brick of hundreds. He counted it afterwards. 20,000. 20,000 yuan. I would like you to remember, later, that this was the price. My whole life turned on 20,000 yuan and a bag of cigarettes, and I did not know it was happening, and I was probably asleep. The fixer had given him the play. Shuimu's panel is in Zhangzhou next week. Shuimu loves a candidate with a real patent, not a certificate, a patent. And if the invention changes an entire industry's product, they don't just take him, they fight for him. So Huang Guang had come to ask Xiawei to put the DMG board patent in his son's name. He had grounds. He and Xiawei had already jointly submitted a report upward on the domestic reproduction of DMG control technology. The city had gone slightly mad about it. It was being described in meetings as a breakthrough for the whole national supply chain. Xiawei had been personally commended. Huang Guang's transfer to deputy director of the parent plant was signed for after the new year, and there was one question the city kept asking that neither of them had answered. Who actually invented it? Huang Guang had said nothing for 2 months. Now he wanted to fill in the blank with his son's name. Xiawei thought about it for approximately 11 seconds. He genuinely did not care who was named. The credit accrued to him regardless, as the responsible executive, in the way that credit does. Naming some technician in a workshop bought him nothing. Naming the son of Huang Guang bought him Huang Guang, permanently. At a moment when he himself was moving into the city administration next year and needed a hand on that plant. Who would know better than you who invented it? He smiled. Whoever's at the top is the inventor. Huang Guang thanked him about 6 times, and then went into the hall and called Yanjing. Shuimu is settled, the fixer said. You'll never get an actual granted patent in time, but we'll prepare the application and submit that. The only thing that matters is that the authorship is clean. One name, yours. And the guarantee that the authorship would be clean was simple, and it was the same guarantee that has protected this kind of theft for 1,000 years. The Chen family were factory workers. They did not read industry journals. They did not know that a patent could be attached to a university application, because nobody in their world had ever attached one. And the board's first industrial application had been at the Jiangcheng plant, and it was now in production at a sister company. Everything checked out. On paper, it was airtight. If you want a one-word summary of Huang Hao's great invention, incidentally, here it is. Stable. I know that word makes no sense to you yet. Hold on to it for me. I promise you it pays. The last Friday of the century, we got 2.5 days off. Zhang Lei wanted to spend all of it on Half-Life. I said no, because I had 2 jobs to do over that holiday, and neither of them fit into a conversation with Zhang Lei. The first was 1181, the second was an operating system, not a real one, nothing like Windows. Something roughly 1/10,000th as complicated as Windows, which is still an operating system, and which somebody was going to have to sit down and write, and the only somebody available was me. He Jing caught up with me at the gate on her own bicycle, which she had extracted from her father by a campaign of attrition I never got the details of, and which she now rode home beside me every single day. She pushed a small box at me. New Year present, don't open it here. I put it in my bag. Then I tore a corner off a worksheet and wrote a 5-digit number on it, and under that, a second 5-digit number. What's this? OICQ numbers. What's an OICQ number? It's a way of talking to people who aren't in the room. I gave her the paper. Yours ends in 6. Mine ends in 7. They're next to each other. 6 and 7, side by side, and I would like it on record that I did that on purpose, and that I was 17, and that I regret nothing. The password's your birthday, I said. That's your account. I've already added you as a friend. Install the software, and we can write to each other. She turned the paper over as if there might be more. In about 10 years, I said, a 5-digit number with 3 6s in it will sell for tens of thousands of yuan. You, she said, are such a liar. At home I opened the box. Inside was a Parker fountain pen. I want to explain this properly for anyone who did not sit an exam in that country in that decade. You wrote with a fountain pen. In the exam hall, a fountain pen was the only thing permitted. Everybody had a hero, or something with no name on it at all that leaked into your shirt pocket. A Parker, for a high school student, in 1999, was not a pen. It was a handbag with a European name on it. There was a folded card in the box in her handwriting, elegant as ink and porcelain, so why fear that youth is brief, which is a line with 2 floors in it. On the ground floor it says, don't be sad about the recommended admissions thing, you have real ability and you'll get a better stage than that one. And upstairs it says the other thing. Underneath, in smaller characters, I'll call you exactly at midnight. My parents watched the gala until 11 and then went to bed, and my mother said, from the doorway, let him sit up, it's his last year. Let him relax, and I lay on the floor in front of the television with my hands behind my head and thought about how strange it is to be given a second run at something. At midnight, the phone in the hall rang once, and I got to it before the second ring. There was somebody breathing on the other end. Li Kai, a whisper. She was in her family's front room in the dark. Happy New Year. I spent that holiday building 2 things. The first was a navigation page on 1181. In the year 2000, there was no social media, no feed, no app. All traffic in the entire country moved through portals. NetEase, Sina, Sohu, and the portal you saw first was the one your browser opened with. So I made a page with every link a person could want on it, and then I wrote a small piece of code that made it very difficult for that page to stop being your home page. I am not proud of that piece of code. I'd like to point out that by the standards of what was about to be installed on Chinese computers over the following decade, it was practically a gentleman. The second thing was the desktop, not for a computer, for a machine tool, because here is the thing that nobody who hasn't stood in front of one understands. A CNC machine in that country in that year was operated through a panel of 42 identical gray buttons and a 2-line display, and to run a part you typed in code, by hand, and if you typed it wrong you destroyed a tool and possibly a finger, which meant an operator was not an operator. An operator was a trained engineer, and there were not enough of them, and the ones that existed were expensive, and it took 2 years to make one. A screen, menus, big buttons, press here, type this number. The imports had it. The imports cost $1 million. Huang Ming drove down himself on the 2nd of January to collect me, because Huang Ming had stopped sleeping. He had been waiting for Zhongjing to blow up, and Zhongjing had not blown up, and every day that passed he became more convinced that he had bet his company on a schoolboy's bluff. We went to Cheng. Lin Fei listened for 4 minutes and then waved a hand. The display's nothing. It's the same as putting a screen on a VCD. We add a module to the board. The hard part is the software. The software's written, I said. There was a pause. Written how? Written. It flashes onto the board. I explained the principle, which is not a technical principle at all, it's a human one. The man in front of the machine should be shown where to press and what to type. That's it. That's the whole invention. Huang Ming got out of his chair. We're in equipment, he said. We understand this better than either of you. Do you know what an operator costs? Do you know what a trained operator costs? With a visual control system, you cut the training by 2/3. 2/3. Overseas, they charge a fortune for this, and they charge it because it's worth a fortune. He was already at the door. Also, I brought you a computer, he said, over his shoulder. It's in the car, Pentium 3. Then he came back and put his hand flat on the table. New deal. On any batch that ships with the screen and the system, we split 20-80. 20 to him, 80 to me. I want to record that I did not negotiate. I put my fist out and he hit it with his and said, done. And Lin Fei, who had been in industry for 12 years and had never once seen a contract concluded that way, looked at both of us like we had lost our minds. We spent the rest of that day reworking the board layout to carry the module, and by evening it had a name on the silk screen, LH5V 2.0. 5 o'clock the next afternoon, Linghua's assembly floor, and about 11 people standing in a semicircle for something they'd been told was a software update. The process engineer swapped the board and hooked up a 17-inch monitor that had come off somebody's desk. Power. Beep. And then the monitor, which had been dark, went blue, and white characters came up in the middle of it. Lingua Company Equipment, LH5V 2.0, CNC Huang Ming's heart, by his own later account, dropped straight through the floor of the building, because a blue screen with white writing on it is the single most frightening image available to a man of that era. Then the menu drew itself, and he started breathing again. The engineer worked through it for 10 minutes. Simple screens, big text, press this, enter that. And then he found the thing that none of them had been told about, and he stopped and put both hands on the bench. You could chain the operations. You could set up the whole sequence, face it, drill it, tap it, chamfer it, and hit go, and the machine would do the entire cycle end to end without a human being standing there to walk it from one step to the next. Mr. Huang, he turned around. Where did you get this? Is it good? Good? The engineer was almost angry. This isn't convenient. Convenient is a word for a chair. This takes our machines from dumb iron to intelligent equipment. Germany has this. Japan has this. This country does not have this. Not at any price. Not from anybody. Not this year. So we can compete. We can compete with a machine that costs 4 times what ours costs. Mr. Huang, this is the first interface of its kind manufactured in this country. Huang Ming stood in his own factory with the hair up on his arms and stopped resenting the 80-20 split forever. And then the engineer said the sentence that mattered most, and he said it almost as an afterthought. Have they filed? An invention is protected from creation, but an application is what you can wave at somebody. The moment this starts selling, you will have envy and you will have sabotage, and you will want a piece of paper. Huang Ming thought about it that night. Then he made a decision that I did not ask for and could not have forced. He filed it in my name, personally, not in the company's. Because he had worked out, correctly, that the way to keep a man like me was not to take the thing off me while I was 17, but to hand it to me and make sure I remembered who had handed it over. He also took the exclusive, visual control system, Linghua only, which left me at home with a Pentium 3 desktop and nowhere on earth to put it. That machine cost 10,000 yuan minimum. If I set it up on my desk, my parents were going to ask 20 questions, and I did not yet have 20 answers. So the tower went under my bed and the monitor went in the corner under a pile of coats, and I lived like a man hiding a body. Influence plus 10. Total 56. 50 reached. A technology branch may be lit. Light it now? I knew exactly what that 10 was. That was a room full of engineers in Zhengzhou looking at a blue screen. I said no. Not because I'm disciplined, because I had a branch open with one language in it and half a language in my head, and buying a second blind box while I still couldn't use the first one properly is how people end up with 3 hobbies and no skills. The phone rang. It runs perfectly, said Huang Ming. Perfectly. Smooth. Not one stutter. We're filing in your name. The paperwork is a nightmare. I need your details. And I want the exclusive in writing. With pleasure, brother. Get the documents together, and I'll come and collect them myself. Brother Lin tells me you've got the exam, so study, and I'm your older brother in this. I won't let you down. School came back in the second week of January, and it came back as a treadmill. Mock papers, corrections, mock papers, corrections. And then one morning Teacher Chen came in glowing. I have an announcement, he said. Huang Hao has been accepted by Shuimu University through recommended admission. The room went up. That is the first Shuimu place this school has taken in 5 years. He Jing's head came up so fast her ponytail moved. 2 weeks earlier, the Yanjing door had shut, and now this. Huang Hao stood up with his chin at an angle and let it wash over him. He'd been to Zhangzhou 4 days earlier with his parents and the fixer, sat the Shuimu interview at Zhangzhou number 1, and passed. And he knew perfectly well which part of his file had done the work. He looked at me. He was looking for the face. Everybody does that. He wanted the specific expression of a boy who has been beaten and is trying not to show it. He got a boy applauding with everybody else and grinning at him, which was genuine, by the way. I came from a time when the stratification was so much more brazen than this that a fixed university place felt almost quaint. My plan had never depended on a door somebody else controlled, and then Teacher Chen added the detail that finished the whole thing. Huang Hao is not only an excellent student, he said. In his own time, he developed an applied invention, and he is filing for a national patent. That is why they took him. The class detonated. Brother Hao, what patent? It's nothing, said Huang Hao, waving his hand. A small thing. I did not put my hand up. I did not say anything. I sat with my chin on my fist and let a room full of my friends applaud another boy for a thing I had drawn at midnight on my mother's kitchen table. I would like to tell you that I was being noble. I was being patient. Those are not the same, and I know exactly which one I was. I sat at the back and looked at Teacher Chen, and I rubbed my nose with one knuckle, which is a thing I have done since I was a child in both of my lives, and which I do specifically when I have just seen something and cannot say it out loud. Because announcing that to a room of 50 people, together with the reason, was the very last thing anyone should have done for that boy. Teacher Chen was not congratulating Huang Hao. Teacher Chen was leaving a mark, in public, in front of witnesses, at exactly the height where somebody would eventually walk into it. There are men who cannot fight the thing in front of them, and will not go along with it either. Put another mark next to Teacher Chen. He Jing sat through the whole thing with a face like a closed door. I tore off a corner of paper and wrote 9 characters on it in my appalling handwriting, and passed it up. Elegant as ink and porcelain, so why fear that youth is brief? Her own line, coming back the other way. She read it. Her ears went red. She did not turn around for the rest of the period. At lunch, Zhang Lei was still boiling. You were a god in that interview, and you got nothing. He flunked out of Yanjing and Shuimu's waiting for him. Did he buy it? Huang Min, I said. Your dad's got money. Ask him to buy you one. My dad, said Huang Min, with enormous dignity, does not have that kind of money. There's a mock in a week, I said. Do the problems instead of the arithmetic on somebody else's family. He Jing and I have both put the work in. If you don't go up now, you're not men. Now, I was not in Yanjing for any of what follows. I was in a classroom. But I have since sat with 2 of the men who were in that room, and I have read the minutes, and I have made them tell me the whole thing twice, and I can give it to you almost line for line. In a gray building with a courtyard full of bicycles, a section chief at the patent office named He Guang opened a file and said, out loud, to nobody, a CNC control board. He had reason to be excited. At the annual conference, the domestic production of machine tools had been named a priority. His own office had established that the 3 hard parts of a CNC machine were the control board, the chips, and the cutting tools, and that closing any one of them would be a national achievement. He read the description twice and made a noise. Then he turned to the front page to see who had done it. Applicant, Zhangzhou Machinery Plant. Inventor, Huang Hao, final year student, Zhongcheng No. 1 High School. I sat 2 rows from that boy every day. I lent him a compass in October. I want you to hold that in your head while I tell you the rest. There was, oddly, a transcript stapled into the file. Somebody had attached the boy's exam results, presumably to demonstrate that a student capable of these marks was capable of this invention. He Guang called his supervisor. Director Xie, we should convene the expert panel on this one, and we should publicize it. It's the year 2000, and this is exactly the kind of young person the country needs to see. End quote. Then, because he was a conscientious man, He Guang decided to go through the other 4 applications in the same batch before the panel met. He got to the 4th one and stopped moving. It was the same board. For the same machine. Applicant, Linghua Equipment. Inventor, Li Kai. Final year student, Zhongcheng No. 1 High School. The same school. And Li Kai had 2 applications, not 1. The board. And a visual control operating system for machine tools. He Guang did not understand circuits and had the decency to know it. But he could read a description, and he had read a lot of descriptions with the words visual interface in them, and every single one of them had turned out to be a calculator display bolted to a panel. This was not that. This was a system that ran the machine. The second application was wider and deeper than the first. But the rule in that office is the rule everywhere, and the rule is who was first. And the paperwork said Huang Hao had filed a week earlier. I like this next part. I have made 3 separate people describe this next part to me, and I have enjoyed it every time. The experts came on a Tuesday. Microelectronics and mechanical engineering from 2 Yanjing universities and a research institute, and before the meeting started they did what engineers always do, which is complain. Makino built their subsidiary at Qingdao, and there is not one Chinese engineer inside any process that touches the core technology. Not one. Do they think it's still 1935? Their managers treat our people as second class. This is not Manchukuo. A Makino machine sells here for hundreds of thousands of yuan. In Europe, it sells for tens of thousands of euro. We are not being robbed because we're weak. We're being robbed because we're behind, and those are different problems. Professor He, from Shuimu, said what he always said. The gap on classical circuit design is real. We admit it, and we close it. And somebody said, cheerfully, speaking of which, Professor He, we hear you've taken a microelectronics prodigy out of Zhongyang province. We have, said Professor He, and he sat up a little. A high school student. He simplified the DMG control board and got it into production. His application is actually in today's stack, end quote. They sat down. He Guang laid it out. We have a difficulty. 2 applicants filed within a week of each other for substantially the same invention, and both applicants are final year students at the same high school. There was a silence. Then it's obvious, said Professor He. Our university has already admitted one of them, Huang Hao, specifically on the strength of this invention, and his application was prepared under the guidance of our admissions panel, which means the other one is a plagiarist. An older man near the window cleared his throat. Professor, forgive me. Why is it not the other way round? And here is the moment. If you take one thing from me today, take this. I want to defend Professor He for a second, because I have met him since and I like him. He was not a corrupt man. He was not being paid. He had no interest in Huang Hao whatsoever. He simply could not afford, in a room of 11 colleagues, for the answer to be the other way round. Because if it was the other way round, then Shuimu University had admitted a fraud, on his recommendation, with his name on the file. So he dug in. Shuimu does not take students early, unless they are exceptional. Huang Hao also holds a national Olympiad placing, and his board was the first to be industrially applied at the Jiangcheng machinery plant. The plant has confirmed it. It was reported by Jiangcheng Television and by the Zhengzhou Daily at the time. First application, first inventor. Heads went round the table like a wave. He Guang shifted in his chair, because on the dates, Huang Hao was a week earlier, and on the law, that was the end of it. Let's have the technical people look at the technology first, he said. That's their job, not ours. I love He Guang. I have never met him, and I love him, because look at what he just did. He had a room of 11 senior men, and a professor from Shuimu telling him the answer, and a date on a form that agreed with the professor. He could have signed it and gone to lunch. Nobody would have blamed him. Nobody would ever have known. And instead he said, let's look at the object. I have spent my whole working life looking for people who say that sentence. I have hired every single one I found. If you learn nothing else from me, learn to notice the man who wants to look at the object. Professor Chen from the Yanjing University Institute of Integrated Circuits got there before anybody else, and he got there because he was reading instead of talking. Stop, he said. These applications are not identical. The room turned. Li Kai's filing includes a second item, a visual control system, and it isn't tied to this board. It would run on multiple classes of machine. 2K. An operating system? For a machine tool? They read it. And then they read it again. And the temperature in that room changed, because it wasn't a display. It was command sets that ran in concert with the board and the chip, so that a machine executed a continuous compound cycle instead of one operation with a man standing there to nudge it into the next. And low-level devices could be brought in afterwards by patching the board. Somebody said the sentence out loud that everybody was thinking. This changes the arithmetic for the whole industry. The chips are still imported, the cutting tools are still imported, but a machine assembled here starts to compete with a machine assembled there. He looked around the table. It's Lenovo. Lenovo assembles other people's parts, and it beat IBM, and it beat Toshiba. This is that, for machine tools, end quote. At that exact moment I was in a classroom about 1,000 kilometers away, yawning. Influence plus 12. Total 68. A branch may be lit. 12 at once, from nowhere, in the middle of a Chinese lesson. I did the only available arithmetic. Somebody important is looking at Linghua. I looked around the room instead. 2 rows in front of me, He Jing had her ponytail over one shoulder and was frowning at a page and chewing the end of her pen, which she does, and which is objectively very funny. Across the aisle, Huang Hao had a novel under the desk and had not written a line in 2 periods. They kept going for another hour, and they landed on something. A system of that class was not something a small equipment firm could produce. And an institute would not produce it either, because an institute needs a state project and a budget and 18 months of meetings. Which meant this thing had come through a window that was about to close. In a year, that niche would be occupied by somebody with a research grant, I knew that. That is why I wrote it in a fortnight instead of doing it properly. I am not a better engineer than the men in that room. I just knew what month it was. Then they put the two board drawings side by side and found differences. The Huanghao version had several circuits that were more complicated. The Li Kai version was simpler, and the justification in the description was better. And there were a dozen small discrepancies in component values scattered through it. But the two boards would function identically. So why were there two different drawings for a board that does the same thing? Unless somebody had made a second drawing specifically in order to not be the first drawing. Professor He's face began to change color, and I want to point out, with genuine professional pride, that my routing was tidy enough that a room of 11 specialists could see the differences and could not work out what the differences would do. And this is where I get to be smug, so I am going to take my time over it. The door opened and a young man came in with a tray of tea, and put it down, and hesitated. Chief He, sorry, there was a letter for you, some weeks back. The name on the envelope was Li Kai. He shrugged. I remembered, because my son is called Lin Kai. He Guang left the room walking, and came back running. He subscribed to a great deal of correspondence, read a fraction of it, and had it cleared out for recycling once a month. The envelope had been sitting in the drift on his desk, unopened, wedged between two newspapers. He opened it in front of everybody. There was a letter and a drawing. I had written that letter in November, at my kitchen table, with my mother asking me twice what I was doing. I had paid for the postmark. I had put it out of my mind the same week. The letter was short and the handwriting was mine, which is to say it was terrible. Our country has an enormous population, and it will become a nation of science and industry. CNC machine tools are a foundation technology of industry, and foundation technologies should not stay only in the hands of the West. Then, underneath, that he had become interested in integrated circuits, that he had studied a 5-axis DMG, that he had found the circuit unnecessarily complex and believed it could be simplified, that a simplified board would be physically larger, but that a great many Chinese electronics factories would then be able to manufacture it, that he was sending it to the office in the hope that it would be of use. The characters were sprawled across the page like something had walked through wet ink. But every sentence in it was plain, and none of it was clever, and all of it read exactly like a schoolboy who had thought about his country in the abstract way that only a schoolboy does. He Guang read it out loud to the room. Then he unfolded the drawing. It was a photocopy of a hand-drawn original, and it matched Li Kai's patent application line for line, and in the top corner of the envelope was a postmark, and the postmark was several weeks before the date on Huanghao's filing. That was the end of the authorship question. It took 4 seconds. And I want to be completely honest with you about my own cleverness here, because I have been given far too much credit for it since. I did not post that letter as a trap. I posted it because I had read enough patent law in my previous life to know that a postmark is the cheapest insurance in the world, and it cost me 8 jiao, and I never thought about it again. I did not know Huang Guang would steal it. I did not know his son would need it. I did not sit in my bedroom in November and plan any of that. I just did the boring correct thing on a Tuesday. That is not genius. I want you to hear me say that. Most of what I have ever built rests on somebody doing the boring correct thing on a Tuesday, and the only reason it looks like foresight afterwards is that so few people do it. Chen Hao, the microelectronics man from Yanjing University, was the first to speak, and he was almost shouting. The file says he's still in high school? He's still in high school? He turned on Professor He. Professor, taking students early is a fine principle. You appear to have taken the wrong one. I am going to formally propose that Yanjing University admit Li Kai. Which was a magnificent sentence, made slightly less magnificent by the fact that Yanjing University had already interviewed Li Kai, had scored him top of the room, and had then struck him out in writing. Professor He went red and reached for the last thing available to a man in that position. We cannot decide an industrial patent on 2 descriptions and 1 letter. Then we'll go and look, said He Guang. The Huanghao application states that the product is already in industrial use. Let's go and see it in use. Director Xie approved the trip that afternoon. These 2 applications touch the industrial base of the country, he said. 2 days, Zhangzhou and Zhangcheng. And while all of that was happening, my mind went off. I had said it in December. I had spent a month not thinking about it. And then, on a Wednesday, at the Zhangcheng machinery plant, a new director named Xie Jun, 3 days into the best job he had ever had, was informed that more than 10 CNC control boards had burned out. He took it fairly well, until somebody mentioned that this batch had burned once before. And I want to be clear that I did not choose the timing. I could not have chosen the timing. I set a fault that triggers on accumulated load, and then I went and did my mock exams. But my God, the timing was a work of art. 1 week to the Spring Festival. If the line stopped now, it stopped until at least the 15th of the first lunar month. Because workers go home and workers stay home. And demand had spiked. Because every workshop in the province was running around the clock to close out its annual plan early. Technical came back within the hour. Same as before. A sharp current spike had cooked the circuits. The thermal damage was total. not repairable, replacement only. It burned once, said Xiejun, and it has burned again, which means these rebuilt boards are simply defective. Who made them? Get him in here and make him do it again properly, or we call the police. The technicians looked at each other. The worker involved, one of them said, has resigned. Resigned? The board is defective. Call him back. We'll take him to court. And then a man from technical, who was 50 and had nothing left to be afraid of, explained it to his new director in the plain language of the shop floor. Director Shea. Last time, it burned because the deputy production manager was running 4 space heaters in the next bay. Those boards were designed by Li Yong's son, a high school student. He gave them to us, free. Otherwise this plant would have paid several 100,000 yuan to Germany, and Germany wasn't going to come. He put his hands in his pockets. Last time you were hungry and a man gave you bread. This time you are hungry again, and you have decided that not giving you bread is immoral and possibly illegal. That is not how it works." End quote. The second technician pulled his sleeve, hard. "Quiet," he hissed. "The plant has already stated, on the record, that those boards were invented by the director's son, by Huang Hao." He looked around. What has Li Kai got to do with anything? The room shut like a lid. I have a lot of sympathy for that first technician, and none at all for what happened to him next, which is nothing. He said the true thing out loud in a room, and the room closed over it, and he went back to work and drew his wage, and I expect he is retired now. That is what an official version does. It does not argue with you, it does not punish you, it simply makes the true thing impossible to say without becoming a problem, and then it waits. And Xiejun, who was new, and who could not afford to offend Huang Guang, now deputy director of the parent plant and a man being spoken of for the top job, swallowed the whole thing and went to beg a dozen boards off Zhongjing. I want to walk you through the next 40 minutes carefully, because I have thought about them more than any other 40 minutes of that year, and because I was not there for 1 second of it, and I have never once regretted that. Huang Guang, by then, had also been made vice president of Zhongjing for sales. Xie Wei had arranged it because sales is where the money moves, and Xie Wei wanted his own man standing next to it. Huang Guang signed off the Jiangcheng plant's requisition for a dozen boards, noticed for about half a second that it was odd, and did not think about it again. Then his secretary put her head round the door. "Mr. Huang, there's a situation in the service department." He did the arithmetic on the way down the corridor, and the arithmetic was pleasant. If everything in the current order book shipped, the commissions he and Xie Wei would take between them ran to about 200,000 yuan. In the year 2000, 200,000 yuan was an astronomical body. "People argue during a sale," he said. "We handle sales. Service is not my department." Then he opened the door to the yard. There were about 40 people outside the gate. The service office was full, somebody was screaming, and there were 3 press cars. The Zhangzhou Daily, the Zhangzhou Evening News, Zhangzhou Television. I did not call them, I want that said. I was in a Chinese lesson. Somebody else called them, and I will get to who. At the front of it was a man called Mr. Q from Caillou Hardware, purple in the face, sweating in January. "We bought them, and they did not last a week." "A week? Every workshop in this province is running the year-end plan, and we trusted you. 10 hours a day. 10. And every board burned. Your machine is 100,000 cheaper than an import. Wonderful. And I have lost the entire line, and my losses are over 1 million yuan, and somebody is going to answer for it." The vice president for service, Fang Lei, was standing on a chair with damp patches under his arms, holding the line that he had presumably been told to hold. "The equipment passed state inspection. We have the certificate. You ran it 10 hours continuously without a rest cycle. That is why it burned. I am told the noise that produced could be heard from the road." "Nonsense! Every factory in this country runs 3 shifts. I used to buy second-hand foreign machines, and they ran 24 hours a day for 6 years and never burned. Pay for it. I have 100,000 in orders standing. If I default, I pay the penalty." And then Director Yang from Guojian said the thing that finished it, and he said it loudly, in front of 3 cameras. "Fang Lei, that is rubbish, and you know it is rubbish. I bought a machine from Linghua. It cost me tens of thousands more than yours. It runs 24 hours and it does not burn." He turned and pointed. "And your Mr. Huang told me personally that yours was the better machine, that you held the patent, that you had the service, and that you had the price." At which point the entire crowd noticed a thing that had been sitting in front of all of them for 6 weeks. Linghua and Zhongjing had brought out the same model, at the same time, within days of each other. How? Huang Guang got hold of one of his own salespeople, Little Huang, and pulled him behind a pillar. A couple of days ago, one factory complained. "We put it down to operator error." Little Huang's voice had gone thin. "Today, it's all of them. Mr. Huang, on a lot of these the board didn't just fail, it caught, and it took the wiring and the chip, and in 2 cases the machine. The losses are catastrophic, and almost every one of them was operating inside the manual." He looked up. "Mr. Huang, is there something wrong with the design of our board?" Why does second-hand foreign iron run forever and brand new iron burns? 1 machine, fine. 2, fine. This is 8 factories and dozens of machines. Huang Guang stood in his own yard and felt the cold come up through the concrete, because he had just remembered that the Jiangcheng plant had burned too. And then he ran the chain, 1 link at a time, the way you do at 3 in the morning, except it was 11 in the morning and there were cameras. The board was designed by Li Kai. On paper, the inventor was Huang Hao, the man who signed the production authorization, who pushed it through, who put his name on the schedule and the requisition and the sales projection, was Huang Guang. His conclusion, which was wrong in the most useful possible way, was that the schoolboy's design had a serious structural flaw that nobody had caught. His plan, formed in about 11 seconds, was to put the design on Li Kai and to have Xie Wei find somebody to carry the decision to produce. And then he remembered whose signature was on every single document, on every single date. I owe Yang Tao a debt I have never worked out how to pay, and I did not know I owed it until years later, so let me give him his moment. He did his piece to camera standing at the gate with the crowd behind him. 6 weeks ago, Zhongjing publicly announced a domestically produced machining center identical in capability to the German DMG and substantially cheaper. Today, at least 8 enterprises are at these gates, and every one of them reports the same fault. The control board burns out after a period of continuous operation, end quote. And then he stopped talking, and something moved in the back of his head. The board. The board. Wasn't there a boy? He went back to the newsroom and pulled his own spiked article out of the internal circulation folder and read it. And then he sat down with a piece of paper and drew the chain. The boy redesigns the control board for a 5-axis DMG. Cheng manufactures it. It goes into the Jiangcheng machinery plant, because that is where the boy's father works. It runs perfectly. He wrote that story. It was killed. All that survived in print was 1 paragraph about the innovative spirit of the Jiangcheng machinery plant. And only now, standing in a newsroom with a shouting crowd on his tape, did Yang Tao discover the next link, that the technology from that batch had been handed to Zhongjing, and that Zhongjing had put imported chips and imported tooling around it, and taken it to mass production, and made an enormous amount of money. I have that piece of paper. He gave it to me. It is in a drawer in my office, and I have never once shown it to anybody. He wrote 3 questions on it, and underlined the 3rd one. How did Li Kai's design become Zhongjing's property? Was he paid anything at all? Is this fault his mistake, or is it something else? Then he picked up his bag and went to Cheng. Huang Guang got 2 phone calls that afternoon. The first was Xie Wei, at a volume that made him move the receiver away from his ear. Every unit we have shipped has failed. I have just called Jiangcheng. Theirs have failed too. There are millions of yuan of machines out there, with our name on the casting, and if this goes where I think it goes, you will answer for it with your head. The second call was polite, and it came from Yanjing. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Huang Hao's father? This is the expert group from the patent office. The applicant gave us this number. End quote. A pause, and the sound of paper. We'd like to come and see the patented product in industrial use. We understand Zhongjing is already manufacturing and selling it. We'll be with you tomorrow. Huang Guang said something polite and put the phone down and had to sit on the edge of the desk. At my house, I was eating white rice with pickled chili, which every family in Jiangcheng makes in an earthenware jar, and which in January does 2 jobs. It warms you, and it makes you eat more rice than you meant to. My mother put stewed ribs into my bowl. Don't just eat chili. The phone rang, and Huang Ming was laughing so hard I could not immediately identify him. Brother Chen, you were right. They stole it, and now they are on fire. Boards burning out all over the province. There are 7 or 8 factory directors standing at their gate right now threatening to take it to the city government. End quote. For 6 weeks, on my advice, Linghua had kept the line running and sold almost nothing. Huang Ming had not slept properly the entire time. He told me later that he had doubted me approximately 100 times, and that the only thing that stopped him from cutting production was that he had personally watched a blue screen come up on a monitor in his own factory. Order books full to the middle of the year, he said. Everyone who got burned is buying again, from me, because an import is still 4 times the money. He stopped laughing. Kai Z. We start shipping with the visual system, and nothing changes about our arrangement. And after your exam, there is a red envelope with your name on it that you are going to need 2 hands for. I said thank you, and meant it. And then I did the sum I always do. Because the board is 1 core, and it is not the core. The chips are theirs. The tooling is theirs. Linghua would run into a ceiling inside 2 years, and if it didn't, somebody with capital would come and take it. But here's the other thing, and it's why I did it anyway. The day DMG works out how cheaply a machine like that can be assembled in this country, they will come here and build one, because that is what capital does. And when they do, good machines get cheaper for everybody in every workshop, in every county in this province. You don't have to win. Sometimes you just have to make the price move. And stop living without a mobile phone, said Huang Ming. I've bought you one. It'll be at your school tomorrow. The next morning, in the Cheng conference room, Huang Guang put several bricks of cash and a bottle on the table in front of Yang Qing. I know what was on that table because Lin Fei was standing in the corridor, and Lin Fei counted it through a gap in the door, and told me about it a year later with a look on his face I have never forgotten. Huang Guang had had a long night. The city had constituted a special working group on Zhongjing equipment quality. The Yanjing expert group landed at noon. And Shui Wei had already turned around. He had recast himself as a victim, and formally requested that the parent plant and the city investigate the problems at Zhongjing thoroughly and without fear or favor. Old Fox takes his cut, and when the bill comes, he's in the bushes. The Shanghai design house had jumped clear too. We converted a board into a drawing. We stand behind the drawing. We know nothing about anything else. I have used that sentence myself since. I am not going to pretend I haven't. I have used it in English, and I have used it in a room with lawyers in it, and it works every time. And every time I say it, I hear a design house in Shanghai saying it first. And the question that was eating Huang Guang alive, the one he could not put down, was this. Why do Zhongjing's boards burn, and Linghua's don't? He found out, without much difficulty, that Linghua's boards were made by Cheng, the same Cheng that had made the first batch for Li Kai, and that batch, at the Jiangcheng plant, had burned. It did not add up, and there was no time to make it add up. Because if it came out that he had taken a defective technology, put his son's name on it, and pushed it into mass production for his own promotion, that was the end of him. And if anybody pulled the thread on the sales commissions, that was prison. And here I have to say something about Huang Hao that I did not want to say and that I have been putting off. I did not like him. I still don't. He was a snob and he was cruel to people who could not answer back, and he took a place that somebody else had earned. But I did not do a single thing to him. Not one. I never wrote a letter about him. I never spoke his name to a journalist. I never lifted a finger in his direction. His father did all of it. His father bought him a medal he had not won, and a place he could not hold, and put his name on a piece of paper he could not read, and then handed him the bill. I have watched a lot of people be destroyed since. Almost none of them were destroyed by an enemy, and it was not only him. Huang Hao, if Shui Mu pulled the place, was going to break. Huang Guang knew his own son with total clarity. The boy ran on family money and family arrangements. He had no shock absorbers at all, and he could not go back to preparing for the exam now, even if he wanted to. A friend in one of the city bureau had given him the shape of the solution. Close out the service problem, and it all goes quiet. So there was exactly one move. Buy good boards from Cheng, swap them into every machine that had been sold, and put clean, working equipment in front of the patent panel tomorrow. And it did not matter one bit whose it was. 3 times what Linghua pays, said Huang Guang. And 30% of the total, to you, personally. We'll write it up as a raw materials purchase. PCB and aluminium substrate. You sell those anyway. He smiled. And the boards, on paper, we make ourselves. Nobody carries any risk at all. 2 fish on 1 hook. And what was the penalty for breaching an exclusivity clause in that country in that year? A fine. Pocket change. Yang Cheng looked at the money for a while. Mr. Huang, he said, you were born to be a merchant. Huang Guang left glowing, having asked, on the doorstep, for one small favor tomorrow, in a small matter concerning his son. It's a circuit board, said Yang Cheng, walking him out. Come by. We only manufacture. We know nothing about the rest of it. Then he shut the door and stood there, tapping the top brick of cash with one finger. Rich men, he said to himself. I do wonder if this money is clean. Lin Fei had been standing in the corridor for 10 minutes and came in so fast he nearly took the door off. Mr. Yang, you cannot do this. Do you remember what that boy has done for us? He handed us the fattest part of the board business and took nothing for it. Sit down. Mr. Yang Cheng, said Yang Cheng, has run for 11 years on one word. Day. Virtue. He picked up a cigarette and did not light it. Huang Guang has the same character in his name. It's just written wrong in his case. In his case, it's from the verb to take. He put his hand on Lin Fei's shoulder. You go and work on the boards for the visual system. That's a real business. Then, at the door, and call Li Kai, tell him to get out of school tomorrow and come to the factory. I want to be clear that Yang Cheng was not being noble. Yang Cheng had done a very cold sum, 200,000 in kickbacks on one side. On the other, a share of a control system that was about to become the second big pie in his company's history. After VCD and DVD. He wasn't choosing me over Huang Guang. He was choosing the bigger number, and the bigger number happened to be standing next to me. I knew that at the time. I want that on the record, because I have been told since that I was a naive boy who got lucky with a decent man, and I was not. I knew exactly what Yang Cheng was. I had known since the afternoon he tried to have me thrown out of his own lobby, and then agreed to my terms without one round of haggling. You do not need a partner to be good. You need a partner whose interest is chained to yours, tightly, at the ankle, where he can see it. I had chained him without him noticing, and I was 17, and I was extremely pleased with myself, and I was about to find out that he had done exactly the same thing to me. Now I get to be in the room, and I want you to know that I had no idea any of it was coming. I was in a chemistry lesson when Lin Fei phoned the school office and told them I had a family matter. The expert group flew in at 10. 7 of them, led by He Guang, and among them Professor He of Shuimu and Professor Chen of Yanjing. Huang Guang and 2 city officials met them at the airport because the patent office sits at deputy ministerial rank and provincial cadres understand rank the way fish understand water. And the inventor, said He Guang in the car. Huang Hao is at school, said Huang Guang smoothly. Final year, very busy. Everyone nodded. It is considered improper to drag a student out of revision for an inspection. Only Professor He, looking out of the window, had a small thought go past that he did not catch. He's already been admitted. Why is he still in a final year class? He answered it himself in about a second, because that is what a mind does when it very badly wants the answer to be pleasant. Good boy. Wants to sit the exam anyway. Wants to earn it. The application states the product is manufactured at the Zhongjing Works, said He Guang. Let's go there. We operate 2 sites, said Huang Guang, without a flicker. There are some minor difficulties at Zhongjing today. I'd suggest Cheng. It's a better demonstration of the production process. The minor difficulties at Zhongjing were 40 screaming customers and a room full of burned boards. At Cheng they walked into a factory going at full tilt. 2 VCD lines had been shut down and reassigned to Linghua's back orders, and there were more people on that floor than the fire code contemplated. Yang Cheng met them at the door with both arms out. They looked through the glass at the clean area for a long time, and even the ones who had come determined not to be impressed were impressed. Boards at that class, at that rate, in this country, in that year, was not a company doing well. It was industrial capacity that had not existed 12 months earlier. Right, said He Guang. Show us a drawing and a finished board. Of course, said Huang Guang cheerfully, and handed them a finished board with his own hand, and rolled out a detailed schematic on a sheet of A1 paper. The group split. Half went to test the board, half went to the drawing. It took Professor He's group about 90 seconds. Mr. Huang, he straightened up. Are you certain that Cheng is manufacturing to the Huang Hao patent? Absolutely certain. It's already in mass production. Professor He did not answer him. He walked across the room to Professor Chen's group and looked at their notes, and they had the same result. The board on that table matched the Li Kai application, exactly, in every component value. It did not match the Huang Hao application at all. And at that precise moment, Yang Cheng, who had drifted over with his hands behind his back, said, to the room in general, in the tone of a man making conversation about the weather, "Ah, my apologies. You should know we've been having a lot of trouble with the boards manufactured by Zhongjing lately. Their equipment is catching fire out in the field. It's why we're so busy in here." He looked at his watch. "I should get back to it. Call me if you need anything." Huang Guang's face went the color of an envelope. He tried to catch Yang Cheng's eye, and Yang Cheng did not have an eye available. 7 experts looked at each other. Trouble with the boards manufactured by Zhongjing. But Zhongjing manufactures the Huang Hao patent, doesn't it? And then the door opened and Lin Fei came in. And behind Lin Fei came me. Huang Guang did not understand what he was seeing. He looked at me the way you look at a piece of furniture from your childhood that has appeared in a hotel lobby. I stood inside the door and read the room, and I read it in about 2 seconds, and what I read was that Yang Cheng was digging a hole with one hand and handing me a present with the other. I took the present. "Mr. Yang," said Lin Fei, in the flat, bored voice of a man mentioning a scheduling matter. "Li Kai's here. Can we start the meeting on the visual control system for the machine tools?" "The what?" said Huang Guang. "Which Chen Xiao? What visual system?" Yang Cheng turned round with his whole body, delighted. "Chief He, Professor He. Gentlemen, may I introduce Li Kai, the designer of this batch of boards?" Nobody moved. "In addition to the boards," Yang Cheng went on comfortably, "he has developed a visual control system for machine tools, which we are preparing for production, and we've asked him in today for a technical consultation." Then he turned to me and added, with perfect innocence, "Li Kai, these are specialists from Yanjing." He did not say from where in Yanjing. He did not say the words patent office. Because a man who knew which body had flown in that morning would have set the room up in advance, and a man who did not know would say exactly that sentence. "He's still at school," Yang Cheng said, as an afterthought. "But he's a rare talent." I did not say a word. I want you to notice that. I stood inside that door for 11 minutes and I did not say one word, and I have never in my life been prouder of my own mouth. Huang Guang sat down. He sat down partly onto the chair and partly not onto the chair. Professor He had gone gray. There is an old story about 2 men called Li Kui and Li Gui, the real one and the fake one, and I could see it going across his face like a subtitle. The whole thing had assembled itself in front of him in 90 seconds. The Li Kai board came first. The Huang Hao board is a different drawing. The Huang Hao drawing is defective, and at this moment, in 8 factories across this province, the Huang Hao drawing is burning, and Professor He, to be fair to him, reached for the very last handhold available to a drowning man. Even if the Huanghao design is flawed, he thought, he designed it. Doesn't that still mean there's something there? I looked at Huang Guang, half on his chair, with his mouth slightly open. I felt nothing at all, not a flicker. Because I had watched this man stand in a machine shop and turn my father into a criminal in front of everyone he had worked beside for 20 years, in order to keep a transfer. He built an entire career standing on other people's backs, and today, for the first time in his life, somebody had stepped off. The secretary put her head in. Mr. Yang, there are journalists at reception. That got a reaction. Huang Guang made a noise. They came in 7 strong. Local press, 2 trade publications, and Yang Tao, who had come on his own, following his own thread. The rest of them had been invited by Huang Ming, because Zhong Jing and Ling Hua were direct competitors, and Huang Ming had spent 9 weeks losing customers, and now intended to take every one of them back in a single afternoon. I registered that calmly. He was using me as a card. Fine. That's what a card is for. I needed influence and I needed capital. And there was no version of this where I got either of them without somebody using me for something. Cheng has never cooperated with Zhongjing. We have never sold them a single board. We hold the manufacturing license. He put his hand out flat toward me. On the technology, ask him. The technology was developed by Mr. Yang Kai. Every camera in the room came round onto a 17-year-old in a school jacket whom all of them had assumed, up to that second, was somebody's nephew. I did not rush it. Zhongjing and Cheng both manufacture control boards for the 5-axis DMG, I said. I redesigned the DMG board to simplify the circuit and make it manufacturable domestically. The first batch was built by Cheng, because my father worked at the Jiangcheng machinery plant, where those machines are installed. When the boards there burned out, ours went in. I let that settle for 1 beat. Later, on closer analysis, I found that my first design had localized defects capable of producing a fault in the circuit, and, under sustained load, self-ignition. I corrected the design and I informed my partners immediately, Cheng and Ling Hua. On their advice, the technical materials were sent to Yanjing for patent filing as a contribution to the domestic machine tool industry, in quote. I looked directly into the nearest camera. How the defective version of the technology reached Zhongjing, who put it into mass production and sold it across this province, I genuinely have no idea. The room came apart. Huang Guang got about halfway to his feet and then went down again. Because the sentence he had just heard was, the first design was defective, and the boy knew, and the boy fixed it, and never told him. I have wondered since what that felt like, and I think I know. It is the feeling of copying an entire exam paper off the person next to you, handing it in, and then watching them erase their own answers and write different ones. Yang Tao was writing so fast his pen tore the page, and swearing under his breath, and what he was swearing about was this. First this man framed Li Yong, and then he stole Li Yong's son's technology and put it in his own pocket. For the experts, the whole thing had closed. The Jiangcheng plant had filed a patent on somebody else's drawing, expecting to get rich on it, without knowing that the author had long since corrected the design and had stopped working with them entirely. Professor He went out into the corridor to telephone Shuimu, and his hands were shaking so badly he had to dial twice. And then the cameras did not let me go for another 40 minutes, and I gave them what I had come to give them, which was not the story of a boy and a board. The real gap between our machine tools and foreign ones is not the control board, I said. It runs all the way through. Chip, board, mechanics, the cutting edge itself. A domestic board is the beginning of a beginning. Anybody who tells you we have caught up because of one green rectangle is not doing you a favor. Influence plus 10. Total 78. Huang Guang left the building at some point during that, and nobody noticed him go, which was the single wisest thing he did all year. Out in the corridor, Professor Chen called Huang Guang in Yanjing, and got about 4 sentences in, before Huang Guang said, Huang Hao, Su Chao again? You know the name? I sat on the panel that was supposed to take him. He lost that place too. Huang Guang's voice went up. What is wrong with that family? They failed to take it at Yanjing, so they took it at Shuimu. Where is the academic integrity in any of this? I'm going to the university leadership personally, said Professor Chen. We are not losing this boy twice. I did not see any of what Yang Tao did next. I heard about it from a photographer, 4 years afterwards, at a dinner I was paying for. He drove back to Zhengzhou with the interview, and a second piece calculating what the domestic industry would save if the 2 patents were applied at scale, and 1 sentence that he refused to cut. People capable of doing independent scientific work and carrying it through to application must not be buried in a rotten environment. He put the whole thing on Lin Lei's desk. This runs, he said. It runs, or I'm wasting a chair. And Lin Lei, who 8 weeks earlier had dropped his article in a bin without finishing it, read 2 paragraphs and said mildly, We'll run it, front page, tomorrow. Not because his conscience had returned. Because a statement from the patent office had woken up the city government. Vice President Huang Guang had been suspended that afternoon, and Zhongjing had been ordered to halt production. Lin Lei had a nose. That is genuinely all it takes. The Zhengzhou Daily came out the next morning with a headline across the top of page 1. Young genius cracks. Foreign CNC control board technology may break decades of Western monopoly. No name, no school. A minor and a pseudonym. The whole province spent that day asking the same question. Who is he? Which school? Whose kid is that? Influence +1. Influence +1. Influence +1. Influence 103. Light a branch for 50? I said yes before the sentence finished rendering. 50 deducted. 53 remaining. Next branch. 500. Computer information. 1. The C language. Proficient. 2. Integrated circuit design. Level 5. And underneath it, in the same flat gray text, the sentence that reorganized my entire plan for the next 10 years. Chip design requires level 20. I sat on my bed and did the arithmetic on what it would cost to get from 5 to 20. And then I stopped doing the arithmetic, because there was not enough paper in the room. So, no. There would be no chapter of my life in which I sat down in a bedroom in a county town and designed a 3-nanometer process and astonished the world. That is not how any of it works, and I had known that in my first life, and I had needed the system to remind me. Level 5, one rung, then another one. Fine. Teacher Chen came into class the next morning holding a newspaper like a man carrying a cake. He put the Zhengzhou Daily on the lectern and smoothed it flat. Yesterday's front page, he said. A young genius, not yet 18, your age. And he does not simply study, he puts what he loves into the industrial development of this country. End quote. The class did not need a second invitation. Somebody started clapping in rhythm, and the whole room came in behind it. Su Chao, Su Chao, Su Chao. He Jing turned around with a small line between her eyebrows. She had never heard one word about a machine tool in her life, from anybody, and she was trying to work out how a boy who read novels under his desk had built one. I rubbed my nose. Because I was watching Huang Hao, and Huang Hao was wrong. For a week he had been asleep. Novels under the desk, no mock papers, nothing handed in, the beautiful glassy calm of a boy with a place at Shuimu in his pocket. That morning he had a pen in his hand, and the pen was shaking. He had gone back to the version of himself from a month earlier, except the earlier version had been steady, and this one was not. He was flicking between English and math and science and taking in none of it, the way you do when you are not studying. You are just trying to be seen studying by yourself. Because Huang Hao had not been at school the day before, his father had been suspended, and Huang Hao had been called in about the patent, and a person from the city had put a sheet of questions on integrated circuits in front of him and given him a pen. He had held the pen for 20 minutes and not written one word. Capacitors and routing were not things he had opinions about. They were not things he had ever seen. They were, in every sense that mattered, a foreign language he had claimed on a form to speak. The men had collected the blank sheets and thanked him politely and left, which is so much worse than shouting. And the previous evening he had learned who had actually designed his invention. Shuimu had not withdrawn the place yet, but he could feel the shape of it coming toward him, and everybody knew. The school knew. His relatives knew. The neighbors knew. Half of Zhongcheng knew. His own name was being chanted at him in 4/4 time by 50 people. He stood up. It isn't me, he said, quietly, into the noise. Honestly, it isn't me. The class howled with laughter and clapped harder. Brother Hao, don't be modest. I found all of this out much later, and I want to be honest and say that I enjoyed hearing it more than I should have. 300 kilometers away, in an admissions office at Shuimu University, a deputy director named Chen was hitting a table with the flat of his hand. This university admitted a plagiarist, early, on our own recommendation. That is a disgrace in the history of this institution, and I want to know whether there was a chain of interest attached to it. Professor He, still the color of a brick, said, I personally vouched for that boy in front of the National Expert Group, in Zhengzhou, in a room. Do you understand what was done to us in that room? 3 decisions came out of that meeting. Review every early admitted student of that year. Suspend the entire Jiangyang province admissions team from recruitment pending investigation. And revoke the early admission of Huang Hao, and notify the local education bureau and the school. At Yanjing University, meanwhile, Professor Chen went over 3 heads at once. Because Li Kai had been at their interview, Li Kai had been scored top of the room by Huang Guang, and the panel had buried him. Vice President Sun pulled the original score sheets, and it took him about a minute to see it. Every signature except one had put Huang Hao high and Li Kai low. There's a recording, somebody said. The interviews were taped. The director of admissions, He Yong, was asked about the tape. There's a problem with the recording, he said. The cassette didn't take. I want to point at the cassette for a second. Because the cassette is the whole country in one object. Nobody destroyed it. Nobody had to. It simply did not take, and there is no way to prove that it did not take. And every man in that building understood the sentence perfectly, and not one of them could touch it. I have been handed a broken cassette perhaps 9 times since. Different rooms, different decades, much larger sums. It is always the same sentence, and it is always delivered in the same mild voice. Vice President Sun sat in his office afterwards and was, by his own account, more angry than he had been in 15 years, and entirely powerless, and the two do go together. He knew what the recommendation program was. Everyone knew. Water that is too clean holds no fish, and no university expects every early admission to be spotless. But not taking a boy who could visibly move an industrial sector was not corruption, it was stupidity, which is worse, because you cannot punish it. He Yong held his line without blinking. The cassette is broken. The sheets are in order. 11 people scored him low, and 1 scored him high. Are we to suspect the 11 and believe the 1? Professor Chen put a folder of my work down on his desk from about chest height. If this office will not sort it out, he said, I will go to the rector, and then I will go outside this university. And then he did the thing that actually worked, because he was a department head in microelectronics and knew exactly which lever he had. He had my 2 applications bound into a pamphlet and put a copy on the desk of every professor in his department and in 2 research centers. The department lost its mind. How is this boy not already here? Look at the routing on page 9, and one professor, an old one, said the sentence that got repeated to me years later, and that I still think is the most accurate thing anybody has ever said about my first year. It is not a breakthrough. Don't call it a breakthrough. But the line of thinking is completely clear, and the solutions are elegant, and there are people in this building with tenure who do not understand integrated circuits at this level." End quote. It went to the university leadership, and Yanjing University decided to admit Li Kai under recommended admission, and discovered, immediately, that the national recommended admissions window for that year had closed 11 days earlier, and that reopening it required an application to a ministry. So Professor Chen and Huang Guang sat in an office and sighed at each other, and got nowhere for 2 weeks. I knew none of this. I went to class. I had lunch. My great concern that week was that the influence counter had stalled around 103. Then a black Audi came through the school gate at 4 in the afternoon and parked across 2 spaces. A woman got out of it. I want to convey what a woman driving a car did to a Chinese county town in the year 2000. There were very few cars. There were fewer drivers. There were essentially no women drivers. 300 parents at the school gate turned their heads simultaneously. She was Huang Ming's secretary. Oval face, long legs, black stockings, an entirely unnecessary amount of confidence. "Li Kai? I'm Sister Zhang." She put a box in my hands. A Motorola CD928 Plus. The first flip phone in the world that handled Chinese characters properly. It had reached this country in the middle of the previous year. It cost north of 10,000 yuan, and it was the specific object that told a room you were somebody's boss. Sister Zhang had worked for Huang Ming for 5 years and had received, in that entire time, a Motorola 8900, which is a brick with an aerial. She stood there and waited for the face. I opened the box, took the phone out, turned it over, opened it, closed it, and said, "Thanks." The exact expression, she told me later, of a boy being handed an exercise book. I want to defend myself. I had spent the previous decade holding devices thinner than a biscuit that contained the entire recorded output of human civilization. This was a heavy metal clam that could make a telephone call, send a short message, and tell me the time. And I already owned a watch. "Don't mention it," said Sister Zhang. "My number's in there, and so is Mr. Huang's. Call any time." She got back in the Audi. "And I'm not that much older than you. Sister Zhang is fine." The Audi left. I watched it go. I would like the record to show that I watched the car. Brother Kai, He Jing, with her bicycle, in the doorway of the bike shed, using the nickname she had caught off Zhang Lei and Huang Min, and which she deployed roughly 40 times a day. "Let's go home." We rode. "Finals are in 2 days," she said. "How are Huang Min and the others going to do? They'll put on tens of marks. We only worked the compulsory points." "And what are you doing for the holiday?" "Going to the internet cafe." The second-ranked student in the year nearly rode into a bollard. Could you take me? You actually want to go?" "Yes." She recovered and looked straight ahead very hard. "I want to see what it is. This place that turns all the boys in our class into idiots." "Then you're invited." The notice reached the school on a Tuesday, and I did not know it had arrived until the following Friday, and by then, everybody's parents in that town knew. Principal Lin Jian read it twice, put it down, and called in his deputy and teacher Chen. "The Education Bureau has forwarded this. Shuemu University has revoked the early admission of one of our students." "Suqiao," said teacher Chen. "On what grounds?" Deputy head Huang Xin, who had spent 2 days finding out, said it to the window rather than the room. "There's a problem with the patent. It appears he took it from another student." Teacher Chen came up out of the chair, and then sat back down, because with parents like those, what is there to be surprised about? And then, and I have always liked him for this, he did not say one word about the lost Shuimu place, or the school's reputation, or the banner they had already printed. If he had never been given the early admission, he said, he would have carried on at his own pace and gone to a good university this summer and been perfectly happy. I'm afraid this is going to break his confidence, and I don't know that it will come back. Principal Lin knew exactly why Huang Hao had been considered at Yanjing and taken at Shuimu, and had known since December, and had concluded, correctly, for a man in his position, that the safest thing he could possibly know was nothing. Handle the boy's psychology, he said, and keep it quiet. The formal notice hasn't even arrived, and half this city already has it. You'd better be ready for what comes next. Huang Xin turned round. Wait, he said. Who did he take it from? Teacher Chen pulled the Zhengzhou Daily out of his bag and put it on the desk. The byline was a pseudonym. The subject was called Yang Fan. There was no school, no county, no name. Neither the patent office nor the newspaper was telling anybody who Yang Fan was. That evening, Teacher Chen learned that Huang Hao's father, Huang Guang, was being investigated by the city on disciplinary and financial grounds. And then it all fitted together, and he sat in his kitchen for a long time with a cold cup of tea. I know what he was thinking about, because he told me, years later. And it was not what I expected, and it has stayed with me. He was not thinking about the patent. He was not thinking about me. He was thinking that he had stood in front of his own classroom in January and read out a boy's name, and given the reason, and watched 50 people applaud. He had known. He had done it on purpose. He had wanted somebody, eventually, to walk into it. And he had not once considered that the person who would walk into it first was a 17-year-old with no idea what his father had signed. I was right, he said to me. I was completely right, and I would not do it again. The finals were run exactly like the real thing. Randomized halls, real timings, questions pitched at the real difficulty. I was in the same room as Sun Ming and Zhang Lei again. Huang Hao did not come on the Monday. He did not sit the exam at all. At the door, Zhang Lei grabbed my sleeve. Brother Kai, I'm so nervous I need the toilet. Brother Lei, said Huang Min, going pale. Shut up, now I need the toilet. They both went, at speed, and came back holding paper, which is the whole story right there. Neither of them had ever needed the toilet before an exam in their lives. You don't get nervous about a thing you haven't put anything into. Nerves are a receipt. Teacher Chen read the results the next day, and he read them from the top, which he had never once done. This class has moved a very long way. Some of you have posted the best result of your life. He started with the ones nobody ever reads out. Sun Ming, 355. Sun Ming looked at the number on the board, the way you look at a stranger who has just called you by name. Zhang Lei, 380. Huang Min, 399. Huang Min made a sound. 1 mark. 1 mark off 400. All three of them had gone up about 50 marks from the first mock. 50 marks in that year, from that base, is not a better grade. It is a technical college, guaranteed, with a trade at the end of it, and in Huang Min's case, with a push, a third-tier university. The room turned round and looked at the back. I should have joined the group. 50 marks? 50. That's terrifying. I'm joining next term. It's better than the paid tutors. There is no next term. It was March. Influence plus 2. Total 55. 2. 2. For 3 lives changing direction in a single morning. I had worked out the mechanic by then, and I did not like it. The system paid the most for the first time a person's opinion of me moved. After that it paid less, and eventually it paid nothing at all, no matter how much good you did. The system was not measuring virtue. Nothing ever is. And then Teacher Chen said the thing about the study group out loud, for the first time, in front of everybody. There are students in this class who have spent their own irreplaceable time this year helping other people. He was not looking at anybody in particular, which was how you knew. The third year is a team. I do not want anybody left at the back. The applause went on for a while. He Jing clapped with her hands up by her chin and did not take her eyes off me. And what she was thinking, she told me much later, was, it isn't the person who is good who is remarkable. It's the person who drags everybody else up with him. Then the top of the list. He Jing, 622. Chinese 121, Math 135, English 131. Second in the school. Her total was lower than her first mock. The paper had been vastly harder. Her math had gone up 13 marks, and every single one of those marks had come out of 400 photocopied pages, sorted by problem type. Li Kai, 640, Chinese 111, Math 150, Influence plus 1, total 56. Half the room had privately concluded that I was sandbagging, and half the room was right. Homework for the holiday, said Teacher Chen. 5 full papers, plus an error log. The noise that produced was not a groan. It was closer to a siren. Huang Ming rang at 9 on the first morning of the holiday. Happy New Year in advance. Dividends are in your account as per the contract. A pause. Kaizi, Linghua's turnaround is yours. All of it. I would take you on as technical director tomorrow at any salary you named. In that country you close your debts before the Spring Festival. All of them. To everybody. Because to carry a debt across the year is bad luck and worse manners. And Huang Ming was not going to be careless with my money specifically, because I was currently the thing his whole company was standing on. And call whoever you like from that phone. The company pays the bill. I went to the bank. The card was a Zodiac card. My parents had opened it with me in the 10th grade, on the household register, so that I could put my New Year money in it and learn about saving, which had never once worked. The girl behind the counter printed the balance. 53,200. I stood in a bank branch in Zhangcheng and looked at a piece of paper. New commercial housing in that city, that year, was a little over 1,000 yuan a square meter. That number was a small apartment. Outright. It was also 2.5 times what my mother and father earned in a year. Together, I took out 2,000. 2 bottles of good spirits and a carton of cigarettes for my father. A gold chain and proper cosmetics for my mother. A bottle of genuinely good baijiu in the year 2000 cost 290 yuan. I stood in the shop holding it and had a thought that has cost me actual sleep since, which was, buy a case of this, put it in a cupboard, do not touch it for 20 years. And then I did not do it, because I was 17 and in a hurry. And I have had to live with the knowledge that a young man once poured the price of a car into the fuel tank of a technology company and thought he was being clever. On New Year's Eve, all 3 of the Chen children came to our apartment, which had not happened in 4 years. My father's older sister is Yang Fan. She keeps house. Her husband Huang Wenbin started as a carpenter on sites and worked his way up to small contractor in the provincial capital. And the family has money now, real money, the loud kind. Their son Huang Lei went straight onto his father's sites out of school. His fiancée Li Min works in a bank. Wedding on National Day. My father's younger brother is Li Bo. He is the one the family got through university. And the way they got him through university was that Yang Fan and my father worked the fields from the age of 9 so that he didn't have to. He is now a section head at the Zhengzhou Construction Bureau. His wife He Huan teaches Chinese at Zhengzhou No. 1. Their daughter Li Juan is my age and in the top stream at that school. While my grandparents were alive, that family was flawless. Everybody said so. Grandparents die, and then everybody has their own household, and their own household has its own interests. And here is the actual reason all 3 of them were in our front room, which nobody said out loud once during the entire evening. The apartment. 2 rooms, 70-something square meters, worth, as an apartment, approximately nothing. But Li Bo worked at the construction bureau, and Li Bo therefore knew, as a fact, that the factory compound was scheduled for demolition, and that the compensation ratio was 1:3. That compound sat like a scab in the exact center of Zhangcheng, and it was cheaper for the city to clear it than to move around it, and it was going that year. The apartment had been given to my father originally, because he was the one who had nothing, and had carried everybody. That had been settled and comfortable and unanimous for 11 years. Then the word demolition entered the family, and both my aunt and my uncle's wife discovered that they had opinions. Huang Wenbin came in a Santana, one of the first private cars in the province. Li Bo came on the bus because a section head at a bureau in that year did not have the money for a car, which tells you something interesting about who actually gets rich in a boom. Li Kai. Look how tall. You could sort the room by clothing in 1 second. 2 urban families. And my mother, in a padded jacket that said, from across a courtyard, county. The gifts were laid out on the sideboard. A bottle of spirits with a brand nobody could identify. A knockoff Lin Lin biscuit, set with the printing slightly off register. Tea in a box that had yellowed at the corners and faded on one side, meaning it had spent a long time on a shelf near a window. And 2 boxes of health supplements with no labels at all. I stood there and worked out how many hands and how many holidays those items had passed through before coming to rest on our sideboard. People are practical. If my father had been a boss or a bureau chief, that sideboard would have had Wu Liangye on it, and the best Malfeng in Zhengzhou. Li Min, the fiancé, got as far as the courtyard, looked at the chicken coops and the broken concrete, and stopped, and had to be talked through the door. I took Huang Lei and Li Juan into my room and put on the PlayStation football, and Li Juan walked in and saw a desktop computer. She had been asking her father for one for over a year. 10,000 yuan and up. Her father was a section head at a bureau. Her father's brother was an unemployed lathe operator. There was a computer in his son's bedroom. Zhang Lei left it, I said, without looking up. He's doing tutoring over the holiday, and there's no room at his place. Li Juan's shoulders came down about 2 centimeters. Of course. Where would they get the money? She had a look around the room while she was there. The bed she'd stopped wanting after they moved. A desk with the veneer coming off. And on the desk, stacked in with the exam books, 2 library books about C, and one about integrated circuits. Kai Zi, you've got the exam in July. Stop playing games. Let the man breathe, said Huang Lei, taking a controller. 1 match. I'm France. 98 world champions. Zidane in his absolute pomp. Then I'll take us, I said. Huang Lei actually winced. Normal people take France. Or Brazil, if you're feeling perverse. Italy, Argentina, Germany. Nobody takes the national team. Taking the national team is a form of self-harm. 10 minutes later, it was 5-0, and I had spent the last 4 of those minutes passing it sideways so it wouldn't get embarrassing. How are you doing that? Teach me the cross. Teach me the Marseille turn. Luck, mostly. I had used a trainer to set every player in the squad to 99, and the goalkeeper Zhang Daowei was, in a technical sense, available as a striker. I am not going to apologize for this. He came into my house and picked France. Li Min appeared in the doorway and told Huang Lei she needed to buy something in town, immediately, and took him away, because that room and that flat and that courtyard were making it hard for her to breathe. Which left me and my cousin. What did you get in the finals? Not much. 550? I shook my head. Li Huan did the polite thing, which was to change the subject at once, because below 550, there is no conversation to have about a top-tier university. I've been going to a cram school in Zhengzhou since March, she said. They bring in star teachers from the strong schools. It's all format work, exactly what the exam wants. You could come with us. How much? 100 a day. 100 a day, in the year 2000. I want you to notice the date. The education arms race in that country did not start in the 2010s. It was already running, at 100 yuan a day, in a provincial capital, before either of us had sat the exam. That's steep, I said. What's your weak point? I might have material. Li Huan smiled at me with real kindness. Thanks, she said. I've got everything I need. What material could a county school possibly have? Lunch was plain dumplings, because everybody was saving their appetite for the evening. Li Min did not touch the chopsticks. She sat with her hands in her lap and a face like a closed shop, and then took Huang Lei out to eat in town and to see a film. Yang Fan was not happy about her future daughter-in-law, and covered it the way you do. We don't understand young people these days. And my mother, who had watched Li Min look at our chopsticks, went out that afternoon and came back with an entire new set of chopsticks for the house. I have thought about that a great deal over the years, and I have never once been able to think about it calmly. I had 200,000 yuan in a savings account that afternoon. I could have bought my mother a flat. I did not buy her a flat. I did not tell her about the money. I sat in my room with a laptop and let her go out and spend 11 yuan on chopsticks because a girl from the city had looked at ours. I have been told that I was being sensible. I was 17, and I had a plan, and the plan needed capital, and every part of that is true. It is also true that I let my mother buy those chopsticks. Both things are true. I have made my peace with exactly one of them. 6 o'clock. The table. My mother had cooked all of it. Yang Fan and He Huan had sat in the front room cracking melon seeds and offering encouragement. My father brought out the bottle he had been keeping for something. Jiang Cheng Dak, the local, saved for years. My mother put out cola and Jian Li Bao for anybody who wasn't drinking. Brother-in-law, brother. Tonight we drink properly, and Huang Wenbin got up, went out to the car, and came back with his own bottle. Fenju, yellow cap, costs a bit over 10 yuan. At home, Huang Wenbin regards Fenju as something you use to clean a wound. But it is provincial, and it has a name, and a county Dakwa does not. And in that room, the hierarchy of 2 bottles of alcohol was the entire evening compressed into glass. He brought 1 bottle. My father put his own bottle away without a word, and I watched him do it. 3 cups in, it thawed, the way it does. They talked about being children. They talked about burying their parents. They talked about their kids. He Huan went first, because He Huan always goes first. Huan Huan is wonderful, she really is. The only trouble is that she works too hard. From the 3rd of the new year, she's back at cram school. 100 yuan a day. She got 550 in her finals, and her teacher says a top-tier place is not in doubt, and if she pushes, she'll make a key university. She turned. Lin Fen, you should send your Kaizi. People go up 10 marks in a fortnight. Too dear, said my mother, waving both hands. Far too dear. Yang Fan took her turn. We bought Huang Lei an apartment last month, center of Zhengzhou. Over 100,000. She patted her son's arm. A grown son should have his own place. You don't understand how hard life is until you've lived apart. And then He Huan looked across the table at my father and said, with enormous warmth, and you, brother, you've aged this year. You've aged a lot. I'm still working, my father said, just not at the Jiangcheng plant. I'm at Cheng now, in Zhangzhou. To Huang Wenbin and He Zuan, any factory is a factory, and a man in a factory is a man in a factory, and there is no second sentence. Old Yong. Huang Wenbin poured himself another one. I said this to you a year ago. Get out of the plant. Anything of your own is better than that. Times have changed. You have to be bold. I ate a rib and said nothing, because in the memories that came with this body, my father had asked Huang Wenbin for work on his sites, twice, and Huang Wenbin had a reason both times, and both reasons were excellent, and neither of them was true. Businessmen talk beautifully. Listen to it, agree with it, and forget it before dessert. Take care of your health, brother, said Li Bo. If it gets too much, don't push. That was the entire extent of it, from the man the family had put through university, who was a real figure inside his bureau, who had done Huang Wenbin a considerable number of favors over the years, and who had been physically unable to help his own brother find a job. My father put his cup down harder than he meant to. If I stop, we're finished. Kaizi has university coming. Speaking of which, said He Huan, brightening, if you want my honest opinion, don't let him do anything strange. Send him to a teacher training college. They've made them free now. She smiled. My Wanhuan is going to do finance. Finance is what everybody wants. My mother put her chopsticks down. Whatever the children want to do, she said, is the children's business. Adults should keep out of it. So what are you thinking, Kaizi? Said Yang Fan, diffusing. I picked up a sweet and sour rib. Finance, probably. Li Wan choked on her Jianli bao. The reasoning, for what it's worth, was solid. I did not need a narrow technical degree. I had a technology tree in my head, and the entire economic map of the next 20 years. What I needed was the macro picture and the vocabulary to talk to money, and finance sits on the seam between the humanities and the sciences, which meant, and this was not a minor consideration, roughly twice as much free time as any engineering faculty in the country. Finance is expensive, said He Huan. And when you graduate, without connections, you won't get into a bank or a brokerage. In He Huan's world, finance means working in a bank. That is the beginning and the end of the definition. I have met a great many people since who ran entire departments on a definition that small. Li Min curled her lip at her plate, as if a bank is easy. My father, who had had 4 cups, put both palms flat on the table. Whatever my son wants to study, my son will study, he said. Finance. And the telephone rang. My mother wiped her hands and went out to the hall. Hello? Happy New Year, we're just at the table. Yes, I'm listening. Then nothing. Then, what? Then, really? 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 Then, at a volume that came through the wall, thank you. Thank you so much. She came back into the room holding the doorframe and crying, which she does not do. That was his class teacher, she said. Li Kai has been admitted, early admission, to Yanjing University. The table stopped, and then my mother rounded on me, still crying, and hit me on the shoulder. You knew and you didn't tell your mother? Sister-in-law, said He Huan carefully. You're joking, surely. He hasn't sat the exam. Here is what had happened. 300 kilometers north, 40 minutes earlier, Professor Chen and Huang Guang had not gone home for the holiday. Between them, the university leadership had got the ministry to extend the recommended admissions window to the beginning of March. Professor Chen could not sit still and stood over Huang Guang's shoulder while he dialed. Director Zhou, Huang Guang, Yanjing University. We met when we came down for candidates in December. Happy New Year. A pause for the pleasantries, and then, this is a verbal notification. The formal facts will follow after the holiday. By special decision of the university leadership, we are admitting Li Kai, final year class 3, Jiangcheng number 1 high school, to the Department of Microelectronics, entry year 2000. Director Zhou at the Education Bureau put down his chopsticks. We don't have a number for the boy, said Huang Guang, so you tell him. Consider it a New Year present. And then, because he could not help himself, this is a young man with genuine independent engineering instinct. He has 2 patents in process, a CNC control board, and a visual operating system for machine tools. He needs to be grown. Director Zhou abandoned his family's dinner and telephoned Principal Lin Jian. And Principal Lin, standing in his own hallway with a napkin still tucked into his collar, went through 2 entire emotions in 4 seconds. The first was, so that's what happened. Huang Hao copied Li Kai. The second was, he is also our student. He went past his deputy head entirely and telephoned Teacher Chen at home. And Teacher Chen, out of a class of 53, had loved exactly one of them the most, and it was the plain hard-working one with no father in an office and no money in the house, who explained problems in the 10-minute break to anybody who asked, and never once made a face about it. I'll call him, said Teacher Chen. I'll call him right now. Director Zhou did not get to sit back down. The phone went again before he'd found his chopsticks, and it was Shuimu University. The extension of the admissions window had not been granted only to Yanjing. Shuimu had launched a supplementary round the same afternoon, and the logic was not complicated. Shuimu had taken Huang Hao specifically and exclusively for the CNC control board, which meant that what Shuimu actually wanted was the author of the CNC control board. And Shuimu was extremely aware that Yanjing had a head start. Director Zhou called the school again. It was a holiday, or Principal Lin would have convened the entire faculty that night, because this had never happened. Not once. Not in the history of Jiangcheng No. 1 high school. Not in the history of any school in that county. Both of the great universities of the country, admitting the same student, early, in the same week. Put that on a banner in July and there would be a queue around the block. Teacher Chen, said Principal Lin, the window is open until March, until the new term. Tell the boy to think about it very carefully. Whichever one he picks, full scholarship. Your class and your student have brought this school glory. Teacher Chen stood in his kitchen and swallowed. Happy troubles, that's the phrase. Happy troubles. Nobody had told me anything yet. I was at a dinner table eating a rib. I want that on the record too. Every important thing that happened to me that year happened while I was somewhere else, doing something stupid, with no idea. I did not manage any of it. I only ever set things down and walked away and let other people pick them up. That is not modesty, that is the actual method. I have used nothing else since. Lin Fen, said Huang Wenbin, with the gentle patience of a man explaining the world to a child. You haven't been taken in, have you? There's a lot of it about before the exams, telephone fraud. Exactly, said He Huan, who was both a teacher and an urban person, and therefore doubly authoritative. Sister-in-law, in our house we never believe a call like that. And the telephone rang again. He Huan volunteered. She got up, arranged her face into something forensic, walked into the hall, picked up the receiver, and pressed the speaker button. Hello, am I speaking to Li Kai's mother? This is his class teacher, Chen. He Huan looked at me, then at my mother. We both nodded. It's him. Teacher Chen, I'm Li Kai's aunt. Please go ahead, I'll pass it on. There was a small clearing of a throat, and then Teacher Chen's voice came out of a telephone in a hallway in Jiangcheng and filled that entire apartment. The principal has just called me. The City Education Bureau has confirmed it. Shuimu University is also admitting Li Kai. He is to choose between Shuimu and Yanjing. Both are offering a full scholarship. Please tell him to think it over during the holiday and give an answer before the new term. And any questions at all, at any hour, he should call me. He Huan stood in the hallway with her eyes very wide. Thank you, Teacher Chen, she said, and put the phone down. The only sound in that flat was the television, where the New Year Gala had reached the sketch with Xia Ping and Uncle Dongli. And Uncle Dongli was saying, there are 3 kinds of old people in this world, and Xia Ping was saying, which kind am I? And Uncle Dongli was saying, you're the kind that finds the house too small. He Huan came back into the room and sat down without looking at anybody. She is a Chinese teacher at the best high school in the provincial capital, and she had spent the last hour explaining 100 yuan a day cram school to a woman in a padded jacket, and now she was trying to process how a boy from a small school in a small county had been admitted to both of them at once, and there was no available sentence. My father was the only person at that table who got there. Is this because of the board? He said. The patent thing? Looks like it. He put his cup down. Good, he said. Good, good. 3 times, and then he tipped the cup back in one movement, and I watched 11 years come off a man's shoulders in about a second and a half. Li Yong, said Yang Fan. What board? What has been going on in this house? And my father, who had never once held the floor at a family dinner in his life, put down the cup and told them. He told it badly. He got the order wrong twice. He kept saying that he did not understand the technical part, which was true, and then explaining the technical part, which was also true. He got to the end and said, who would have thought Yanjing and Shuimu would care about a thing like that? Kaizi's done well, said Li Bo quietly. Wonderful, said He Xuan. Really? He was always strong in the sciences, even as a little boy. The Chen family, said Yang Fan, has produced a scholar. Li Zhuan was not saying anything at all. She was thinking about 2 library books on a desk in a bedroom, one about C and one about integrated circuits, which she had glanced at that afternoon and filed under boy who has given up. And about the sentence she had said out loud in that same bedroom, 4 hours earlier. Kindly, about 550. So, she said, eventually, Yanjing or Shuimu? Neither, I said. Every adult at that table came up out of their chair. What do you mean neither? Are you being funny? Li Kai. I just smiled and ate a rib, and one by one they decided I was joking, and then they all started lecturing me at once about opportunity, which is a very specific noise and I have never enjoyed it. Huang Wenbin's bottle of Fenju was empty, so I went into my room and came back with a mineral water bottle full of clear liquid. Before all this, that had been my habit whenever a project ran late, decant the good stuff into something anonymous, because putting a branded bottle on a table means a conversation about the bottle, and I wanted the conversation to be about the project. Dad, drink this one. I bought it. My father lit up. My son bought it. Look at that. My son buys his father a drink. To the new year. Huang Wenbin and Li Bo both took a mouthful out of politeness, and then both of them stopped moving. My father took his and blinked twice. That's good. Kaizi, where did you get this? What's it per caddy? Buy some more. Buy some for your uncle and your aunt. I'm taking some to the relatives on the 4th. Ahem, I said. Ahem. Ahem. They went home late and left the flat looking like a small municipal event had been held in it, and my parents sat among the wreckage until well past midnight, not really talking. At 12 I went into the hall and dialed 5 digits I did not have to look up, and wished He Jing a happy new year, and then lay in the dark listening to the fireworks come in waves across the whole town, and slept better than I had in 2 lifetimes. 1181 kept climbing over the holiday. Tens of thousands of unique addresses a day. page views in the hundreds of thousands, and one day in February, it touched 500,000. And the traffic had stopped being local. Jiangcheng, then Zhangzhou, then names of towns I had to look up. Red Alert and Half-Life were the big two, 10,000 downloads each. Another 2 months of that, and the site stops being a thing a schoolboy runs in the evenings. Then somebody knocked on my OICQ. Flying Bird, found you through the cooperation contact on 1181. I have a business proposition. You're doing over 100,000 page views a day? Against the wind. 500,000 at peak. Flying Bird, boss. Put a link to us on your site. We pay per view. 5 yuan per 10,000. I did the arithmetic on the back of an exam paper. 10,000 clicks a day is 50 yuan. A day is 1,500 a month. 2.5 times my father's wage. I asked for the link. The domain was not a .com, and it was not a .com.cn. It was a .xyz, and I sat looking at those 3 letters for a second with a feeling I could not name yet. Red background, white and yellow characters. Whoever designs these sites has the same taste in every country and every decade. Loud, direct, unambiguous. Below that, pictures and text. And over the top of all of it, pop-up windows, streaming video, miracle pills, and a card table. The first internet wave in that country brought with it the 2 industries that have never, in the entire history of information technology, failed to arrive first. And they arrived first because they are the 2 most profitable things you can put on a screen. I sat in a computer shop because there was still no internet in my flat and worked politely through the whole site out of professional courtesy. The video was 270 pixels tall and looked like weather. I had spent a decade with 4,000 pixels of picture on a wall, and I was bored inside 40 seconds. The kid at the next machine, however, had moved his stool right up against mine. "Brother," he said in a reverent whisper, "what's the secret entrance? Share it." I clicked something by accident. Flying Bird went to 7 per 10,000, then 7.5 with monthly settlement. 5 or 6,000 a month. There were grown men with families in that town who did not clear that in a year. I said no, and I want to be precise about why, because it was not virtue. Game trainers were walking a line. There was no law about them in that country in that year. The day a law arrived, I would fold the whole thing up in an afternoon and walk away clean. A site like that one was already illegal. It was illegal on the day, in writing, and it was the kind of stain that does not come out of a domain name. And I was building a domain name. Flying Bird kept typing. 8. 8.5. Boss. Boss? I closed the window. Others came. Small game sites, directory sites, product listings, a yuan per 10,000, 8 jiao per 10,000. I took 3 of them. Ordinary companies, clean headlines, no pop-ups, and I spent 3 days building the links in properly instead of dumping them at the bottom of the page. About 600 yuan a month. It was not money. It covered the server, which meant 1181 had stopped costing me anything, which meant it could now run forever. The rest of that holiday was the library in the mornings and the ice rink in the evenings, with He Jing and Sun Yang and Zhang Lei. And I would like to note, as a man who has watched both, that children in that decade had a richer life outside school than the generation that came after them. That generation could burn a whole day 1 minute at a time and have nothing at the end of it. The day before term started, Lin Fei called. "We've built our own slim VCD player. It goes into production after the holiday. Come and look at it." My stomach did something unpleasant. VCD was a sunset industry. It died because the format never had a patent gate on it, so every workshop in the country piled in and cut each other's throats on price, and then DVD walked in and finished off whoever was still standing. I had told him. He had not listened. It is the year 2000, and they are rolling out a VCD line. That is not a business decision. That is joining the losing side of a civil war, in the last week of it. He picked me up in an old factory Beijing Jeep 212 that rattled like a bucket of spanners. The prototype was genuinely lovely. Thin, about the size of 2 CD cases, with a brushed front. Nothing like the gray bricks people had in their houses. They put in a Jackie Chan film and it played. Steady picture. Fast forward, pause, scan. No stutter, no freeze. "It's built off your board," said Lin Fei, and he was glowing. "Plus, we ground out a miniature optical head ourselves. Ourselves, Kai Z." I did not give him an opinion. I gave him a question, because a question is easier to survive. DVD players are already moving. There are more home computers every month. Is the technology already old? Lin Fei had a top degree and 12 years in the market, and he came back at me perfectly. All the DVD decoder and board patents sit overseas. The license fee eats the margin before you start. A DVD retails from 1,500 and a good one is 2 to 3,000. That is not a price an ordinary family pays. We are making a slim VCD for a few hundred yuan, and we are aiming it at 3rd and 4th tier cities and the countryside, where nobody is spending 2,000 on anything. Which is completely correct, and which is also the answer of a man who has correctly identified everything except the thing that is going to kill him. VCD was not killed by DVD. VCD was killed by the 1100 Chinese factories making VCDs, and then by the computer. Brother Fei, I said, I'll say it straight. Electronics get cheaper every year, and picture standards go up every year. Once a man has eaten rice, he doesn't go back to husks. VCD is obsolete technology. Intellectuals have their own dignity. He thought I was a boy who was brilliant at circuits and knew nothing about markets, which was a completely reasonable thing to think, and I watched his face go stiff. So I gave him the exit as well, because I had it, and it cost me nothing. Get out of VCD and DVD subcontracting entirely. The board work is already better business, and if you can, go and stand in front of Lenovo or Asus and offer to contract manufacture PC motherboards. Build the line. Build the skills. 210. In the year 2000, the semiconductor industry across the strait was already flying, and the transfer of that capacity to the mainland would have handed a firm like Cheng a decade of runway. Yang Cheng came in with 3 men behind him. Brother Chen, have a look. Is there anything technically wrong with our player? Nothing, I said honestly. The VCD circuit is mature, and folding the board in half to get it thin is genuinely clever. He laughed so hard he had to put a hand on the table. We've registered the brand. After the holiday, the plant runs full. 1 million units a year. I did not say anything. His stated ambition was to be the VCD king of the entire country inside 3 years, by the strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside, and I knew he would hit it. That is the joke. He would absolutely hit it, because over the following 2 years that industry was going to be depopulated like a plague village, and by the 3rd year you could be a major national player by shifting 20 units and a lawyer. In the Jeep on the way home, at a level crossing, I tried once more. Brother Fei, I know you're not going to listen to me today. Just be careful, really careful. VCD is a trap. He had had a drink at lunch. Nobody thought about that in the year 2000. Li Kai, he said, with both hands on the wheel and his eyes on the road. You're young. You don't know what a market wants right now. I can feel that this player is going to sell. Maybe. The brand's been spun out of Cheng as its own company. Mr. Yang says I'm contributing the technology as equity, 30%, and I'll be the legal representative and general manager. I said nothing. You're more than 10 years younger than me, he said. I've always thought of you as a brother anyway. I did 12 years in a factory after university. 12. And what did I want out of it? Money? No. He changed gear badly. Recognition. The crossing barrier went up, and he didn't move. It's an absurd time to be alive. Boys I was at primary school with in the village left at 11 and went out into the world, and half of them today are big bosses with a villa and a driver, and I am the only one who did everything correctly, and I am on a fixed salary in a factory. He hiccuped and laughed at himself and drove on. I'll admit it. I have no commercial talent at all. He glanced over. But this is my shot. I looked out of the window at a road with no lights on it. Everybody has a hole in them. Lin Fei's hole was that he was a good engineer who had been told for 12 years that engineering was a job for other people's employees. He was not going to run a company. He should never have been allowed anywhere near running a company. And I was not going to let it happen for very long. I want to be careful with that sentence, because I said it to myself in a Jeep in March, and I believed it. I was going to fix it. I had a plan and a timeline, and I was going to get to it after the exam. I did not get to it after the exam. I want you to hold on to that, because it is coming. I put my hand on his shoulder when we got to my building, and told him to drive slowly, and went upstairs. There were 4 pairs of shoes inside our door. Xie Wei, formerly general manager of the parent plant, now suspended and under review, his transfer to the city administration frozen indefinitely. Director Xie, new at the Jiangcheng plant, and Huang Guang's wife. Huang Guang himself was in custody. Xie Wei needed one thing, and he needed it that week: the right to manufacture my corrected board, so that he could swap it into every machine his company had sold before somebody put a number on the losses. Director Xie needed it more. He had been in the job 11 days, and a dozen machines were standing still. At Xie Wei's feet were 2 bottles of Wuliangye and 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes, which is a completely different grammar from a bottle of Fenzhou. Li Yong, he said, and his voice had honey poured through it. You're a veteran of that plant. Your father worked there before you. You live in the plant's housing. He spread his hands. That's what a real relationship is. My father looked at him. Give us your word that we may manufacture and apply the board, said Xie Wei, and come back. Zhangzhou is a long way from home, and your son has the exam in July, and you should be here. I am holding a technical supervisor's post for you. There is no work in it. You walk about and you look at things. He smiled. 1,200 a month. It was the exact post that Huang Lei had occupied. 1,200 yuan, in that county, in that year, was more than a civil servant made. They were on 600 or 700. My father looked at a man who 8 weeks earlier had said call the police in a room full of cameras, and could not find him anywhere in the face that was smiling at him. Old Li, said Huang Guang's wife, leaning in. My Huang Hao and your Li Kai are classmates. Old Zhao always thought well of you. Be generous with us. My father's whole body moved about a centimeter. Generous. As though he had been the one who put Huang Guang under investigation. Which he had not, and which nobody in that room believed for a second, and which was also beside the point, because Huang Guang was not under investigation for machine tools. Huang Guang was under investigation for what the machine tools turned over on their way past. My father did not shout. I would have shouted. My father is a better man than me. My son has been admitted early to Shuimu and to Yanjing, he said, so Zhengzhou suits me well enough, and the board is my son's business. I don't understand the details. Huang Guang's wife made a small sound, because the boy who was supposed to have been admitted early was hers. My father picked up the 2 bottles and the 2 cartons and put them into Xie Wei's hands. Mr. Xie, please go. Somebody once told him that a decent man returns good for evil. My father had spent 8 weeks thinking about that, and he had arrived at a position which he never stated, but which was completely legible in the way he handed over those cigarettes, and the position was this. He was an ordinary man, not a saint, and he had watched Huang Guang look at him across a machine shop with an expression that wanted his skin. Nobody was thrown down the stairs. In our house, that counted as hospitality. My mother had the door open. We need to rest. Good night. I was on the landing when they came out, standing in the dark by the meter cupboard. And Xie Wei, 3 steps down, said it to Director Xie without lowering his voice, because he did not think anybody was there. Filth. Give me an opening and I'll bury him. Then he turned his head and saw me. I smiled at him. Mr. Xie, I said, we live under the rule of law. Who exactly are you planning to bury? His face did something complicated and expensive, and he went down the stairs without another word. Inside, I didn't ask my father anything, because a man's decisions are his own. But I filed that look. I filed it carefully, with the date on it. The first day of the last term I was sent for. Principal Lin Jian had the tea out and the good chairs turned round. You are this school's pride, he said. So, let's hear your thoughts. Both institutions have their strengths, and of course, Shuimu's engineering tradition. Can I not pick either of them? There was a silence with 3 men in it. Li Kai. Principal Lin leaned forward. Look at me. Look at me. This is Shuimu. And Yanjing. Even if you want a different university, said Teacher Chen, keep one of them. Keep one as insurance. My reasons were 2, and I could say neither out loud. The first is that I had spent a month in Yanjing on business in my previous life, in the spring, and I had come home with a cough that lasted until June, and I had made a private promise to myself that I would never live there. The second is that by the time I came from, both of those universities had a nickname, and the nickname was about which country their best graduates ended up working for. There is a version of that joke that is unfair, and there is a version that is simply a statistic, and I had seen the statistic. If a coastal university had taken me, or if Zhengzhou University had taken me, I would have signed the form in the corridor without sitting down. And then Teacher Chen, who had spent the entire year losing arguments, stood up and won one. Principal, there's a mechanism issue you should be aware of. He put his hand on the desk. Under the recommended admissions rules, once he accepts one of these, his file is locked. He cannot apply anywhere else. Not after the exam, not with any score. Choosing a university is not what we're asking him to do. We're asking him to close every other door in the country. In March. He straightened up. And I'd rather trust him. He will get in wherever he wants. This country is full of strong universities whose reputations are smaller than their science. Principal Lin rubbed his eyes, so I helped him out. Principal, think about the advertising. Our class of 2000 turned down Shuimu and Yanjing. I let that land. Isn't that a better banner? He laughed. He actually laughed, and then he waved a hand at the door. Fine. I won't push you. Under 5 months. Go and work. The class got me in the corridor. Which one? Neither. What? He Jing's face did something I did not enjoy watching, because Yanjing was the whole of her ambition, and 4 weeks earlier she had privately decided to climb the entire mountain to get there, partly because of a bicycle rack. John Lei was more upset than I was. He had me by both shoulders. Brother Kai, have you gone insane? Those are the 2 most famous universities in this country. My mother knows those 2 names. My mother does not know any other university's name. Sun Ming had a hand on his chest. I do not understand the world of the top students. If Zhengzhou Polytechnic offered me a place, I would be packed by lunchtime. Is it the subject? Said He Jing. I want to try sitting the exam, I said, just to see what it's like. I don't believe a word of that. Total garbage, agreed Sun Ming. So I gave them the true half. With early admission, the subject is fixed and you can't change it, and I don't like the subject. And I wouldn't survive living in Yanjing. Then where are you going? Haven't decided. I'll look at the score. 2 rows away, Huang Hao was sitting with his fists closed on the desk, listening to a boy from his own class discuss which of 2 universities he could not be bothered to attend. All of that was supposed to be mine. And then, he arranged his face, because he had good news of his own. The family had spent again, and spent well. The financial questions around his father had mostly gone away, and what was left was a phrase about errors in management judgment, and he would be out inside a week. And his mother had found a foreign school, at a price, and Huang Hao was going to sit the Canadian exam and go to Britain. Peasants, he said, under his breath, and put away the Chinese paper, and opened a book about the IELTS. Educational resources have never once been fair. Not in that year, not in mine, not in yours. A week into that term, 7 people in my class stopped coming. That is what the final year does. Some of them went to work. Some of them went to the computer shops and the roller rink and stayed there. Teacher Chen visited all 7 families personally, on his bicycle, in the evenings, and did not recover a single one. University expansion had only just started. Higher education was not yet the default. In that year, in that county, a boy deciding at 17 that he was finished with school was not a tragedy. It was Tuesday. After the finals, everybody who had watched 3 of the worst students in the year gain 50 marks came and stood by my desk with a face. I was going to drown, so I changed the rules. You do not get taught, you get taught, and then you owe 2. Solve a problem, understand it, and then find 2 people who don't, and explain it to them. Until you've done that, the group task is not closed, and you don't get the next set. It looks like a waste of the strong student's time. It is the exact opposite. A person who has explained a problem out loud, in their own words, to 2 people who keep asking why, has that problem welded into them for life. I have never met a serious engineer who learned any other way, and one principle underneath all of it: do not cover the syllabus. Cover the expensive parts, and make sure that a solved problem opens a whole class of problems instead of one. The influence ticked over at roughly 1 a day, which was nothing, and I did not care, because Teacher Chen had started writing a report. He wrote it in the evenings, on the practice of student study groups, with data, and he submitted it to the school with a proposal that the model be extended to the other final year classes. He never told me he'd written it. I found out 4 years later. I have his report. I asked for it and he gave me a photocopy, and would not let me keep the original. There is a line in it where he describes what I did, and he gets one detail wrong, and I have never corrected him, and I am not going to. In April, on a Saturday, I put my head into the alley shop and stopped in the doorway. Every single machine had the same thing on it. Coarse graphics, colored subtitles crawling up the side of the screen, a man in armor hitting a thing with a stick. Legend. The mother of every online game in that country. A Korean import that a company called Shonda had brought over, and which had, within about 90 days, driven the entire nation completely out of its mind. The words private server and trainer entered the language because of that game. The 15-year boom that followed and the industry that came out of it all start in a room like the one I was standing in. I never played it. In my own life, it was already ancient history before I had any money, but I played its grandchild. A browser game with an advertisement so famous that if I quoted the slogan, every man in this country over 35 would say the next line out loud without meaning to. I used to wonder how a hideous browser game with a screenshot from 1996 could afford film stars, could clear 100 million a month from one server, could find whales who put a car through it in a weekend. Standing in that doorway, I finally understood. Every boy in that room, hunched forward, unwashed, 14 hours in, was going to be 42 years old one day. He was going to have a mortgage, and a manager, and a wife, and a set of car keys, and no capacity left for learning anything new. And one afternoon at his desk, with the boss out, he was going to open a browser tab and kill 20 monsters and pick up a sword. He would not be buying a game. He would be buying back a specific feeling he had in this room at 17, and there is no ceiling on the price of that. Also, and this mattered more than any of it, it was only April of the year 2000, and Legend was already at full flood, which meant this world was not running to my timetable. Close, but not the same. I could not read the future off a page anymore. I could only read the shape. And right now, in this country, in this month, there was no legal concept of a game trainer, and no copyright protection for a server. That is what a window looks like. It looks like nothing. It looks like a room full of boys who need a wash. Get this right, and 1181 stops being a schoolboy's website and becomes the front door of the Chinese internet. I bought a bottle of cola and went in. Xiaozi. Brother Xiong spun round. You vanished all winter. I thought you'd gone straight. Ma Jun. Move. Give Brother Kai the machine. Fat Zhang Jun surrendered a chair with the sad dignity of a man being asked to give up his seat on a bus. I made a character and played for an hour. I want to be honest about the experience. The names of other people's characters made me physically unwell. The dialogue was translated by somebody who did not speak either language, and the loop was, hit a monster, pick up a thing, hit another monster. I like Civilization. I like Total War. I like driving badly around an American city, and I like basketball games where the commentary has opinions. An hour of Legend, and my eyes were going in different directions. But look at Brother Xiong's face. Look at the whole room. They were not bored. They were the most important men in the world. The shop owner, Mr. Yang, came past with the till drawer under his arm and beamed at me. Since this game arrived, I'm open nearly round the clock, and there is still a queue at the door. Don't worry, I've ordered 10 more machines. They come next week. That Sunday, I asked my father to get us a dial-up line at home, on the grounds that I needed to look things up for the exam. He did not argue for 1 second, which is the entire benefit of being first in the city, and he filled in the form at the post office that afternoon. The telecom people said a week. I spent that week in the shop after school every day, on a new account, doing nothing but playing badly, because you cannot write a trainer for a game you do not understand, and you certainly cannot write one for players you do not understand. Then I went home and wrote it in C++. The logic was simple to state and horrible to build. What a player actually wants out of Legend is 3 things: rare equipment, fighting other people, killing a boss in a dungeon with his friends. What Legend actually consists of is 11 hours of grinding and a quest chain, so automatic leveling, automatic completion of the main quest line, automatic farming. It drinks a red potion when its health drops and a blue one when its mana drops. It walks back to town when the potions run out, and when it farms, it goes and stands in the places where the good drops actually are. That was harder than the machine toolboard. It took a week to get a first version, and the machine toolboard took a night. I switched it on at level 10 and went to bed. In the morning it was level 15 and had 4 rare items in the bag, and had also, at some point around 3 in the morning, run out of potions, walked all the way back to town, stood in front of the merchant, and then simply stopped, because it had never occurred to me to teach it that money exists. Another few days of that. On the Monday morning my phone buzzed on the way to school. A message from Lin Fei. The VCD brand was formally incorporated. 5 million yuan invested. Most of Cheng's lines converted. And tens of millions more budgeted for advertising and distribution. I stood at a bus stop and read it twice, and had one clear thought. And the thought was not about VCD players. Where is a subcontract manufacturer in a county town getting that kind of live cash? I sent back, wishing you every success. That evening, I found out about the advertising. It was on Jiangcheng television, and it was on Zhengzhou television, and it was on the provincial channel, and it was everywhere, and the face of it was Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan, who had that month walked away from a contract with another electronics brand. There he was holding a slim player, giving the camera a thumbs up, shouting in a Cantonese accented Mandarin, "Super clear picture. Ah, so good. Watch my movies, on ours." And then a drunken fist pose to finish. I sat down on the arm of the sofa. Of all the men in the world, I ran the list in my head. There is a well-known and completely unscientific piece of folklore in that country about a curse attached to a certain kind of endorsement, and you can argue about the causation all you like, but you cannot argue with the list. A games console, an electronics brand, a cola, a car company, a shampoo, an air conditioner. How many of those do you use today? How many of them still exist? And the curse was only just getting started, and Jackie Chan in the year 2000 was the hottest human being in the country, and there was no version of this conversation in which Lin Fei heard a word of it. I called anyway. "Brother Fei, I saw the advertisement. And, honestly, not great." "Why Jackie Chan? You'd have been better off with Uncle Dongli." "Not great. He was genuinely wounded. We took him off a competitor. Off them. The lines in the stunt were staged by a director we flew in from Hong Kong. Do you know what that cost? Could you change the face? Maybe somebody more," and then I stopped, because I had been about to say a word that did not exist yet. There were no pretty boys in Chinese advertising in the spring of the year 2000. That show, the one with the 4 of them and the hair, came out the following year, and after it, every marketing department in Asia rebuilt itself. I was about a year and a half early with the idea, and there was no way to explain it. More what? Nothing. Jackie Chan is a kung fu superstar. People who watch VCDs watch Jackie Chan and Stephen Chow. That is who they are. And we fought to get him, and it is too late to change anything. So I went the other way. "Brother Fei, Jackie Chan is expensive. The lines are expensive. The distribution is expensive. Does the company actually have that money?" And Lin Fei, because he trusted me, and because we were friends, told me the truth. "Some of it's accumulated from the subcontracting. The CNC boards sell well, but the orders come in lumps." A pause. "So Mr. Yang has taken a loan against the company." I stood in my hallway holding a Motorola. What a decade that was. If you had the nerve, you borrowed against everything you owned, and you built a factory, and either you became a legend or you disappeared, and either way the paperwork was the same. I could not know whether surrounding the cities from the countryside was going to work, so I said good luck, and I put the phone down, and I did not sleep especially well. I finished the trainer at the end of April, with under a month to the exam, which meant it shipped or it never shipped. 2 versions. The free one does everything except buy potions, and except go to the high drop locations. You can charge for everything and get nothing. And in that country in that year, the habit of paying for software did not exist and would not exist for another 8 years. Free is not generosity. Free is distribution. The paid one auto buys, auto farms the good ground, and auto runs the main quest. Payment by online banking, direct, which contained the actual insight of the whole product, and it was not a technical one. Almost no private individual in that country had online banking. Almost every shop owner did, because a shop owner is a business. So I did not price it for players, I priced it for shops. 30 yuan buys a private individual 4,500 minutes. 20 yuan buys a shop owner the same thing, and he sells it on at 30 and keeps 10. I was not selling a trainer to a shop. I was giving every computer shop in the province a reason to walk around the room installing my software on their own machines and teaching their own customers to use it. And the old trick underneath all of it, the installer pins the browser homepage to 11.8.1 and drops an icon on the desktop. Against what was about to be installed on Chinese computers over the following 10 years, that was a bunch of flowers and a handwritten note. Because the trainer was never the product, the website was the product. In an early internet, whoever gets the user first starts every subsequent race a lap ahead. I sat with all of that spread out on my bed and made myself say the ceiling out loud, because it is very easy at 17, with 50,000 in the bank, to start believing in yourself. I want a domestic desktop operating system. I want a domestic lithography machine. I want chips, and I want the whole semiconductor stack. Every one of those things costs hundreds of millions of yuan. The industrial chain in this country cannot currently support any of them, and having the technology in my head does not change that by one day. And on top of that, I would have to buy each one out of a system that currently pays me 1 point per day. Without capital, a technology is a daydream. And handing a technology to a partner without capital is not generosity, it is a donation. And if the partner is weak, the donation ends up abroad. So, rungs. I put the trainer on 11.8.1 that night and did not advertise it anywhere, because 11181 was the advertisement. 3 hours later, OICQ. Fire Mountain boss, your trainer is an animal. I can see a recharge portal for shop accounts. I own a shop, let's work. Against the wind. Send me your online banking account, the shop address and the license number. You'll get an account. Shop line is 20 yuan for 4,500 minutes. Over 100 units, it's 15. Private individuals pay me 30. Fire Mountain. Boss is an animal. Signing up now. I could not answer during lessons, so I wrote an auto-reply, which in the year 2000 was witchcraft. At 6 the next morning, I opened the admin panel. 250,000 page views the previous day. Ad impressions over 600,000. Both records. 60 or 70 yuan of advertising revenue in one day. Legend Trainer. Downloaded from the front page. 1,231 times. Influence plus 5. Total 123. And in the trainer panel, 960 registrations. 12 paid shops, just over 200 yuan, overnight. I said a bad word at a monitor in the dark, not because 200 yuan is a lot of money, because of the sum that comes immediately after it. If the man selling the cheat is clearing 200 a night, what in the name of God is the game clearing? And here is the answer, and it is the entire economics of the online game industry, then and now. Every one of those players buys a time card. 30 yuan for 4,500 minutes. That's it. That's the whole model. Multiply. Legend at that moment was, in practical terms, a monopoly. The company that published it built an empire on it, and at the height of that empire, the companies that would eventually rule the entire Chinese internet did not dare look them in the eye. When the publisher had its first 100 million, the man who founded Tencent was still pretending to be a girl in chat rooms so that his product looked busy. They would destroy themselves over the following 20 years, comprehensively, from the inside, which is what usually happens. But that was 20 years away, and this was April, and the only correct move was to hold onto the side of that wave and let it carry the website. By June, the fans in the ceiling were losing, and the desks were invisible under stacks of paper, and the countdown on the board said 3 days, watermelons. Teacher Chen came in backwards with one end of a washing basin, and Zhang Lei had the other, and there were 11 watermelons in it. While everybody was eating, he read out the hall assignments. 3 sites. First, second, and third high schools. Third took the humanities students. First and second took the sciences, and the allocation was random, which meant that every book in that classroom had to leave the building that afternoon. My pass said first high school. Jing checked hers, and looked up, and her whole face changed, because hers said first high school too. And then, about a second and a half later, it changed again, and she looked away out of the window, because she had just worked out what came after the exam. After the exam, class 3 of the final year stops existing, and the ride home stops existing. Permanently. On a Tuesday. Zhang Lei and his people had drawn second high, and there was another round of shouting. Then Teacher Chen stood at the front and put both hands on the lectern. For 3 years, he said, I was lucky enough to be given all of you. He stopped and started again. I am a nag, and I have shouted at you constantly. That is now finished. He looked at the ceiling for a second. I wish you good results and bright futures, and I want you to remember this time, when you fought for something, and I want you to remember the first thing you ever wanted. He turned round and wiped every formula off the board. Then he wrote 8 characters across the middle of it in chalk. Our road lies toward the stars and the seas. Class of 2000, he said, dismissed. The noise that came out of that room, boys and girls both. Zhang Lei, 170 pounds with a voice like a foghorn, put his head back and howled like a pig going under the knife, and He Jing, who was 2 seconds away from crying properly, heard it, and snorted, and then cried anyway, from laughing. Somebody threw the first textbook out of the window, 6th floor. And then everybody did, all at once, hundreds of them, and the front of the first high school teaching block went white the way a street in the northeast goes white, and paper kept coming down for a full minute after the last book was gone. Down in the yard, the second years and the first years, who had come out to watch, started chanting up at the windows, "Victory in the exam! Victory in the exam!" I stood at the window next to Zhang Lei, who was sobbing and tearing pages with both hands. Brother Lei, question. What? A textbook has a mass of 240 grams. The floor height is 3.3 meters. You are 1 meter 83. Question 1. Ignoring air resistance, how long does the book take to reach the ground if released above your head? Question 2. If a wind of 3 meters per second begins 1 second into the fall, at what distance from you does it land? Zhang Lei burst into tears again. He Jing laughed so hard she had to hold the window frame. We agreed to ride to the exam together, on the bicycles, like always. Good luck, she said at the gate, and after the exam you're taking me to the internet cafe. She had been carrying that since January. I heard about the following exchange twice, once from her, about a week afterwards, laughing, and once from her father, about 9 years afterwards, not laughing. She wheeled her bicycle out of the shed at 7 in the morning, and her father was standing next to the car. Not today, said He Cheng. I'm driving you. But what? It's the exam. You come off that bike on the way, you lose your pass, and then what? Your father took the day off, said her mother, from the doorway. Just go and sit it calmly. Xu Jing got into the back of a Santana and said quietly, to the window, You've never once been worried about me falling off on the way to school. Neither of them heard her, which is the other thing about being 17. I waited at the corner by the compound gate for 11 minutes, and then I got on and rode to my exam alone at about 6 kilometers an hour, which is the speed of a man who is definitely not sulking. The Santana went past me 200 meters from the school. Chen Xiao, her whole head and one shoulder were out of the rear window. He Cheng, who had been 17 himself once, got the entire situation out of 2 syllables and 1 hand on a car door. Sit down, put your seatbelt on. A pause. Relax. Do well. There'll be a great many excellent young men at university. He Jing went scarlet and looked at the trees going past. Jiangcheng in July is a wet towel over your face. I was already damp when I sat down. Second time I had sat that exam. In 2 different lives, on 2 different continents of my own biography, and I want to tell you that the correct emotional response to that is not calm, it is a kind of low-level hilarity, and I had to work quite hard on my face. Morning of day 1, Chinese. The essay title was, Answers Can Be Various. Every 17-year-old in that hall was going to write about diversity of thought, or the 4 seasons, or a fable about a well. I wrote about my father. I wrote about a man who works a lathe at a small machinery plant in a small city, and about what modernization actually consists of, which is not a slogan on a wall but several 100 million people getting up in the dark. I wrote that his answers to his own life have also been various. And I ended where you end that essay, if you want the marker to enjoy his morning, that every working person in this country is writing an answer in his own place, and that the country's answer is made out of theirs. Small thing to big thing. They love it. They have always loved it. They will love it forever. Afternoon was math. I finished it in an hour and checked it twice and picked up a little influence off a proctor who came down the aisle and stopped. Day 2. Science, which was free apart from the last physics question, and English. The English essay was picture-based. You are Li Hua. You are visiting relatives in the United States. On the morning of the 8th of February 2000, you witnessed a road accident. The police have asked you to write a statement describing what you saw. I had to put the pen down for a second, because in the year 2000, the people who wrote that paper and the people sitting it were all, without exception, in love with America. If your grandfather's cousin's husband lived in Ohio, you would be dining out on it for 4 years. Tell a room of teachers that you have relatives who study over there, and every conversation in the building stops. And the picture in that examiner's head was of a young Chinese man giving a helpful statement to a friendly officer, who writes it down and thanks him. I have some notes on that scenario. But you cannot win an argument with the man who writes the paper, so I described the accident, in good English, in the order the pictures were in, and I signed it, Li Hua. The examiner was very young. I hope somebody was kind to him later. The examination is over, pens down. I squared my papers off, stood up, and took a very long breath. That was school. They brought us back the next day to check answers. Teacher Chen handed out the keys and stood at the front with the microphone off. Write down your own answers before you check. Write them down first, or in 3 days you'll have forgotten what you actually put, and you'll check it again and get a different number and drive your mother insane. He read out the math multiple choice. B, B, A, C, C. The noise was extraordinary. That's the first 5 gone. 3 is A? How is 3A? Your key is wrong. They don't print wrong keys. I've failed science. I've failed science. It's a technical college. It's a technical college, and my father is going to... Huang Hao was checking with his head right down over the page. His plan to leave the country had gone soft. His father's case had turned out to be more complicated than the family had assumed, and the departure was hanging in the air, and so for the first time in 8 months he had actually needed the exam. He worked through math, and then science, and then stopped, and sat very still. Around 550, the bottom rung of the top tier, nowhere good. Somebody asked him how he'd done, and he didn't answer. And on the other side of the room, Zhang Lei was standing on a chair. Brother Xiao, I think I'm rich. You think you're what? 450. I counted it twice. Brother Kai, am I rich now? 450 was a comfortable second-tier university. For a boy who had been 6th from the bottom of the year in October, 450 was a different life, with a different address in it. Sun Ming came over the desks at me and got both arms round my neck and kissed me on the side of the face, wetly, with real feeling. I wiped my face on Zhang Lei, who then had to sit down. Almost every person in that study group came out at least 30 marks above what they had privately expected. Brother Kai. Sun Ming, unusually serious. I'm not going to make a speech. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Anything you need, said Zhang Lei. Anything, ever. Influence plus 10, total 135. And I stood in a classroom being thanked by people whose lives had genuinely changed direction, and the thought in my head, and I am not proud of this, was, when am I going to get to 500? Maybe if I took my clothes off and walked into the central square, would that be faster? Some of the people who had laughed at the study group in January were standing at the back not talking to anybody. There is no rewind. If there were, the entire national industry of repeat-year cram schools would not exist, and it is a very large industry. So, said He Jing, and she had been working up to it for 10 minutes. What did you get? You first. She said it very quietly, in the voice people describe as being like an orchid, which I had always assumed was a literary invention until I met her. About 625. A pause. The last math question. The method was in that book you made me. I think I got it. Then she went red to the ears. I'm not sure. I might have. Everybody heard. 625. The room came off the floor. Shen Wei, you're a monster. Yanjing. That's Yanjing. 2 of them. We've got 2 of them in this class. The provincial line for sciences in recent years had run between 590 and 615. 625 was not a hope. 625 was a plane ticket. And you? She said. I didn't check. You what? I didn't look at the key. I haven't added anything up. How can you not add it up? Because I had already chosen. And what I had chosen was Zhengzhou University. I want to explain this properly. Because for the next month, roughly 40 separate adults would ask me the same question in the same tone of voice, and I gave all of them a different answer, and none of the answers were the real one. Zhengzhou University is one of the foundation stones of Chinese science. It is the oldest of the national key institutions. An enormous proportion of the researchers in this country came out of it. It also sits deep inland, in a second-tier city with a weak economy, and for that reason, and no other reason at all, everybody undervalues it, and the entry line is meaningfully lower than Yanjing, Shuimu, or anything on the coast. Reason 1. Everything in my head has to be built by somebody. All of it. There is no version of the next 20 years in which I sit in a room and personally manufacture a semiconductor industry. I need people. Thousands of people, eventually. And I do not need geniuses. Geniuses are full of ideas about themselves, and in that decade, the ambition of a Chinese genius was a green card, and I say that without judgment because I would have wanted one too. I need ordinary, solid, extremely hardworking people, in very large numbers, who are good and who stay. Zhengzhou University is the best factory for those people in the country. 25 years after that summer, graduates of that university would make up something close to a quarter of this country's working engineers in integrated circuits, telecommunications, machine tools, and space. And in a year I could name, an American department would publish a list of Chinese institutions to be cut off from Western technology, and Zhengzhou University and its laboratories would be on that list, and Yanjing University and Shuimu University would not. You can read that 2 ways. I have only ever been able to read it one. Reason 2, which I would also not be saying out loud to Zhonglei. In my previous life, my company's headquarters were in Zhangzhou. I watched that city grow from a place with an 8-story clock tower into the brightest thing on the inland map, and I have a feeling about it that I am not able to argue for. Reason 3, and this is the one that actually decided it. My parents. The older they get, the less they care about the money, and the more it matters that somebody is within reach. Zhangzhou is under 100 kilometers from my mother's front door, and in 15 years there would be a fast train, and the trip would be 40 minutes. Brother Kai doesn't need to check the key, said Zhonglei with enormous authority to the room. He goes wherever he wants. She caught me at the gate with both hands behind her back. You promised. I had. In January, on a bicycle, and again 3 days before the exam. So that afternoon I took the second-ranked student in Jiangcheng down an alley behind a hardware shop and into a room with the windows painted over. I want to describe her face going in, because I have thought about it since. It smelled of cigarettes and instant noodles and hot dust off 11 monitors. There was a boy asleep, sitting up with his hand still on a mouse. Somebody 2 rows back was calling somebody else, something that would have got him expelled. He Jing stood in the doorway in a white shirt with her school bag on both shoulders and did not move for about 4 seconds. This, she said, this is it. This is the place. This is it. This is what they've all been doing instead of homework for 3 years. For 3 years, she put 5 yuan on the counter herself, which I had not expected, and Mr. Yang gave her machine 9, and she sat down in front of it, the way you sit down at an exam. I put her in legend on my own account because it was the only thing I had. She was terrible. She was so bad that Brother Sheng came over to watch and then had to go and stand somewhere else. She walked a level 33 Taoist with full endgame gear directly into a wall for a minute and a half and then said, without turning round, "Why won't it go through?" "Because it's a wall. It's a picture of a wall. It's a picture of a wall that the wall is behind." She killed 1 monster in 40 minutes. It was a rat. She was extremely pleased. And then she stopped and put her hands in her lap and looked at the screen with the light on her face. "Is this what you're going to do?" I did not answer that immediately. "This," she said, "and the boards, and the man with the Audi, and the phone you think I haven't seen. That's the actual thing, isn't it? School was the part you were doing with your left hand." 11 people in that room were shouting at each other about a sword. "Yes," I said. He Jing nodded slowly and did not ask a single follow-up question, and I have never been sure whether that was tact or self-defense. "Then I'm going to be able to read a balance sheet," she said to the monitor, "by the time you need somebody who can." She logged out and squared the keyboard up with the edge of the desk, because she cannot help herself, and stood up. "Thank you for the trip to the internet cafe," she said, with total formality, in a room that smelled like that. "It was disgusting. I'm glad I came." I walked her bike home. Neither of us said anything for most of it. That was the last time the 2 of us went anywhere together in that town. A week later, they gave out the application forms and gave us 7 days. Teacher Chen took the whole class for hot pot and karaoke afterwards, because nobody is in the same place at the same time once the forms are in, and he wanted 1 more evening. Huang Hao did not come. I spent that week doing something else entirely, because I had already filled mine in on the first afternoon. The website was the thing. 600,000 page views a day at the peak, more than 1 million on 2 of them. The trainer accounts kept multiplying. And every single byte of it lived on a rented server in an office above a noodle shop in Zhengzhou, and the whole arrangement made me feel like a man who has handed somebody else his own windpipe and asked them to hold it steady. Rented servers in that year were not what you are imagining. They were a machine on a shelf. If the owner got annoyed or short of cash, or if the power went out on that street, your entire company went dark and there was nobody to shout at. I checked the bank card. 200,000. I actually sat down. Part of it was commission on Manhua equipment. Part of it was advertising and trainer revenue off 1181. Somewhere in the previous 6 months, without noticing the day it happened, I had started earning more than both of my parents put together, several times over. In the year 2000, a great many civil service families did not have 200,000 yuan. There were no serviced offices, so I rented a clean 3rd-floor flat with good ventilation and had Lin Fei buy me 3 decent servers in Zhengzhou and paid somebody to rack them, apply for the network access license and get the line in. 5 days, about 70,000 yuan. 3 servers would not hold if 1181 kept growing at that rate, but that is a problem you want to have. The day before the forms were due, He Jing called. She sounded like she had not slept. "Brother Kai, have you filled yours in?" Her parents had been up for 4 nights running with a calculator, an almanac of previous year's cutoff scores, and a list of telephone numbers. They had established, through channels, that her estimate put her in the top 3 in Jiangcheng and inside the top 20 in the province. And since expansion started, Shuimu and Yanjing each took around 15 students out of Jiangyang province, which made Yanjing University a formality. "I filled mine in," I said. "Jiangzhou University." There was a silence with a whole future in it. "What? Jiangzhou University?" But you, she was actually stammering. You could go anywhere. You could go anywhere in this country. Fudan, Suzhou. You don't even like Yanjing. Fine. But Zhangzhou University is a national key institution. It is in both of the state lists. And to a 17-year-old in that province, in that year, it was a decent school for people who had not quite made it. Have you handed it in? Yesterday. I made it worse. Cheerfully. Shang Lei's put Zhangzhou Arts and Sciences. Huang Min's put the Jiangcheng Vocational College. Sun Ming's gone to Guangzhou. So apart from Sun Ming, we're all more or less in the same place. A pause. What about you? Her voice went very small. I haven't decided. If your score's high, choose the school, I said, being helpful, being an idiot. If your score's marginal, choose the subject. I understand, she said, and put the phone down. And then she went into the front room and said, Dad, could I put Zhangzhou University? I have this from 3 separate witnesses. Hacheng came up out of the chair. Have you lost your mind? They take people at 565-70. You estimated 620. You want to hand them 60 marks? You have wanted Yanjing since you were 11. I have already filled it in. Yanjing. Economics. Your subject. And I have ticked willing to be assigned, so that if economics is full you go anyway, and once you are inside I will find a way to move you. Dad? What? Li Kai turned down early admission at Yanjing and at Shuimu, she said, to the carpet. And he's put Zhangzhou University. What's actually wrong with Zhangzhou? He had also, at some point in the spring, quietly established what Li Kai's father did and what Li Kai's mother did. Factory worker. Market stall. He had stopped interfering with the friendship in October, when his daughter's mathematics went up 13 marks, because he is not a fool, and results are results. Friendship was fine. Friendship was extremely fine. Other people are other people, he said. You are you. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get into Yanjing? Do you have any idea what it costs? The tuition, the living, and the social circles, and the spending, and the values of the students in that building, those are not things a family like ours competes with, and we are going to do it anyway. Most people don't have the option. You have the option. Zhangzhou is a small city. To somebody from Shanghai or Yanjing, it is the countryside. Go to a big city. See the gap between you and other people. Then close it. He Jing was 17 and had no idea that her father had a second and a third reason and would never say either of them. She had the courage to ask the question and no courage at all for the argument, and she sat down. She never has had the determination. That is not a criticism. It is just true, and it explains a very great deal of what happened afterwards. My own parents did not understand the forms at all. They understood that their son was genuinely not going to Yanjing or Shuimu, and after I explained it 3 times they accepted it, and my father said the thing that ended the conversation. He's grown. He's got his own ideas. And my mother, who would have liked to be able to say the word Yanjing at the market, said that she would be just as happy if he was close to home, and went back to the kitchen. The site had a problem, and I had been ignoring it because it was not the fun kind. Downloads had hit a ceiling, not fallen. Flattened, which is worse, because flat means you have found the edge of your world. The reason was simple and slightly funny. Nobody who used a trainer told anybody about it. Of course they didn't. It is like finding a girl nobody else has noticed. Do you announce it in the corridor, or do you sit quietly next to her every day for a month? And on top of that, most of these boys had no idea what a browser was. They were new. They came into the shop, they sat down, they clicked the icon with the sword on it, and they played until they were thrown out. There are people who played in that alley for a year and never once opened a web page. So all my beautiful promotion on 1181 was a poster in a room nobody entered. The influence counter was crawling up by less than 10 a day. The money did not matter. It has never mattered. The number mattered. So I went and stood in the alley for 3 days and watched. 7 or 8 unlicensed shops in 150 meters. 90% of every machine in every one of them was showing the same thing. Legend. And people were playing straight through the night. Actually through it, not going home, taking turns on a chair while somebody slept sitting up in it, which nobody had done for Half-Life or Red Alert. The shop owners had noticed. They were all buying machines. A couple of the braver ones had rented real premises on a real street and applied for real licenses, converting themselves from criminals into businessmen in one afternoon. And on the 4th day I found Brother Xiong and did not recognize him. Full beard, hair like a burst mattress. And a smell, a specific sour rotten smell that a human being produces after 90 hours of not leaving a building. His eyes were red all the way through, both hands were moving. He was hitting a monster with a stick. All I want, he said, to the screen, is a Taoist helmet. That's it. That's all I want. Why is it so hard? I put a bottle of Beibing Yang soda on the desk next to his mouse. He turned round and lit up like a struck match. Shaozi. You finished the exam? How was it? Fine, I'm free. He was already back in the game. Cool. Cool. Good lad. 90 hours in that chair, and level 23, hand-farmed, one monster at a time. I waited until the machine beside him came free, put in 5 yuan, and logged into my own account. Same server, same class, level 33, full set of the best gear in the game. The first version of Legend capped at 40. Nobody in that province had seen 40. 30 was a rumor. Brother Xiong looked at my screen. Then he looked again. Influence plus 3. Total 155. My God. The whole room turned. Xiaozi, weren't you revising for the exam? How are you 33? I put a finger to my lips. I've got a trick, I said. Brother Xiong drank half the bottle in one go and put it down. What trick? Where's the good grinding ground? I reached over and took his mouse. Watch. I opened his browser, which took a while because he had to be shown where it was, went to 11.8.1, and downloaded the Legend Trainer onto his machine. Auto-leveling, I said. Auto-farming. Free versions on the site. That, said Brother Xiong, feels illegal. There is no law about it. I started it on his character and sat back. And his man got up and walked over to a monster and hit it, and killed it, and picked up what it dropped and walked to the next one. Brother Xiong took his hands off the keyboard and put them in his lap like a man in church. It's playing itself. You can minimize it, watch a film, play something else. I clicked through the panel. Paid version's better. 30 yuan, 4,500 minutes. It walks back to town and buys potions when it runs out. It farms in the places where the good drops actually are, and it clears the main quest chain on its own. So, he was working up to it very slowly. So if I leave it running, it never sleeps. You sleep. It doesn't. It grinds all night. My strategy, I said, is that the trainer does the boring half. You come in at 7 in the evening, and you're a high enough level to PK, and you take a team into a dungeon and kill a boss, and you keep the sword. Brother Xiong stood up. I want to be clear that he did not shout. It was worse than shouting. He walked the length of that room and looked at every screen and came back and sat down and paid me 30 yuan out of a fold of notes that was mostly 1 yuan bills, and then he went to get his friends. Within 2 hours, everybody in that shop had it. Within 4 days, everybody in the alley had it. Not because it was good, because it was there, and the other guy had it. Once one man in a room is farming while he sleeps, the choice for every other man in the room is not whether to use a trainer, it is whether to lose. That is the entire mechanism, by the way. That is how everything spreads. Nobody has ever once adopted a technology because it was better. They adopt it because the person next to them did. And that is when I finally understood what I had got wrong. I had been thinking like somebody from my own time. Put it online, let it spread. But most of these boys did not know what online was. They knew a room, a chair, a screen, and a man with a till. You do not go to the user. You go to the shop. That evening, Brother Xiong took me for braised noodles, because he had been drinking my soda for a week, and it was eating him. Over the noodles, he finally asked the question he had been holding since April. Kaizi, how do you know Legends so well? Did you write a cheat? And that red alert thing last winter? That was you too, wasn't it? And I looked at him, and I could have said yes. My brother wrote it, I said. Brother Xiong put down his chopsticks. Your brother? Your brother is an animal. I have thought about why I said it, and the honest answer is that I had 11 months of practice at being a schoolboy, and no practice at all at being a 17-year-old who owns a company. A brother is a very convenient object. A brother can be older than me, and technical, and busy, and unavailable, and can be blamed for absolutely anything. Also, I wanted something. My brother asked me to help him push it, I said. He gives me 10 yuan for every one I sell. 10 yuan buys you 5 hours in that room, or a day of food. Brother Xiong swallowed audibly. That is a beautiful arrangement. You're my brother too, I said. I've already told him we could do it together. And then I laid out the actual business, which was the reason I had come to that alley in the first place. Xiong and his people go door to door. They sit down with the owner of each shop. The shop gets a 200 yuan opening payment to enable the recharge portal on their machines. Every trainer sold to a walk-in customer pays the salesman 10. Brother Xiong did arithmetic on a paper napkin with a pen he borrowed. He was paying 30 yuan a day for a machine. As an insider, he would get the paid trainer free, which meant he could spend the daylight hours going around shops making money, and come back at 7, and be a high enough level to PK and run dungeons and take bosses with his friends. He looked up from the napkin with the expression of a man who has just been shown the door to his own life. This, he said, is the peak. I gave him the promotional account the next morning and spent an hour teaching him to install it. Zhang Lei and Sun Ming and Huang Min were all in Legend by then too, and I recruited all three the same way, except that with them I did not bother with the brother. I wrote it, I said. All three of them were rich enough to be playing at home on their own machines. They said, in unison, Brother Kai is an animal, and then took the free version and spent a fortnight showing it off to everybody they knew, which was worth more than any advertisement I could have bought. It was peak season. At 8 in the evening you queued to log in. Inside a week, Brother Xiong's team had signed roughly 40% of the shops in Jiangcheng, and downloads were in the tens of thousands, and because every install pinned the homepage, page views went past 1 million. Advertising revenue reached 80, 90, 100 yuan a day. Trainer revenue anywhere from tens to hundreds. Influence, 213. The day before the results came out, Brother Xiong found me in the shop, and he was shifting from foot to foot. Kaidzi, there's a friend of mine. He wants to talk business with you. Who? You'll see when you get there. He's a mate of mine and you're a mate of mine. Come and meet him. Which is exactly the sentence you hear immediately before something goes badly wrong. Fine, I said. The billiard hall by the park, this afternoon. Because a man selling game trainers should assume, at all times, that somebody would like a word. The billiard hall belonged to Zhang Lei's uncle Sun Kang, and it was where the 3 worst students in my class had spent their entire adolescence. I called all 3 of them and told them to come. After the minor heat solar term, Jiangcheng goes completely still. Not a breath of wind. 2 50-year-old plane trees at the park gate had their leaves hanging straight down. 2 old men were playing chess in the shade, and an old yellow dog lay flat on the concrete with its tongue out, panting like a broken pump. The billiard hall was nearly empty, because the computer shops had eaten it. We took a table and Zhang Lei's uncle brought over free sodas, because I had personally dragged his nephew up 120 marks and I could have asked that man for a kidney. Brother Xiao. Zhang Lei rolled his sleeves up. Who's causing trouble? He is 183 centimeters tall and weighs 170 pounds and has the face of a man who has been in exactly 0 fights and looks like he has been in 40. Nobody's causing trouble. We're meeting somebody. Sit down. Brother Xiong came in 10 minutes later with a man of about 35 in glasses. Xiong saw Zhang Lei and Sun Ming and Huang Min ranged along the wall behind me, paused for about a quarter of a second, and decided not to mention it. Kaidzi, this is my friend Huang Sheng, General Manager, Zhangzhou Computer City. Mr. Huang, this is the Kaidzi I told you about. Gaming expert, top student. 1 man. Alone. Neat. I relaxed a little. Huang Sheng produced a business card out of a leather folder and handed it over with both hands, which nobody in that town did. Jinchuan Network CO, Ltd. General Manager, Zhou Quan. Brother Chen, I run a company in the computer city. We do assembly and we do systems maintenance for internet shops. Technical support and software installation, said Brother Xiong helpfully, for the shops. In the year 2000, almost nobody had a computer at home. Huang Sheng's business was the small unlicensed rooms that were opening in every alley in the province, plus a handful of legal ones that were doing extremely well. He put his glass down. The legend trainer, he said, that's yours. I smiled and did not answer. He nodded and did not ask again, which told me more about him than the business card did. Would you be interested in working together? I have arrangements with 30 or 40 shops of various sizes. I can put the trainer in front of every one of those owners personally. You handle the technical side, I handle sales. He was not exaggerating, and I knew it. And it was extremely tempting. If I go to a shop owner, or if Brother Xiong goes to a shop owner, we are 2 people off the street asking him to install something on his machines. If Huang Sheng goes, he is the man who fixes his computers. I ran the clock in my head. The trainer had maybe 2 years. 2 years from now there would still be trainers, but there would be law, and there would be enforcement, and the game company would have its own countermeasures and a legal department. There is no point in that money. But the trainer was never the point. The point was to get 11181 in front of as many machines as possible while the window was open. What did you have in mind? Don't call me general manager, he said. Call me Brother Sheng. Here's my offer. I buy the rights to use the trainer outright. 30,000 yuan. Plus 500 a month for technical maintenance. 30,000, said Brother Xiong, at a volume that turned the room. Brother Xiong had never held more than 1,000 yuan in cash in his life. Zhang Lei and Huang Min both sat forward. 30,000 yuan was 4 years of university tuition. Brother Kai, Zhang Lei hissed. Brother Kai, 30,000, influence plus 3, total 216. Brother Sheng, I said, I wrote it. Can you guarantee the company won't patch the game and kill it? He stopped. He was a college graduate in a computing subject who had worked in a computer market for years before starting his own thing, and he did not need it explained twice. Trainers were not illegal that year. Game companies did not love them. Game companies patch. A trainer without maintenance is a fruit with a 2-week shelf life. What would you suggest? I keep the back end. You get your own recharge portal. Every user you bring in tops up through your portal, and we split it 50-50. We sell to shops at 20 for 4,500 minutes. 10 to you, 10 to me, which was less than I was charging shops directly, and I gave it away without a flicker, because distribution now was worth more than margin now. And there are more than 100 shops across the 12 districts and counties of Zhangzhou, I said. Every one of them is a shop that will want their machines maintained by the man who brought them the trainer. Huang Sheng looked at the ceiling for 4 seconds. Done, he said. I'll draw up a contract. We're friends, I said. No contract. He laughed once, and then stopped laughing, because he had understood. You do not put a game trainer in a signed document. Not ever. Not with anybody. We exchanged OICQ numbers instead, and settled everything after that on OICQ, and did about 100,000 yuan of business over 18 months, without a single sheet of paper. Brother Sheng, I said, at the door. Brother Shang is a friend of mine. If it's convenient, take him with you when you're out on the road. No problem at all. Every figure was in my own back end, and we settled weekly, so it made no practical difference whatsoever whether Shang came or not. But Shang had brought me a man worth 100 shops, and Shang had 200 yuan to his name. He did not say anything about it. He got very interested in the queue rack. Out front, Huang Sheng got into a Citroen Fukang and drove back to Zhengzhou. Brother Kai. Zhang Lei was staring after the car. You are unbelievable. You wrote a cheat. I should have applied for computer science. I put a hand on his shoulder. Do architecture. 4 years from that afternoon he would graduate into the first great wave of Chinese construction, and the ones who were any good became site managers, and a site manager in that decade lived considerably better than a programmer. He never asked me why. He just did it. At midnight, my father was standing next to the telephone in the hall. He had come back specially from Zhengzhou that afternoon and cooked a full table, which he does perhaps twice a year. We ate, and then the 4 of us sat in front of the television, and the television was showing a repeat of a costume drama that the entire country had been in love with for 2 years, and 2 characters were having the following exchange. You are heartless, cruel, and unreasonable. So you're saying, you're not heartless, not cruel, not unreasonable? Where have I been heartless? Where have I been cruel? Where have I been unreasonable? My mother watched it with her eyes going pink at the corners. I sat there and thought that Auntie Shen Yue was the greatest master of padding in the history of the written word, and wondered, with genuine professional respect, whether she was paid by the character. My father was not watching the television. My father was watching the clock. At exactly midnight, when the minute hand and the hour hand of the old wall clock stacked up on the 12, he was at the phone. Turn the speaker on, said my mother, and turned the television off. He knew the number by heart. He had not written it down anywhere. He had learned it. He dialed. We're sorry. The number you have dialed is busy. I had to look at the floor. Again, said my mother. Dial it again. He got through somewhere between midnight and 1:30, and then discovered that you had to key the examination number in by hand and finish with the hash key, which took him 3 attempts because his hands were not steady. And then a woman's recorded voice, perfectly clear, perfectly calm, filled our hallway. Candidate Li Kai, Chinese 122, Mathematics 150, Science 270, English 133. Total score 675. I had not held anything back. Not 1 mark. Not this time. My mother made a sound and jumped, actually jumped, off the floor, in a hallway, at midnight, at 44 years old. My father laughed from somewhere near the bottom of his lungs. My God, 675. Well, he's my son. You have a primary school education, said my mother. How dare you? That kind of hard work, said my father, is from me. 675. Top of the city of Jiangcheng. Almost certainly top of Zhengzhou. Very probably top of the province. Anywhere in the country. Any door. And my mother, who had been the wife of a suspended lathe operator 4 months earlier, picked up the telephone at midnight and dialed her sister-in-law. Calling Hey Huan, to ask what Huan got. You're picking a fight at 1 in the morning. Let my son give me 1 day, said my mother. 1. Hey Huan has had her nose in the air for 11 years, and as of tonight I am 1 step in front of her. Human happiness is comparative. Anybody who tells you otherwise has never been the poor relation at a New Year table. She made the call, she got the number. Li Huan had 540. Hey Huan explained about the heat in the exam hall, and about Huan having been unwell in the week before, and about the paper being unusually difficult this year. My mother was gracious. She was extremely gracious. She put the phone down and came back into the room and sat with her hands in her lap. Li Huan isn't like her mother, she said, to nobody. She's a good girl. And then, quietly, I don't even know what the first tier line is going to be this year. I washed and went to bed. Teacher Chen called at 7 the next morning. Li Kai. His voice went. 675. The best result any student of his had ever produced. 26 years of teaching. That is not a professional achievement. That is a thing a man tells people at weddings for the rest of his life. It's such a shame, he said, immediately, because he is who he is, that you didn't take Yanjing, or Shuimu. By 9, the Education Bureau had released the top scores, and by 10, there were 4 cars in our courtyard. Zhengzhou Daily. Zhangzhou Television, Jiangcheng Television, Jiangcheng Today, plus a provincial paper that had driven down overnight. Li Kai, Class 3 of the final year, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. Highest science score in Zhengyang Province, 675. They went to the school first. Teacher Chen gave an interview in the corridor outside his own classroom and could not stop smiling. And once he started, he could not stop talking either. He is very bright, and he is very hardworking. And it is not only his own results. He lifted this entire class. He ran a study group, free, in his own time, for 6 months. His hobbies? Inventing, making things. He has actually filed a patent, and then, because he had been waiting 205 days, he is a very independent young man. Several months before the exam, Yanjing University and Shuimu University both offered him early admission, hand quote. He paused for exactly the right length of time. He turned them both down. I got mine in our front room. Clean, small, cheap, with a fan going, and the good chair turned round. They asked about my study method, my hobbies, my daily routine, my family. I answered everything, and I answered it generously, because this was the single largest deposit of influence available to me that year, and I was not going to be shy about it. The thing they all wrote down, in the same words, was the bit about foundations. Do the basic material until it is boring. Then the connections make themselves, and you can carry a method from one kind of problem to another kind of problem, and that is the whole trick, and there is not a second trick. And my family situation fitted their template so perfectly that 2 of them said so out loud. Poor household, father a worker, mother laid off, boy studies, boy wins. They saved the real question for last. We understand you've applied to Zhangzhou University. With your score you could have walked into Shuimu or Yanjing. Why didn't you? I had 11 answers ready. I used the true one, sideways. A good university isn't what it says, I said. It's what it does. Zhangzhou University isn't famous, but its graduates have done a very great deal in integrated circuits, in communications, in biomedicine, and in finance. I think I can learn a lot there, and then I added the second sentence, the one with the floor underneath it. And I have never intended to study abroad, so I didn't choose Shuzmimu or Yanjing. They wrote it down word for word, and every single one of them took it entirely at face value, and not one of them heard the second floor. That evening it went out on television. The next morning it ran on front pages across the province with the headline the desk had written before the reporter got back to the office. Ambition in a poor scholar. A foundation well laid makes a provincial first. In the newsroom at the Zhangzhou Daily, Yang Tao read the interview transcript twice, and then stood up and told the entire office, loudly, with a cigarette in his hand. I knew that kid was fine. Top of the province. Look at him. Good people do not need dirty tricks. He had spent 8 months being right and losing. He was owed one. I did not know he was in that building. I did not know his name until years afterwards. I gave that interview to a room of strangers, and one of them had been fighting for me since December, and I looked straight past him. You do not get to know who is on your side. You only ever find out later, and by then, you have usually been rude to them. I want to finish with the 2 universities, because I think it is funny and because I have earned it. In Yanjing, the admissions offices were pulling the provincial lists the way they do every July, because a university lives or dies on who it catches. Top of Jiangyang Province is Li Kai, Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, 675. Miss He looked up. This was a national unified paper this year. That's a top 5 score in the country. Director Lin, 6 weeks into the job and looking for something to hang on the wall, came round the desk. Get his form. Which university has he applied to? And from a chair by the window, Deputy Director Huang Lixing let out a very long breath. Don't bother, he said. We know this student. We offered him early admission, and he refused it. He won't have put us down. What? And Huang Guang, who had been carrying it since March, finally put it down on a table. The interview, the scores. The 11 people in that corridor saying the word genius out loud, and then going back into the room and writing a low number and signing it. Director Lin went a color. That is a hole dug in our own floor, he said. I know about the CNC control board development. Everybody in the ministry knows about the CNC control board development. He stopped. That was him? It is a little late to regret it now. At Shumu the same conversation was happening with different furniture. Shumu had genuinely wanted the board. Shuimu had been handed a fake, had thrown a professor into the fire over it, and had then held out an olive branch to the real one, and the real one had simply not taken it. Both universities established, within about 40 minutes of each other, where he had gone. Zhangzhou University. Professor Chen, who had wanted me as his last doctoral student and had said so in writing to his own rector, read the line on the fax and put both hands on his desk and said, out loud, in an office with the door open, a word that I am not going to write down. He had already burned every bridge he owned over this. He had called an entire admissions panel liars to their faces. He had demanded to step down and go and work for a private company, on the grounds that this academic environment is disgusting and I am not playing this game anymore. And at Zhengzhou University, they were absolutely delighted. They convened a meeting. About one student. Full scholarship, said the vice-chancellor, before anybody else spoke. Waive the accommodation fee. A living allowance on top. And he may choose any faculty in this university. I understand he also has a patent in process. A student like that has to be grown. Vice-chancellor, said someone from admissions, under our standing regulations, a provincial first receives a cash award of 10,000 yuan. Then follow the regulations. And get the letter into the post today. And then he said the other thing, and I did not hear about it for 4 years, and when I did hear about it, I understood exactly why I had chosen correctly. We are not in a first-tier city, he said, which means our intake is not what Yanjing's intake is, and we should stop pretending otherwise. Most of the students who come to this university are not brilliant. He looked around the table. But they work. Every one of them works. So go back to your departments and tell your lecturers, teach according to what is actually in front of them, and do not waste one single person. End quote. I did not hear that sentence for 4 years. When I did hear it, I was sitting in a restaurant with my own company and my own payroll, and I put my glass down and had to look at the tablecloth for a while, because I had chosen that university for cold reasons. All of them were correct. Not one of them was that. I picked a place because of what it would produce for me, and the man running it had spent his whole career picking people because of what he could produce for them. I have tried to be the second kind since. I am not sure I have managed it. For 3 days, Li Kai was the most famous 17-year-old in Zhangyang province. They gave me a label within about a day, and it was, poor family, hardworking, helps others, likes inventing things, which is 4 true things arranged in the shape of a lie, and there is nothing to be done about that. The whole province had something to talk about over dinner. This year's top boy filed a patent, turned down Yanjing and Shuimu apparently, both. Isn't your brother's wife's brother in the education bureau? See if we can get our boy into Teacher Chen's class, into Li Kai's actual seat, if it's still going. Influence plus 0.01. Influence plus 0.01. Influence plus 0.01. I did not care. I was delighted. It came in constantly, from all over a province of 60 million people, 100th at a time, from complete strangers. Should I apply to give a lecture to the incoming students, I thought. Would that be faster? 3 days of heavy coverage put 75 points on the counter, which was the largest windfall of my life to that point. Total influence, 288. My father cut the Zhangzhou Daily front page out with kitchen scissors and folded it into his wallet. Not a drawer, his wallet. He and my mother could no longer cross the courtyard without being congratulated. Old men who had never spoken to him in 20 years shook his hand by the bins. And my mother's breakfast stall started doing significantly better business, because a substantial number of families in that compound had decided that there was luck in the vicinity and that it might be transmissible through fried dough. I sat at the kitchen table on the 4th morning with the paper in front of me, grinning at my own photograph like an idiot, and then the grin came off my face. Because underneath the article about me, in a single column at the bottom of the page, was this: Domestic VCD sector suffers. Severe blow under pressure from low-priced imported DVD players. Appliance retailers across the province are discounting VCD stock. Among them, the slim VCD player launched to considerable fanfare earlier this year is reported to be unsaleable. And then the next paragraph. According to our reporter, the company has suffered severe losses, owes the Bank of Zhengzhou over 20 million yuan in credit facilities, and carries further liabilities in excess of 100 million. Li, chairman and general manager of Cheng, has been missing for half a month. Lin, legal representative and general manager of the VCD company, has been taken away for investigation. In order to protect the employment and welfare of the electronics factory workforce, the Zhengzhou government is leading an application for bankruptcy reorganization of Cheng Electronics. The DVD subcontracting business and the CNC control board production capacity will be acquired by Zhongjing. I read it 3 times. Then I put the paper down very carefully, the way you put down something that has become heavy. 6 months. I had spent 6 months on the exam and on 1181, and I had stopped watching Cheng, because our relationship was technical and not commercial, and because I already knew that the counterfeit DMG boom had a 2-year clock on it, and I had decided to take the money while it came and think about it later. I knew VCD was going to hurt them. I had said so to Lin Fei's face, in a jeep, at a level crossing, with the barrier down. I did not think it would kill them inside 120 days, and I had spoken to Lin Fei, the day before yesterday, about nothing, about the weather. Dad, my father was in the doorway with a towel. Has anything happened at your plant? No, he looked completely blank. I worked yesterday. I turned the paper round and pushed it across the table. He read it standing up. He read it the way people read who did not go to school for very long, with one finger under the line. That's not possible, he said. Then he stopped and put the towel down. Although, he said slowly, I haven't actually seen Mr. Yang. Not for a long time. There it is. Yang Cheng had known this was coming. He had known for a while. He had quietly cleared out whatever was left in the accounts, and he had walked, and he had left the mess standing exactly where it was. In that decade, if you had money, leaving the country was not difficult. And why did none of the workers see it coming? Because nobody expected a VCD company that had just put Jackie Chan on the provincial channel to fall over in 4 months. And because, if you were a boss about to run, would you announce it? Would you gather the staff and say, listen, my company is failing, I am enormously in debt, I intend to flee? Of course you wouldn't. Wait. And then I felt something go down my spine like cold water, because I had just seen the next thing. I got a sheet of paper and a pen and sat down, because there are things you cannot hold in your head, and this was one of them. Point 1. Cheng's revenue was VCD and DVD subcontracting. The CNC board work only started 6 months ago, and the volume of machine tools sold in this country is nothing next to the volume of VCD players sold, and after the first explosive quarter the board money had settled down to a normal business. Meanwhile, every subcontractor in the country, Cheng included, could build a VCD deck in its sleep, and at almost no cost, and the brands upstream knew that, and squeezed the subcontractors on price every single quarter. The margin on a subcontracted VCD was a rounding error. DVD? DVD is worse. Every component requires a license payment to a Western patent holder. The brands upstream squeeze even harder because their own margin is being eaten alive. Subcontracting DVD is a way of running a factory as a hobby. Point 2. Yang Cheng got the VCD market wrong years ago and kept expanding anyway, on borrowed money, building lines, because he wanted to be the largest VCD subcontractor in the country. And then VCD died, and all that capacity stopped being an asset and became a debt with a roof over it. Which means Cheng had not been well for years, which means Cheng had been in serious financial trouble for at least the whole of last year. I sat back. Yang Cheng had 30 years in that industry. Yang Cheng knew, with total certainty, that launching a slim VCD player in the year 2000 was walking into a furnace. He did it anyway. He did it anyway, and he made Lin Fei the general manager and the legal representative, and he registered a brand, and he put Jackie Chan on the provincial channel. Now, why do you do that? You do that to borrow money. You do it because a hollow company with a famous face on television and a story about how it makes control boards for German machine tools is a company that a bank in the year 2000 will lend 20 million yuan to. Advertising was not marketing. Advertising was collateral, and the loan money never went into mass production because the slim player was built on a mature circuit and the tooling was cheap and it never needed 20 million yuan in the first place. Yang Cheng left with most of it. He used 2 of my technologies to do it. The board gave him credibility. The slim player gave him a story. That is the whole trick. The Chinese have a phrase for it, about a cicada shedding its shell. And it is exactly right, because what he left behind was an intact, lifelike, completely empty husk with 300 people standing inside it. And if he had never met me, he would have found another way. I want to be honest about that too. He would have found something. Thief. An absolute thief. The self-made heroes of the 1990s were not amateurs. They were very, very much smarter than I had given them credit for. I said something out loud that would have got me hit if my mother had been in the room, and then I remembered how easily he had agreed. In that first meeting, in that conference room, when I asked for 11 boards free in exchange for a multi-layer schematic. No haggling, not one round. And then he had gone further and offered to make me a shareholder and a general manager, at 17, on the spot. Old fox. Commercial interest is mutual exploitation. That is not cynicism, it is a definition. I had used Cheng to build a board, and to buy time, and to lay a trap. He had used me to make a hollow company look solid enough to borrow against. We were, in the strictest sense, colleagues. So, Cheng going under. Cheng going under does not cost me 1 single fen. The Manhua contract is 3-way, and the board rights are licensed for 10 years, and there are 4 electronics factories within an hour of Zhengzhou who would take that work tomorrow. 2 things though, 2 things about that column in the newspaper. The first one is a regret, and the second one makes me want to break something. The regret is Lin Fei, the legal representative and general manager, taken away for investigation. He is the purest engineer I have ever met. Enormous mind and no instinct for people whatsoever, which is a combination that gets a man eaten in any decade you care to name. He signed the loan agreements. He signed them proudly. He signed them believing he was contributing technology as equity and becoming, at last, a man his village would have heard of. Yang Cheng's method was too clean for him. It was too clean for a bank. There is no version of Lin Fei that catches it. He is going to be caught up in this. I do not know how far. That is not a thing I can find out from a newspaper, and it is not a thing I can fix from a kitchen table in Jiangcheng, and I have never in my life hated a sentence more than that one. I had already been thinking about how to do business with him properly one day. I would very much like the chance to work with Lin Fei again. And the second thing is this. In order to stabilize the workforce, the Zhengzhou government is leading the bankruptcy reorganization of Chung Electronics, and the CNC Control Board production capacity will be acquired by Zhongzhou Machinery Plant, which is to say, Xiawei. Which is to say the man who stood on my staircase 4 months ago and said, "Filth, give me an opening and I'll bury him," and then turned round and saw me standing in the dark. Nobody in that city government has done anything wrong. They do not know that my board is my board. They do not know there was a cooperation agreement. They have never heard of a fire in a machine shop or a man in a black Jetta, and there is no reason on earth why they should. They are protecting 300 jobs. They are doing their actual job. And in the course of doing it, they are about to take the thing I built to get my father out of a police station and hand it, free of charge, with a government stamp on it, to the man who put him there. Do what you like. I mean that. Build what you want, sell what you want, borrow what you want, run to whatever country will have you. Just do not come near me. I put the pen down and looked at the page for a while, and I was completely calm, and I knew exactly how this was going to be handled. My father was on the phone in the hall, and I could hear him getting the news off somebody at the plant. The boss gone, the assets sealed, 300 people standing in a yard. He came back in and sat down on the arm of the chair and did not say anything. "Dad, if the factory's finished, don't go back." He looked up. "I'm at university now," I said. "You and Mum don't have to earn money to keep me." That was not the day for the rest of it. He would need to run a company eventually. Even a small one needs somebody in it who can be trusted with a key. But you cannot say that to a man 40 minutes after his employer has evaporated. My phone went off in my pocket on silent. I keep it on silent. If my parents find out I own a mobile telephone, there are 9 questions, and I have prepared answers for 2 of them. I went into my room and shut the door. "Brother, Huang Ming, have you heard?" "I've heard. Yang Cheng has run with the money." How much did they take out of that place?" He was pacing. I could hear a door hinge. And then, "Kaizi, listen to me. This is the part. The government is putting the board line into Zhongjing. After what they did, how is that allowed? Linghua and Zhongjing had been at each other's throats for 6 months, and there had been an incident, and if Zhongjing got the boards, Zhongjing would strangle him inside a year for sport. I sat down on the edge of my bed. "It isn't a problem," I said. "It isn't a... Mr. Wang. What I signed with Cheng was a technology cooperation agreement, not a technology transfer agreement." I let that sit for 1 second. The company is being liquidated. When the company ceases to exist, the cooperation agreement terminates automatically. There is nothing for anybody to acquire. The capacity is a building full of machines. The right to make that board was never Cheng's to sell, and it is certainly not the receiver's to hand out. End quote. There was a silence on the line about 4 seconds long. Then Huang Ming let out a breath that came from somewhere around his knees. "Ha, ha, wonderful. That's wonderful, Brother Chen. Thank you. Use your contacts in the city and get the paperwork straight. The boards can be manufactured at your own plant, or you can name another factory. Either way, it's your call. I'll send Sister Jiang for the documents in the morning." "No problem." I put the phone down on the bed. Then I sat there for a while, in a room with a peeling slam dunk poster and a computer under the bed, in a flat in a factory compound that was scheduled for demolition, and looked at the newspaper I was still holding in my other hand. 205 days ago, a piece of chalk hit me in the forehead, and I was a poor boy in a county town whose father was about to be taken away in a black Jetta for a fire he did not start. Today my face was on the front page of that paper as the highest score in the province, having turned down both of the great universities of this country, in writing. And on the same page, 4 columns lower, in 6-point type, the one honest man who had ever helped me had been taken away for somebody else's crime, and the state was preparing to gift-wrap my own technology and hand it to the man who had wanted my father in a cell. I folded the paper in half and put it in the drawer. There is a thing people say about revenge and cold dishes. It has always struck me as a slightly sentimental way of putting it. Here is how I would put it. I am 18 in September. I have 288 points of influence, 2 patents with my name on the front, 3 servers on the 3rd floor of a rented flat, 200,000 yuan in a Zodiac savings account, and a university place 40 minutes up the road in a city that is about to become the most interesting place on the inland map. And I have a very good memory. Mr. Xie, you said you would bury me if you got an opening. Take your time, take all the time you need. I'm going to be right here.